as always, perception is a hell of a thing. I mean, you know, to paraphrase a semi-famous quote, perception is a hell of a drug. Now, there was a story that came out yesterday that the Deputy Chief Secretary of the THA and Secretary of Health and Wellness cursed a colleague or subordinate. And apparently, that report, the source, was someone who observed the situation. And the person who apparently is the person in question who was the subject of said verbal abuse is saying, that's not actually what happened. What happened was we were having a frank conversation where the Deputy Chief Sec was not cursing at me per se. They were just speaking in a free tone, in a free way, in order to continue the conversation, in order to have a frank discussion, right, to express herself. Now, apparently, Faith Brebner, Dr. Faith Brebner, she wants people to speak freely, to express themselves. I guess at some point, leaders do have to determine at what level do they want formalities and all of that pomp and circumstance when they're trying to deal with their immediate subordinates to get the job done, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not as though you are an elected official and all of a sudden you are a son of the deity who is proclaimed emperor. No, you're an elected official. You're a human that has to work with other humans. Now, there's obviously, you know, you could go too far with this, and ironically, a leader does have to be careful if they go too far with this, because number one, they're not going to be their leader forever, right? Again, unless you're some monastic dynasty, if you're an elected official, if you're a manager, if you're the CEO, if you're head of a ministry, secretary of whatever, permanent secretary of whatever, etc., you're not going to be there forever. In theory, at some point, people under you are going to have a different boss. And depending, you don't necessarily want to set them up for failure. Also, if you encourage too much slackness, then, you know, be prepared for the people under you potentially to be slack in some way or the other. But to be fair, we did not reach that point with this topic. This topic was a frank discussion where apparently the Deputy Chief Sec was basically, I believe in a capacity, this is all subordinates, I believe, in the Division of Health and Wellness. She was basically using an expletive to describe where do they wanted to find the money to pay for overtime. I don't know beyond what context that means. It's a very real problem any administrator in the public sector has to go through. I have enough money to do all the things that all the people under me want me to do for them. Buy all of this equipment, buy all of the supplies, pay for all of this overtime, pay for salary increases. There's not enough to go around. Now, there's a wider discussion of, you know, is everything being managed properly? Are they getting enough resources? All of that. You know, there's so many ways to go with that issue of the background of why she said what she said. But what we are treating with is not that. What we're treating with is the fact that apparently people who overheard the conversation, they interpreted it a different way than the people actually involved in the conversation. And the thing about it is, as someone who is in a very minor way a public figure, I get to experience all of the negatives and none of the benefits. So I do have to consider, ironically, since to some extent maybe I speak too freely in front of a camera that records me, not just broadcasts me nationally, / to whatever extent internationally. I do have to concern myself with how will other people interpret things. And usually, when you want to have frank discussions with trusted subordinates who you work with every day, so, you know, you don't necessarily want to have walls up with them because it just makes things more difficult, more inefficient, more uncomfortable, right? You tend to need to do that behind closed doors. Now, was the listener who apparently made the report, were they also a trusted subordinate? Were they an outsider? Were they a passerby? I'm not entirely sure. I may have misspoke. I may have misspoke if it was about no, it was a public health services department workers. Right, okay. So maybe that might have been something that the Deputy Chief Sec and the THA needs to learn from. It's like, listen, you could drop the formalities and pretenses at times, right, and speak frankly and even use expletives once people understand where you're coming from and it's not cussing them out. You just have to do it without people who will misunderstand. Because to some extent, we live in a world where, I guess, it's one of those things, right? People don't want to get involved, but they want to snitch. I don't understand. Like, how many times have you seen some altercation happens in public? You know, somebody could be getting beat, someone could be injured, what have you, right? And what do people do? No one calls the police, no one tries to break it up. Oh, they don't even walk away and mind their own business. They're minding the other people's business because they pull out their phone and they record it. And then they want to put that up on the internet. It doesn't help the person who might be the victim in the moment. Now, in this case, however, not that they potentially had the capacity to get involved, but this is one of those things where, and I've had this discussion with friends of mine this week, gone self, and this ties into what the point I was trying to make about squatting. About how they have times when you think you're doing the right thing, but you don't know really if you're doing the right thing because you're taking a very surface level approach, assuming the accounts of what happened that are current are true. I just want to put that caveat in there. Just because you think you heard somebody cuss somebody out, do you know the context by which those words were spoken? If not, how? Because it's one thing for this employee to then maybe have a private discussion with somebody else who may be able to rectify the situation. It's another thing to publicly expose something. Because the court of public opinion, more often than not, does not remember retractions. More often than not, unless the accuser who, if assuming the accuser was wrong, is forced to make a very, very public spectacle of an apology and a retraction. Usually retractions get lost in the shuffle. Even if a media house attempts to publish it, like in almost the same capacity as the original accusation, it ain't gonna get the traction. So, again, the alleged victim in the original claim is coming out saying that wasn't what it was. So we'll assume that to be true. We'll also assume that whoever made the complaint or whoever leaked the situation to the press, generally speaking, did not have some wider, grander agenda. They just thought they were exposing something without knowing what they truly were exposing. When you're in that position, you need to realize you yourself have a responsibility of not necessarily putting something out there that might not actually be true. Because there are certain things in life, once you cross that line, it's very hard to walk that back. Once you ring that bell, you can't unring it. That tone will go. So, that's a Navy SEALs reference, by the way, but not the movie. So, with that said, there's a couple other things I want to get to. Perception is a hell of a drug. It's one of the things that I find it looks really bad. And this is an ongoing matter for a couple of years now. The Equal Opportunity Tribunal, the Court of Appeal ruled against them and in the favor of Vera Bajan, the attorney who was appointed by the president, I can't remember exactly, as a lay assessor to the Equal Opportunity Tribunal. The court rejected the chairman's claim that the High Court judge, the appeal court rejected the claim that the High Court judge showed bias. Strong language used in the judgment does not necessarily translate into actual bias. I mean, just case in point, Privy Council and some of the rulings recently that were spicy. Bachan was validly appointed and that the chairman had no authority to block her appointments. The judges agreed that the chairman's actions were illegal and abuse of power and contrary to the Equal Opportunity Act. This is the best part. And this is something that we've kind of been anticipating because that's how it looked, right? And now it's not just the High Court judge, it's the Court of Appeal. On the appeal is basically saying, well, the chairman of the Equal Opportunity Tribunal acted in a manner contrary to the Equal Opportunity Act. And they didn't just do that, they did it very publicly. This is my addition, this is my amendment to the statement. The chairman of the Equal Opportunity Tribunal acted publicly in a manner that was contrary to the Equal Opportunity Act. Now, there are a lot of things that seem crazy, but I tell people, hey, it happens elsewhere around the world, right? A lot of nonsense, a lot of foolishness, a lot of dotishness. I don't know if I'm confident to say, oh yeah, all over the world, people in charge of a body to make sure that there's equal opportunity acts in a manner that contravenes or undermines the concept of equal opportunity and is potentially, bigoted for whatever reason. Now, here comes the wider issue that you have to ask yourself. What faith do you have in someone to lead a body when that person is literally contradicting the mission of said body and is willing to do so blatantly? That's basically saying, what if the commissioner was blatantly breaking the law, the commissioner of police? I mean, to some extent, the chairman's actions were illegal, so she was. I can't. And the fact that I think this story is probably not going to get the traction that it deserves is incredible to me. I don't know if because it's just been in the press for so long and people kind of take it for granted and it's lost steam. I don't know what it is. But this is just one of those things. And in my opinion, things like this probably happen. The wider implication is, so if this head of this institution could act in such a manner that is basically contradicting the whole point of the existence of her position and her job, her office, what have you, what other heads of what other important institutions might also be acting in such a manner? And especially if she does not get the appropriate consequences for her actions, whatever they may be, I don't know what they are, but when the Court of Appeal says that you are acting illegally, you're abusing your power, and it's contrary to the Equal Opportunity Act, one would think that the person that does all these things while being the chairman of the Equal Opportunity Tribunal should face something, right? So we don't know what that is. If we don't see anything, dare I say that's a sign that, yeah, a lot of this nonsense, and nonsense ain't the word I want to use. I want to use a word that starts with bull and ends with it. A lot of this goes on. And they don't want to necessarily take it out on her because they know that that would be hypocritical. We had to wait and see. This is not just now about the Equal Opportunity Tribunal and this one innocent person's appointment. If she wasn't appropriate for the job, there were other ways, and I don't know what the chairman's arguments were. I don't know what her defense was. And I don't care, frankly, right? The Court of Appeal basically gave down the ruling. If she had anything, it probably should have been handled a different way. So there's also questions about processes with regards to how our institutions are managed, but the wider implications of one, can we trust her to do her job if she's allowed for whatever, I want to say strange reason, but this is TNT. It's not really that strange, right? We are accustomed to nonsense like that. For her to continue to have this post, can the public trust her? When you have your equal opportunity situations where you think you're being discriminated against. You trust this person to see to your needs, to be objective, and then again, the wider of, oh, mismanagement like this, how widespread is it? Last but not least, the SSA pastor, his charges were dropped. There is a world where the SSA case went off half-cocked because the government officials, the elected officials, the security, national security people, they were afraid of a potential threat, and this is an assumption that I'm technically willing to make, but I know it's probably stupid given the way how things goes down in this country. To give them this benefit of the doubt is probably undeserved. But assuming they assess the situation with some degree of accuracy and exercise reasonable judgment in the sense of, well, there's a potential threat. Do we try to investigate it without tipping our hand? Or do we try to nip the threat in the bud, potentially, well, obviously tipping our hand, and potentially missing out on possible evidence we could collect if we didn't tip our hand in order to prosecute these people? And there's a world where you pick the latter, where you're not too concerned about the prosecution, you are more concerned about not allowing something bad to happen. Was that in the thought process of the decision makers over this SSA fiasco? I have no idea. I am willing to present that to you for consideration. I don't even know if I'm willing to say that that's what they did, because again, we have not necessarily always seen examples of good judgment in decision making, particularly with national security. So it is what it is. And this is not a knock on any one person. This is a generalized statement on the overall situation, period. But that case is falling apart. It's not, to me, as bad as the situation with the Commissioner of Police. Because with the Commissioner of Police, there was no clear and present danger. If Major Best did something wrong with Earl Edward Christopher, he is no longer head of the SSA. The head of the SSA was the recall Major General from Washington, or Brigadier General, I can't remember. And you already handled the SSA situation. The rifles were in custody, I believe, of somebody in the Defense Force. There was no clear and present threat to have to jump the gun there. But at the same time, it is kind of telling that the SSA matter might literally also just fall apart. And now the wider implications of why that happened. Is it a lack of investigation skills, a lack of policy and regulatory and legislative frameworks to allow a proper investigation? Is it that the motivations for intervening in the SSA were not just on the basis of national security? The public will never know, probably. And that's your government working for you. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll go to the daily review. Stay tuned. This is Talking About the Essential. Michael Small will be right back after this.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years' experience. Give us a call at 235-5479 for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Hello there and welcome to AM Prime on WESN Content Capital. Before we even start this repatriation and reintegration process, we've already failed, or are we doomed to fail?
You've got to invest in the institutions that you've established to carry out those sorts of core functions.
We now get into the regional updates to give you an understanding of what's happening across our neighboring islands.
We have available a number of films that are worth showing.
So it was day one when the French Revolution started to develop the concept of universal human rights.
What happened this time is unprecedented. It's one of the largest terrorist attacks in history.
Let's welcome Carl to the program. Carl is over there, next to himself. Hello, Carl.
Silky anteater or pygmy anteater, and we have 2 of the 3 species of anteaters right here.
Well, just as we were asking questions about when exactly will the Prime Minister follow through with, he said he was going to step down, and essentially we knew, or we expected rather, that it was going to be sometime in March because he had stuff to finish up in February. He has finally given us a date. It is, some people might not like the reasoning. I don't necessarily care about the reasoning one way or the other. It doesn't bother me. It's actually what is expected. He wanted to open the airport. That is slated for March the 15th. Then he will step down March the 16th. Do I think the airport might be held to the same regard as the waterfront? Not that the waterfront is necessarily considered the be-all and end-all of, oh my gosh, look at this great benefit to the nation. But I think at the end of the day, it was a net positive. Will the airport be that way? There are still questions about that. Martin George has already said, hey, 3 million visitors, where are we getting that from? Right? Now, I'm not necessarily here to debate the airport, although again, the question is, why do we need something quite that big? And I have other concerns about it. But the real thing is, the Prime Minister essentially was just holding on so that he could open that and I think another project, and then he's going to step down. And some people will be like, will kind of look at that and not like that, think it's something funny going on. You see, you just want photo opportunity. Hey, listen, what difference does it make, right? He was the guy that kind of oversaw it. Let him open it, don't make a difference. Those that care about it, that he opened it, they'll feel happy. Those that hate him will hate him anyway. People like me will be indifferent to it. Because to some extent, let's just say that the PNM lost and the UNC won and the UNC opened the airport. Am I going to be like, oh my gosh, look, a great project that the UNC did? No, not really. Sometimes that happens, but it'll be pretty clear that the project was tied to the previous administration. In fact, Napa was tied to the previous administration, but the way how the UNC opened Napa, trying to kind of, in a way they were trying to hide things, and I was just like, why are you trying to go through this with a project that you didn't implement, right? Why are you acting in a way that's going to cause somebody blame to fall on you for no reason? But that's besides the point. That's one of the reasons why I rarely complain about political communication. No, the Prime Minister, he wants to, you know, have his, I mean, for a victory lap. It's not like he's doing anything excessive, really. Right? Let him just open and go. No, what the real issue with this is that the Prime Minister is stepping down as Prime Minister, but by all indications, not as political leader, and therein lies the question. So, first off, I want to point out the General Secretary of the party, he is the Minister of Youth Development, Foster Cummings. Minister of Youth Development, he did say that the party, well, he himself is rejecting the notion of a constitutional crisis, saying the party has sought legal guidance at every step, right? And it's interesting that he's saying this because the assumption by those of us on the outside looking in is that if anyone is going to try to upset the apple cart, it would be him. But I think what we need to understand is the internal issues of the PNM and the internal power struggles, for the most part, they understand we keeping that internal. Ironically, this is kind of on the same principle of what I was speaking about with in my opening statements about Dr. Faith B. Israel. You could speak frankly, but maybe you need to ensure that it's behind closed doors so outsiders don't hear you. In this case, it's you could have your internal differences, but it's like a family. You all need to know, right, to keep that in the family, and don't let outsiders use that to divide the family, because this election, there's no guarantees here. It's expected to be close. Regardless of what you think about the UNC and Kamala Persad-Bissessar, yes, she lost the last election, but it wasn't like how the THA election happened. It wasn't like how Barbados election happened. It's pretty close. And 2 seats in Tobago are not being contested by the UNC, so that's a whole other wrinkle on that dimension. So again, this election is pretty close, and I think the PNM understands that they don't necessarily want to risk being perceived, because perception is a hell of a drug, as being unstable and having weaknesses and having division internally. Regardless of how it plays out externally, if it's perceived to be that way, it might hurt the narrative of the party, because narrative matters whether we like it or not. That's one of those statements that I hate to say, but I can't deny it. And the thing is, with this situation, a couple of well, I guess you could say observers or analysts have pointed out, I think they have agreed with Foster Cummings in that the Constitution does not necessarily state that the political leader of the party has to be the Prime Minister. I believe in the UK, it's tradition. Also, recently, all of the changes in Prime Minister in the UK, that was because of some situation where the Prime Minister, his popularity tanked. So he's stepping down not because he wants to step down, he's stepping down because he's being forced to step down. The party doesn't want to keep him as political leader. But I think this is to some extent the point that Foster Cummings, and I do believe he's been somewhat consistent on this, right? He has been vocal in defense of the situation regardless of where we may think what side of the line or who he's backing or what have you, right? We don't know for sure. To be fair to him, none of that, his opinions on who should be the Prime Minister or not has come out on the matter, publicly, at least as far as I'm aware, publicly as a matter of public record. But Dr. Keith Rowley, the Prime Minister, he is stepping down of his own accord, not because he lost popularity. It's his choice. So in theory, he will still command the respect to retain the office of political leader of the PNM until there is an internal election. So there's nothing necessarily wrong here. I still will go on the record saying that for Stuart Young, Minister of Energy currently, it would be better for him to be democratically elected. But that is not, it would be better because it has to be so. Rather, it would be better because perception is a hell of a drug and it would be perceived to be stronger. And to some extent it would be. If he was democratically elected, no one could say the people don't want him. When I say democratically elected, in this case, I mean the internal PNM situation, not the general election. That comes later. That's a whole next second round of questions over this situation. But if the party did have internal elections and he was internally elected, people can't say the party don't want him. That's what some people are saying now. To some extent, it's an assumption. It's an assumption based on what they think the internal politics are recently in the party, with who clicking up with who and all of that. It's also an assumption just based on his race. Just based on his race, it's an assumption that the stalwart supporters, the base, are mostly not half Chinese people, and given how politics go down in this country, they ain't gonna vote for him just because of that. So, yeah, a couple of people pointed out, it doesn't have to be the political leader of the party. Stuart Young just has to be the person identified as leading the party in that house, which means senators are not included, as far as I'm aware. And again, it's one of those things where, ironically, this is not something I think that is giving us a constitutional crisis. This is something that's just unprecedented. That doesn't mean that it's going to work out or it's easy, but it's not to say that it's outright illegal. the person that is the political leader doesn't want to be prime minister and isn't technically, there is no requirement for him to have an internal election to get a replacement. And if he stepped down, he could force it, but he's not ready to step down. If he has the support of the party, technically, why does he have to step down? So then now, because this all depends on if the prime president will interpret blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Well, look, the assumption is that the political leader commands the respect of the MPs in parliament. And usually government is the government because they have the majority, right? Because technically, people could cross the line, I believe, on this issue. That's why the TPP, if they win any seats, it's very, very interesting, right? Because they might cause the math to be unstable. That's like 3 sets of questions down on this whole scenario. But my point is, that's an assumption. It doesn't have to be true. That's usually how it goes because it's practical. It doesn't have to be true. What if the person who commands the respect of the party says, but I don't actually want to be prime minister? Because to some extent, we saw that it failed in the end, but it went through in the THA where Farley Augustine, the deputy political leader, was the head of the executive. We didn't expect it to necessarily work out in all things. We also didn't, I don't think anybody necessarily expected it to catastrophically collapse the way it did, but hey, Watson Duke is who he is, a very interesting individual whose judgment I will not say I could begin to anticipate. But in this case, I don't think it's like that. So this will be interesting to see how it turns out. Because the real thing is this: to what extent will the prime minister continue to command the respect of the party moving forward once he steps down as prime minister? And that initial appointment of Stuart Young now, well, we have to see. Will the party, the PNM, follow through the way how they said they will, or will people, maybe now that is the time to make a play, or maybe it is during the election? I don't know. Because one of the things we don't know is how the party intends to go into the election, who is going to be the person that will hold that position. And this is the part that I do not like. I do not like that the PNM is basically going to say, oh, well, here's our guy. They will proclaim him. The Democrats tried to do that and it failed. I would have much preferred, on a procedural basis, that the PNM elected a political leader before the general election, so that it's proper. The party will say, this is the person we want to lead us, and then the public will say, oh, we know exactly who's going to lead. Because there is a potential scenario where Stuart Young is the presumptive political leader. He is the appointed one. He goes in. He runs the campaign. And they win. This is all an assumed scenario. And then they have the internal elections and he doesn't win that. And then the country has a prime minister who they technically did not vote for in the general election months before. It might not necessarily be destroy the country or whatever, but it's a scenario I rather would prefer not to see. But it's not that it's likely. I don't like the fact that it's even possible. But we have to wait and see, right? The history might show, forget the airport. I don't think that really is a good legacy project for the Prime Minister Keith Rowley. The management of COVID is part of his legacy, of which I think there are positives. But I actually think what's really going to define his legacy is this situation and the transfer of power to Stuart Young, and how that is managed. And if it is done successfully and in a manner that does not cause undue strife to the population, I'll be impressed. But we have to wait and see. Moving on to the next story, and this is one I'm a little bit late to the game, and I hope, but I still think I should speak about it because it's important. And I apologize for not talking about this earlier. The TT Post is warning people, the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation, of a lost parcel scam, where essentially there are these notices saying TT Post offer of the year, fill out the survey and buy lost parcels for only 13 TT dollars. And then they have apparently people commenting or giving user reviews about, you know, I received a phone and a gamepad, I recommend it to everyone, I took the risk of ordering, very surprised by the amount of equipment in the parcel, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. First of all, I don't even know if the actual TT Post could do something like this legally, right? I don't even know if they could do that. What constitutes a lost parcel? Obviously, if there's something unclaimed for 12 years, they want to get rid of it, fine. But to say that you could auction it off or sell it, like if it's, you know, like, oh gosh, I can't remember the show, but the one where you basically buy storage containers, Storage Wars, I think it is. You auction them off. This is not even an auction, you just blind buying lots, $13 a parcel, and see what you get. This does not seem right. How many iPads and phones get transferred to people via TT Post? Who does that? Who does that? If you said Aeropost, all right, you know, or some other skybox service, but who gets their stuff and sends it through TT Post, through the mail? In fact, to some extent, when I said Aeropost, you know, that's because you're ordering it from a company. But if it is somebody looking to send it to somebody else, usually what do we do? What do we tradies do? Yeah, I have a family member coming in the country. You can get it to so-and-so or something like that. You do it by hand. You don't do it by mail. So TT Post warned that any claims of lost parcels being sold were fraudulent. They do not sell lost or unclaimed parcels under any circumstances. If you encounter such offers, please refrain from engaging with them. Stay vigilant and protect yourself from scams. For verification for any TT Post related matters, the general public could call its customer service department at 800-POST, that's 800-7678, or WhatsApp at 774-0715, or via email at customer.service@ttpost.gov.tt, or visit their website, ttpost.net. You can get all of this in the article. It's on the news there. I think it was either Monday. Oh, no, it was over the weekend. It was last week, Friday. So, I apologize for being so late. I'm a week late with this. But I still thought, look, I wanted to mention it. And the thing is, it goes on to say then you could potentially be a victim of further fraud, not just the money that you pay out, but then phishing for your information, depending on the method of payment. If you give your credit card number, any sort of identification number, they could potentially use that to commit further fraud. So look, media literacy and internet literacy is going to be one of the things that's going to define, it's one of those skills that's going to define the generations moving forward. Literacy was that for a long time. You need to be able to read, right? To work in the world, paperwork, even to use a computer, you just need to be able to read. But now, understanding where to get information and what website or entity or email to trust, when in doubt, don't trust it. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is. And if you really need to engage in something, go to the official channels. Do not just respond to whatever email or whatever website. Backtrack to the official source, and even then you have to be careful because sometimes they make fake websites that look like the entity. I would also warn people, speak to a family member, speak to maybe somebody that's more versed in technology than you potentially, or government services than you, or any services. It could be private, any sort of internet deals or discount services, people with more experience or people who may have an idea of how to backtrack these things. Do not just jump head first into the rabbit hole, you know, thinking, oh, this is a good opportunity and this deal is too good to be passed up. History probably is littered with corpses of people who saw something too good to pass up and their life savings were taken from them. And usually, it's very, very hard to get that back. This case is not necessarily that extreme, but it could lead things like this, things that seem innocent. Oh, it's only $50. I could take a chance. No. They get your information and it could get worse. Remember that. All right, let me just see what we have next. All right, let's take another break. When we come back, I want to switch gears. Again, perception is a hell of a drug. And I think it's how we perceive our side is a lot of the problem with modern politics. And I have an example from abroad. We'll get into that next. Stay tuned. This is Talking About a WESN show. Michael Small. We'll be right back after this.
My name is Dr. Joanne Williams-Carroll, and I am the Director of Behavioral and Mental Health at the Community Hospital. At the Community Hospital, we believe in nurturing mind, body, and soul. Through our counseling and chaplaincy program, we will provide you with support and strength you need to help with your mental and emotional well-being. Give us a call.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward and our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for, it's called loss and damage. And we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
On any given issue, people tend to take sides. Now, sometimes you may not take a side on an issue, but generally speaking, some parts of the population will be of either side of any issue. But what is interesting is that we're also taking sides with regards to politics. And traditionally, these issues, conservatives took this approach, liberals took that approach. Free speech, conservatives, they don't want to necessarily allow free speech for every and anything. They're conservative. They want to limit things in order to preserve public order. Liberals want free speech because they need to be able to speak truth to power. That's traditionally what it's for. So that complaints and concerns and criticisms that could potentially upset order a little bit, right, aren't silenced because you're talking about injustice. Because the status quo is not perfect and there will be failings in the system, and someone has to be able to speak to that. But what we're seeing now is the liberals are pro-censorship and the conservatives are pro-free speech. That's what we've seen in the last few years. And when issues like that turn, all of a sudden, your loyalty to your political side, all of a sudden, are you really being consistent or true to your principles and ideals because you're having to seemingly arbitrarily change your position on issues? And I have a situation to highlight this, right? The issue is important in and of itself, but think about it this way. Must we always agree with our side, with our tribe? Must we have blind faith and loyalty in everything they say or do? Or do we question things on an individual basis? And dare I say, the supporters and haters / critics of this man are both guilty of that. They're not necessarily assessing things on the individual merit, but rather on the position of their tribe, the position of their side. The love and the hate are not necessarily based on what he does or what he's doing, but rather just because is he perceived as with us or against us. And I have more to say about it to fully explain why this topic is an example of it. For more on what I'm speaking about, well, let's cue this.
Behind this podium, it's beyond time that the White House press operation reflects the media habits of the American people in 2025, not 1925. A select group of DC-based journalists should no longer have a monopoly over the privilege of press access at the White House. All journalists, outlets, and voices deserve a seat at this highly coveted table.
The White House Correspondents Association has rebuked the move in a blistering statement. It said, "This move tears at the independence of a free press in the United States. It suggests the government will choose the journalists who cover the president. In a free country, leaders must not be able to choose their own press corps." Let's talk about this with Seth Stern, who's Director of Advocacy at the Freedom of the Press Foundation. That's a non-profit organization that supports investigative news outlets and the freedom of the press. He's joining me now from Evanston, Illinois. Thanks for joining us today, Seth. Can you first of all explain to our viewers who may not be familiar with how reporting in the White House works, what the press pool is and how significant it is?
Sure. So a press pool is needed because there's limited space in the Oval Office or on Air Force One, and not all reporters can be there when news happens. So the press pool is comprised of a group of White House correspondents that attends those events and generates pool reports that it then shares with others. And among those the press pool are wire services, the Associated Press, Reuters, and Bloomberg, although the first two are apparently no longer going to be part of it. And these wire services contract with news outlets around the country and world, including metropolitan and local news outlets all over America, red and blue states alike, that don't have the resources to assign someone to be in Washington, D.C. So the role of these wire services isn't something other news outlets can just take over overnight. There are contractual relationships, technologies, and procedures involved. Even if someone prefers a Trump-aligned news outlet's editorial perspective over the AP's, those outlets just aren't equipped to step in. So people all over the country, particularly in areas that are already news deserts, where local news is already hard to come by, they're going to see significantly diminished coverage in their local papers if the wire service that paper relies on is going to be denied access to the White House.
I want to ask you about a point made by the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, that the press pool needs to be overhauled to reflect a changed media landscape, that alternative sources of news should have access to the president. Does she have a point?
Well, I'm not here to say that the White House Correspondents Association, which until now chose the press pool, is infallible. They do regularly expand their membership to reflect changes in the media, to go to that point. But they're subject to criticism like any other organization, and people, politicians, can call for changes in how they do things. But what we can't have is the government stepping in to take their place. The government has every incentive, if it is going to select journalists to cover it, to select the ones that say what it wants to say and refrain from speaking truth to power. A press that is handpicked by the government is just not a free press. Peter Baker, who's a New York Times, I believe, White House correspondent, said that Vladimir Putin did the same thing back when Mr. Baker was a Moscow correspondent. Maybe for Trump that's more feature than bug, but it allows the White House to sort of dangle access over journalists' heads and punish those who don't toe the line.
What do you think is the White House's goal in making this change?
I think the goal is control. I read an article by a columnist I like named Hamilton Nolan about how Trump is effectively operating the way gangsters operate, and this is an example of that. He wants news outlets to be dependent on his whims and favors so he can dictate coverage, both directly and indirectly. And when I say indirectly, I mean this gives every outlet that would like access to the White House every incentive to self-censor and to hold back. And we'll never know how much of that is happening because, of course, we don't know what news we weren't shown. We only know what news we were shown. Nobody's going to admit to self-censoring, but I think it's a virtual certainty that it's going to happen. I hope they don't, and I hope that instead outlets that are kicked out of the White House off of Air Force One make Trump regret it by taking the time that they're not in the room with him to do the kind of investigative journalism that he fears and that he is attempting to stifle through these kinds of antics.
The issue of freedom of expression is often a highly contentious one in the US. What makes this dispute so significant?
Well, the blatant unconstitutionality of it all. The law is very clearly established that although there might be some power on behalf of presidents or politicians to control access, once access is granted, it cannot be rescinded based on content. And we know this all started with the AP calling the Gulf of Mexico rather than the Gulf of America. So, and that's all in the record, very clearly based on a choice of wording. But now we know it wasn't only about what the AP calls a body of water. It was about, again, controlling the press pool, excluding outlets that don't toe the line or that the president doesn't like.
Now, believe it or not, I do understand what I think the motivations behind this are. Stop at motivations, right? And don't go any further just yet. The media was biased against Trump, or at least the mainstream media, when he was president the first time. So now he's going to be bitter. He's not going to necessarily, and potentially they undermine his first re-election campaign. So he's not going to want to like give them a free pass moving forward, right? To some extent, it's basic human nature. You don't want to be punked because they'll continue to do it and potentially harm you. But to another extent, you know, this is not a playground, right? Now, mainstream media, ironically, has shown indications that slowly but surely it's failing, in part due to its biases. Rather than taking a holistic view of an issue, which usually would include the views of people on the ground, believe it or not, more often than not, it seems as though they take a very limited ideological perspective, right? Which is why you have situations where Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a representative of one of the districts in New York, will contradict what the mayor of New York is saying, that immigration is a crisis for his city. Will contradict some of the elected officials, particularly those in Congress, will contradict what the people on the ground who voted in Democrats in their areas, whether local government like mayors or representative in Congress or whatever, are saying with regards to some of the struggles they have. Why do you have nothing, no resources for us, but you could put illegal immigrants in luxury hotels? It's a very real scenario. So the media, the mainstream media to some extent, was following the mainstream ideology and not necessarily listening to the people. A lot of new media does a better job at having its ear to the ground, at the street level of the nation. They're not necessarily going to be great with regards to international stories, but with national and local stories for their country, internally to their country, at times they have a much more holistic approach. Doesn't mean that they're going to be right all the time, but they are looking at things from a wider perspective, ironically, than the big shots. So I actually could see a world where there's some justification. Look, we need to stop gatekeeping media because your ideology says this is the correct way for media to be and to act and to do. One of the things the speaker said is he's saying that some of these new medias would be inaccurate. I actually think that on many issues, mainstream media has proven to be inaccurate, which is why people are starting to tune out mainstream media more and more. They're watching less and less, right? Because they're kind of fed up with the blatantness of how biased it is. I myself don't really watch whether it's Fox or MSNBC. I don't really care to watch it because while I understand, Ben Shapiro once said, you could be biased, just state your bias up front. I'm like, I don't know. I think there comes a point in time where it doesn't matter how much you're up front with your bias. If you're too biased, it doesn't work for me. Conservative or liberal, doesn't work for me. This is the thing though. I could understand the motivation. And to some extent, maybe there is a solution that would be palatable. My issue with this, I don't think Trump wants to control the media. But that doesn't mean that the negative consequences won't be the same, regardless of what his intentions are. That's the funny part of this issue. And this is where, again, I want to say, I think both his haters and his supporters, they're blinded by we must either criticize or love what he's doing. And I'm like, hold on, time out. We could both show some understanding for what he's doing while also disagree with it. And just because you may agree with, I agree with some of the positions he has stated, and I disagree with others. The blind loyalty to the tribe is a problem that I think permeates in politics. It also happens here, and I take great issue to it. PNM till I dead, UNC till I die. Why? Because the thing about this is, not only do I think the fears of liberal media are valid, they could potentially be overblown, but I think this is one of those things where, look, we fear the potential, and the potential is real. What will actually happen, you know, we'll have to wait and see, but the potential is real. His intentions could be to rectify bias in the White House press corps, but you could still have the negative consequences that would have come out if this was a play to control the media. The human behavior is a funny thing. Self-censorship, people trying to conform to a situation that they believe is happening, whether it is actually the intention of the situation or not. And also, it might snowball and have a life of its own and go in a direction that is unintended. When you ring the bell, you can't unring the bell. Once you cross a certain line, it's hard to step back from it. And the thing is, the real long-term issue with this is the precedent it sets. Because when they impeached Trump, I didn't agree with the impeachment. I thought the impeachment was nonsense. But I had to admit to myself, well, the Republicans only have themselves to blame because they basically did the same thing with Clinton first. And you set the precedent, oh, we could use this process that's supposed to be for something serious and significant. We could use it for a personal attack to disperse your reputation in media. Because that's what they did with Clinton. Oh my gosh, you were lying about what you were doing with that woman. I did not have relations with that woman. Right? I mean, what was the result? I think he was on his second term. He got 2 terms anyway, right? There was never going to be a third term. He couldn't get a third term. Like, what was the result of that whole procedure? I'll tell you what the result was. The result was, then he said, oh, we could do it too to your guy. And they did. And I didn't like it, but to some extent, I had to acknowledge that, in my opinion, the Republicans set that precedent. So, you know, you gotta take your bad medicine, right? Trump doing this is not just bad because you could get negative consequences regardless of what his actual motives or intentions are or are not. At this point, it's besides the point. Like I said, you could get those negative consequences. But then, if he could do this to the press when the Republicans lose the White House, not if, because that's the nature of elections, a Democratic president could just flip that script. Rather than trying to encourage the press to be less biased, to call them out, to let the public, the real power with regards to any sort of business or industry is public consumption. And if there's a lack of public consumption, the bad actors, assuming that the lack of public consumption was done for that reason, would die out. But instead of allowing things to happen in an organic way, where, all right, if the press makes a mistake, you call them out on the mistake, but you don't try to control them for whatever, no matter what good of a reason you have, No, you're trying to directly force the issue now for now. And this goes back to what I said about many things. I understand he only has 4 years, but maybe, yes, there's limited time, but still, you can't be too hasty. You can't be too aggressive. I like the idea of dodge. I don't know if I like the aggression behind at least some of the moves. And in this case, aggressively trying to change the White House press corps, the next time that there's a shift and the new party and the Democrats get a candidate in the White House, they could do the same thing. And now all of a sudden, you'll get this, oh, well, I come in and I change the press corps, and you come in and you change the press corps. You know what's going to happen? The press corps is going to just basically lose its relevance. And I think that's the argument that the press corps should be making, but to some extent, they also have their own biases, and it's unfortunate to see. But that's what we see in Trinidad, right? What do we expect it to happen? Oh, the PNM get voted in, so people are supposed to be getting fired because everybody's on contract work now, right? Because we try to solve a problem about not being able to fire bad workers with contract work. Hint, hint, wink, wink, we could also remove political people because they're on short-term contracts that only last till the next election, right? That's what goes on in local government bodies, and I assume other government bodies when it's contract work. Contract don't go beyond the election. That's a hell of a way to live for someone who supposedly has a permanent job. We expect this kind of nonsense to happen, and it has undermined our labor market and to some extent our bureaucracy, because we try to solve a problem by making another problem, and we didn't even solve the first problem really. Because we still have productivity issues in the public service, while now we have a cross-section of the public service that we could dismiss at will. Has no job security, and essentially is at the whims of the election cycle and when the politicians come in and, no, I want all my people. Now, granted, if I am a different party to my predecessor, I don't know if I want the same staff like speechwriter and so on and so on. So some positions I understand, but more importantly, the notion of this whole thing with the White House press corps starts because of bias. Like at some point, we ourselves might face a question like this with how our media is allowed to engage with our politicians. And these are the kind of things that we need to understand and be vigilant against, but not just assume because I don't like politician X, obviously they're doing something that's wrong. You have to be willing to judge the situation on its merits. There are things that Trump has said that I don't necessarily disagree with. I may not fully agree with them. I disagree with him on Ukraine, but we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. The whole thing with the tariffs to Mexico and Canada, they weren't necessarily what they appeared to be at first jump. Now, with the Ukraine situation, that might prove to be different. I'm not going to assume that it's good or bad just because I don't like the Democrats and how they operate things, so I have to like Trump. Why do I have to like him? Why do I have to like everything he does? I don't. And I don't necessarily like what he's doing here, not because I think, oh, he's some big evil with some master plan following the footsteps of Putin. I just think that it's misguided, and he didn't think it through. And that's not to cushion the blow. Like I said, you could get the same bad consequences. So we'll have to wait and see. But I would just like to point to people, this is why this whole UNC till I die, PNM till I dead. We ought to stop doing that. Otherwise, we'll end up like them, where we'll have an old man that could fall upstairs. We'll have one of the most unpopular candidates in Kamala Harris, and then their opponent is someone who, on a personal level, depending on your perception of him, is probably not very well liked. Think about the candidates for the American presidency in like the last 16 years or 12 years. Think about it. Think about who they had to lead them. I would hope that no one thinks that it would be good for us to have candidates like that. Well, I mean, I can't fault you, potentially, depending on your perception of our local candidates. But I would hope that we could get better than that. That scenario, that situation. And maybe we can't. Maybe we can't. We'll have to wait and see. New blood coming in. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll open the phone lines. Stay tuned.
My name is Dr. Joanne Williams-Carroll, and I am the Director of Behavioral and Mental Health at the Community Hospital. At the Community Hospital, we believe in nurturing mind, body, and soul. Through our counseling and chaplaincy program, we will provide you with support and strength you need to help with your mental and emotional well-being. Give us a call.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Welcome back to Talk About, ladies and gentlemen, and now it's the time we open up the phone lines. We want to hear from you, the viewer. You could call in and have your say on what I've spoken about. Yes, I understand I kind of went maybe too pie in the sky or too wide in scope with the last topic that I was speaking about, but these are kind of discussions I hope to interject so we could speak more about just the bacchanal and more about, you know, the ideologies and the principles and how we should be operating within the political landscape beyond just, ooh, Balize or Rising Sun. Now, with that said, if you are on the phone line, please don't try to follow the conversation on the television while speaking through the phone. There's a delay, and it will not work. It will be confusing, so please mute your television. With that said, we have our first caller from Digger Martin. Good morning, caller. You're on the air.
Good morning, Sean.
Morning.
I listened to you attentively on your editorial this morning, and you close off with the press and Trump, etc. But we have an issue with our press. Our press, from my vantage, they seem to be biased and basically appears to be the mouthpiece of the current government. And I'm saying that because I was expecting on today's newspaper, the front page, the chairman of the EOT should go like yesterday because there are damning judgment on her from the appeal court. And you have to go back to the very first lower court judgment where there is a part that she appealed. And what is said, the judge was quoting from one of the General Gant songs, hate, hate, hate, pure hate. That is a stinging attack on that person. And I'm hoping, because she was an ex-PNM senator, the current chairman, and there is an ex-PNM senator who is at the head of the country. And she basically has always said she's going to preach the gospel of the PNM. I want to know if the behavior of that EOT chairman is the gospel of the PNM. And what it tells me, the choice of people in leadership is not based on meritocracy and is in sync with what the judgment of the police promotional process is. Some damning judgment on people in high office. And we cannot allow that. And the Fourth Estate has to help us do the right thing. And if they continue to deflect on key issues, for example, we're going to have a new prime minister, supposedly, who lied to us on the visit of Delcy Rodriguez. They caught him lying when he backtracked on everything, how they didn't know. When at some energy conference he said the prime minister approved Delcy to come in. All of that the Americans will hear, and we will be punished because the press allow a government to interfere with what the Americans wanted to happen in Venezuela. We're going to suffer because them fellas getting 80% increase in pay and big back pay if they leave tomorrow. And that is the sad state of affairs. The fourth estate is questionable in the judgment. Even the LATT too. The LATT, sometimes what they do, you have an AG who blatantly tell on truths in a Miami court, and he seems to not be around, always out of the country. So you want to know if our government is basically just sailing with no rudder, and we're not going anywhere. Go and have a nice morning.
Thank you, caller. I actually think your issue is tied to what I was just speaking about. It's how we view and prioritize issues, because politics in this country, for the most part, it translates into a bacchanal thing. The discussion is about bacchanal. When you go online, a lot of it is very biased and quite honestly, quite hateful against both parties, right? It to the point where I am not encouraged to participate in those forms of media discussion. Now, the thing is, I think because of that, this story went under the radar of news editors around the country, right? I don't think that our media houses are biased for any political party, or at the very least not for the PNM, because I think it's more of a combination of who, well, first of all, who gets what information, because certain, like The Guardian apparently seems to have sources that the other papers don't always have, so they report, and vice versa, because they've had important stories on the Newsday and on the Express that you don't see on the other papers. And then I guess they sometimes make a decision to say, well, look, the other paper has it, we may report on it. You know, some of those stories, they're so big that everybody does, or we may not because they already got the scoop and we don't necessarily, I don't exactly know why they make decisions that they are, but I've seen it happen. But I haven't necessarily seen a newspaper like not say critical things about the government. I haven't. I think part of the thing though is we need to understand that the front page, I don't believe, should be, and maybe I'm wrong, but like the headline should not be an editorial. One of the issues with us following American media is that, and to some extent, CNN and MSNBC are the bigger perpetrators of this. A CNN reporter, former CNN reporter, told me at least Fox News keeps their opinion stuff separate to their news. And I think they do so because being located in New York, more people work in Fox News or liberal than most of us would think, right? So the news operation is not going to be as biased as like the Greg Gutfields and the what have you, who are just pure opinion, and they're on not at news time. But CNN and MSNBC, they kind of make their opinion people, it's almost like if they're news reporters, and it's not true. So the news needs to be factually based. And again, I got the story from a newspaper, so one newspaper at least. I think maybe, I don't know if the other newspapers reported or not, I can't remember. So don't say, I'm not saying that other papers didn't run the story. But they had, my point is they had the story and they did not editorialize necessarily in the story. And that is what journalism is supposed to be. You give context, but you don't necessarily give opinion. You give the public the information. Then the editorials and the opinion columns, hopefully the editorials by the paper that you trust, the opinion columns by writers that you trust, will then give their thoughts on the matter. The editorial will essentially give the position of the paper, and the opinion columns will essentially give the individual positions of the writers that the paper wants to publish. And those things at the end of the day have room for subjectivity and room for speculation. But news reporting, you don't necessarily want to do that. And news reporting, I do believe, and maybe I'm wrong, but the front page headline should be based on the news story of the day. And to some extent, even within news, you cannot get away from some indirect means of editorialization. Like, what picture do you put on the front page? What picture do you put with the story? You know, how do you frame it? How do you frame the context? There's going to be some degree of editorialization. But to say that you wanted to hear the news call for the head of the chairman of the EOT, in a news article, no. In an editorial, fine. I didn't read the editorials this morning. I tend to not actually read the opinion pieces of others. I make my own opinions, right? When stakeholders or analysts, their opinions are reported on articles, I'll go with those because those are the experts. But to say that another media person's opinion, I won't necessarily bother to try to follow that. I want to go with what is the story, and then I will form my own opinions. So I understand your frustration, because I do think that your criticisms are not invalid, because when I spoke about the story, I did bring up my fear that this story, because it's so long and ongoing, remember, this is the Court of Appeal decision, there was the High Court decision, and then the initial reporting when it first happened that she was looking to take them to court in the first place. And I don't think anybody said, oh, well, the EOT is right, you know. I don't think anybody said that. I could be wrong, in the court of public opinion. But because it's, you know, it's been played out, I do wonder if that's not going to be the thing that's going to be the bacchanal. I'm gonna capture the attention of the audience, or that's not going to be the thing that the editors think the audience wants to read. And to some extent, I don't think it's unreasonable that they thought, oh, the Prime Minister saying that he's going to retire March 16th, that's the big story. Because to some extent, it is. But ironically, you are right to think that this EOT story, this Equal Opportunity Tribunal story, has serious implications and potentially serious consequences that speak to the very fabric of a society. And you're right, meritocracy. Meritocracy in TNT seemingly is, well, to some extent the private sector is out of this discussion, but there might be examples of this happening in the private sector, because people run their entities however they see fit, and they don't always do so perfectly, with perfect information, with the correct decisions for the growth of the company or the benefit of all stakeholders involved. But meritocracy in the public sector, this is something where I will beg to ask, how many positive examples of meritocracy in the public sector do you know of? Because I don't know enough. And by enough, nothing comes to the top of my mind. Not one thing. Case in point, we have a crime problem. And I don't think anybody could say that meritocracy is what promotes the various individuals in all of our national security services. All of them. Police, prisons, fire, regiment, Coast Guard. Well, I don't even know if the Air Guard really exists, but Air Guard. The leadership of these institutions speak, and I am just left there in amazement that how we could promote seemingly such mediocre characters who really wilt under pressure. Now, seemingly, that's not to say that that is who they are in all certainty, but the results, both with regards to when you listen to whatever they say publicly, whatever gets published out there, whether in print or audiovisual media, as well as the results of the decisions that they make. And some of these things are the various lawsuits of promotions, among other things. You just have to look at it and say, wait now, where's our Eisenhower? Where's our well, hell, Churchill. We have an issue with national security. Where's our Churchill? Eisenhower was so good with what he did, that they didn't vote him in another term of office because they didn't really understand what he was doing. He was the guy that didn't get the glory from going on the battlefield. So he was the guy that had to keep things together and made the kind of decisions that nobody in human history had to make. When do multiple nations in a global coalition invade France to liberate it from the Nazis at a scale that has never been done before? And somehow he did it. Meanwhile, we have examples of men in history making decisions at an unprecedented scale for unprecedented things and succeeding at it. We have people that can't do the mundane things, like handle a promotions process without messing it up, without having the courts kind of slap it down. Think about that. And then we want to say that our promotions are based on meritocracy. So therein lies the wider implication that I mentioned earlier of what it means that this situation could be blatantly that bad. But I guess you, Mr. Digger Martin, has asked the wider. You went one step above me. The population, and I mentioned it, but I didn't really give it the acknowledgement it deserved. Seemingly the population will look at this situation and be like, meh. And that is, to some extent, very appalling. But it tracks. It tracks with how many bad things are going to happen, and we're just going to tolerate it. That's why Paria, the results are what they are. AV drilling is what it is. The whole illegal quarrying will turn out to be what it will be. The PRCO situation, the Section 34, Section 32, whatever that was, that situation, live sport, the community leader meetings, Napa. There have been a lot of things that have gone on bad on both sides of the political aisle, and we've allowed them to fall out of the press, and we don't really speak about them much. Yes, okay, with Piarco, they were court matters, but certain things, the guy that was paid $30-something million and didn't deliver, and he said, well, it's not my fault, and somehow he kept the money. Decisions like that, who made that decision to set things up like that? Were there any consequences for that? I have no idea. It's similar to the situation, oh my God, the $3 billion, we're missing $3 billion, we're missing $3 billion. We might not actually be missing the money in a physical sense. It might just be a paper accounting error that doesn't actually mean we're missing the money. But people are missing the wider implication of, this may have been going on for years. This may have been going on before the PNM. This may have been going on before Patrick Manning. We don't know. The fact that the minister was comfortable enough to act the way he acted implies a wider problem. It's not just about the accounting error in 2023. It's not just about what he did or didn't do. And that part of the conversation, I think, is lost on a lot of people. It is what it is. I understand this is carnival time, not everybody wants to. This is prime destruction period. That's the other issue with this equal opportunity case. This is prime destruction period. Every year, there are 2 to 3 major events that keep us distracted, and they're just spaced out enough. They placate us. They keep us happy. They distract us from the ills, and they kind of give us just enough empty calories to smile at, and we're not worried about what's going on in the country. There's Carnival, there's Christmas, and then I would argue the August vacation. We have Central on the line. Good morning, caller. You on the air? Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Small. Your pressure going back down?
Probably not today.
All right. Here what's happening. I'm doing an investigation in Todd Road, Kokoloko. That is in Central. I want Minister to check these people who handling the water supply to these people in Ruston Road. Let us know who it is playing the fool. The people getting water late in the night, once in a week, and that is not good. Because you do a lot of work in Shogunas here, and if that's going on, the wickedness still continue. We have to remove the opposition from this election. Because we want the government to see what we just do with people who owe the poor people money. Leave the government, they let me see where the Chinese go do. So don't run up your pressure with the Chinese. Jackie Chan has to show where you would. Right?
Yeah.
Yes, brother. You stay safe, eh?
Thank you, caller.
Nice.
I'll say this. Some of the issues you pointed out, to me, those could be symptoms of, how to put this, boy? When you want to give things at a certain price and you want to have price controls and stuff, you could run into shortages. Also, if you have the dynamic of quality, availability, and price, and you want to keep low prices, you want to have good quality, and you want to have available to all, one of those three things is going to suffer. And to what extent is WASA, do they have the capacity to follow through? This is one of the reasons why the water truck scams can go under the radar, because some of the issues potentially are believable in other parts of the country. Now, at the end of the day, the minister came out to say water trucking scams, so this is one of those things where people need to take the potential seriously. It's not a pie-in-the-sky consideration. Now, if you have issues with water, the community may need to make reports to ensure that the funny business is not on that level. That no one is kind of artificially messing with supply. Now, I get it, you're looking at maybe the local government people and saying we need to vote them out. The question we have to ask is it their fault? Is it central government's fault? Is it WASA's fault? Now, part of the thing with water is, the water I get up in the Northwest is not the water that you're gonna get, because it's not one water system, right? And I think the way how water pressure works, it's not going to work to have one water system unless you have some massive pumps, in which case whoever is living closest to those massive pumps, they're going to have leaks up the wazoo. I wouldn't recommend that. The water systems throughout the country are not the same, they're different. Tobago is not the only one that is technically somewhat independent. It's multiple independent water systems. So I don't know, now to some extent maybe the plant at Carney that supplies water to the north could also supply water to Shogunas. I'm not sure what it's connected to or how far down the line it is, how weak the pressure might be. There's a whole host of technical questions. This is one of those things where to some extent, if you'll have these issues, you should be able to go to WASA and the Ministry of Public Utilities to ask for answers, right? Whether it's their fault or not, they should be able to give you answers, and if they can't, that is to some extent a problem. That is to some extent their problem. If it's not their fault, they should still be able to give you some answers. If you don't want to trust your local government representatives, it is what it is. That's up to the community to make that determination. We have St. Augustine on the line. Good morning, caller. You're on the air. Last caller. Caller, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Don't try for the TV caller. Just go ahead, speak on the phone.
Yeah, good morning, boss. Well, I'm not calling about they built a bridge in Komoto recently. Just after the gas station. I passed by that bridge and I looked over the bridge, and the cylindrical under the bridge is merely about 4 feet, couldn't be more than 5 feet in diameter. I can't understand how water will be passing there when it has flood. That's my concern. The new bridge, I think it cost a few million that they recently opened. If they're around there, just look over the bridge and you'll see. The cylinder not more than 5 feet in diameter, if so much. That's my concern.
Right, for the water to pass through.
Yeah.
Concrete cylinders that the bridge is put on top of.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Coming from a river,
yeah,
further up the road.
Right. The thing is, caller, thanks, caller. this is not unique to us. That's one of the things we need to understand. And we don't know if there were other engineering challenges that limited what they could have done with the bridge. Although one could argue you have enough of a budget, and it's not like we're talking about you trying to have a bridge from North America to Europe, right? It's not some impossible, infinite money task. You put enough money in it, you probably could do something better, depending on the circumstances. So I want to throw that caveat out there with regards to, I don't know if there's something with the soil, I don't know if there's some quake with the river banks, or what have you, that necessitated them doing it that way. Because sometimes you do have to opt into a bad situation because there are other considerations that you can't avoid. That said, like I said, there's always the potential that, look, there could have been a more expensive solution and they just did it on the cheap. Then there's also the point that you're alluding to, which we can't get away from, these days. Ineptitude. We just can't. We cannot assume anymore. As much as I just did all of that, oh, well, you know, there could be these other factors that we don't know. Yes, I understand. I acknowledge that. I appreciate that. But this is 2025. And in 2025, there is nothing that gives me confidence to say, oh, but there has to be mitigating factors. No. Rather, I have seen too much incompetence in a big way that I have to include that possibility. I have to give it just as much weight, if not more, because that is based on the precedents that have been set in recent times. In recent times, we had a pandemic where we told our population, people who were traveling and who were still abroad and weren't able to make their way back just because we had a timetable doesn't mean that the rest of the world had to conform to our timetable or to our circumstances or what have you. Regardless, some people did take it for granted and they went on their cruise anyway and was all kind of stupid. But we had people stuck abroad and they didn't want to let them back in. Meanwhile, the borders were open. Illegal crossing was open for business. And we probably had at least 2 of our COVID spikes was because of that. By my reckoning, not scientific, but it's my reckoning, it's my opinion. Just look at the police. Just look at, listen, I will defend the commissioner in the current situation unless and until I get some better information as to why this arrest was justified. But that defense doesn't mean I ain't gonna criticize the job performance. And essentially, if somebody on the level, if somebody had, this sounds like a job performance that's on a similar level of the commissioner's job performance with regards to any police. Anybody who gives us job performance like what Airlink Christopher gave us for the police service, in somewhere else, it's probably going to be bad. It's probably going to be bad. I can't say 100% sure it's going to be bad because I don't have 100% knowledge on Airlink as commissioner. I just know that what we've seen has more or less given us that impression. There's been almost no, I had to say almost, because there have been 1 or 2, almost no positive impressions of the commissioner's work. None. Almost no positive results. Some of it is not her fault, but she wanted the office, so she has to bear with the fact of being the leader at the time when things were bad, on top of the negative things that she did or said herself directly, that she's responsible for. When you have positions like that where you're not really seeing good job performance, look, they also had one of those developments where the government is like there was work that was not done, work that was paid for not done, extra money for work that didn't exist, and all kind of that jazz. Like it could be a contractor that it was a food contractor, or it could be a contractor that was very irresponsible in executing its duties and was doing it on cheap in order to bank the most money, and the public officials in charge, maybe they don't know what they're doing. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but all of these things, this is the unfortunate reality that people in office need to realize. And it's not just parliamentarians, it's not just cabinet, it's not just members of parliament and the Senate, it's not just the prime minister, it includes the opposition, it includes everybody in local government, it includes permanent secretaries and workers in ministries, it includes people that work in state entities. The public perception is poor because of publicized, published circumstances, stories, events, results, etc. The assumption is you're incompetent, you're corrupt, you're lazy, and essentially most of you all need to be fired. That is, I believe, public perception. And the reason why I say it's a problem for y'all is that a lot of y'all aren't corrupt and lazy and incompetent. But that stigma is going to be on your back until the narrative generally changes. And it's not going to change until we actually see competence. But one of the reasons why we don't see it is when competent people do go in those jobs, whether elected or appointed or hired. And oh my gosh, you have an independent mind with personal initiative and a sense of duty and responsibility to get the job done and not be corrupt. Now we had to get rid of you. With that said, thanks to the callers that called in. Don't want to go any more over time than we already have been, so I'll just close with, make today a good day, as Mr. Shaw would always say. Remember your allegiance to the Republic and to each other. I mean, I guess this goes back to what I said earlier, and I've been saying it for months now, maybe more than a year. Your allegiance should not be to any political entity or private entity before the country and the people of the country, if we want to make this country a great nation. It can be. We could do it if we try. Stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow to wrap up the week before Carnival. But until then, always remember, even if you don't like the person that you're standing next to, it's nice to be nice. Who knows? You might encourage them to be nicer. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
WESN.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years' experience. Give us a call at 235-5479 for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Hello there and welcome to AM Prime on WESN Content's Capital. Before we even start this repatriation and reintegration process, we've already failed, or are we doomed to fail?
You've got to invest in the institutions that you've established to carry out those sorts of core functions.
We now get into the regional updates to give you an understanding of what's happening across our neighboring islands.
We have available a number of films that are worth showing.
So it was day one when the French Revolution started to develop the concept of universal human rights.
What happened this time is unprecedented. It's one of the largest terrorist attacks in history.
Let's welcome Carl to the program. Carl is over there next to Sir. Hello, Carl.
Silky anteater or pygmy anteater, and we have 2 of the 3 species of anteaters right here.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
Nah, you don't need to register nothing. You don't need, we can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate
many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and, you know, I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
SM Group International Limited, your solutions partner for the latest innovations, brands and competent staff to meet your needs. We provide products and services in the following divisions: executive services, event rental and services, power and heavy equipment, construction and property management, food and beverage, aggregate and sales and distribution. Check out more on our products and services at www.smgrouptt.com. Contact us at 221-7445 or email at info@smgrouptt.com. We are SM Group International, your solutions partner.
Car chase through the streets of New York. Let's remind ourselves of that film.
All right, Popeye's here. Get your hands on your heads. Get off the bar and get on the wall. What's my name?
Popeye Doyle. If he doesn't like you, he'll take you apart. And it's all perfectly legal, because Doyle fights dirty
You want to take a ride there, fat man?
and plays rough.
Anybody want a milkshake?
Doyle is bad news, but he's a good cop.
We're going now. Bye.
How many times have I been downhearted, looked up and saw him smiling like a shining dime? Yeah.
All right, of course, his career didn't stop there. What else was he famous for?
Well, he really knew how to reinvent himself, Jeannie. He played the ruthless sheriff in Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven. That was a role that earned him his second Oscar back in 1992. Of course, he'll always be remembered as the villain Lex Luthor in the Superman films opposite Christopher Reeve. But he did appear in more than 80 films in total. He starred with Will Smith in Enemy of the State in 1998. Here he is talking about his role at the movie premiere back then.
I can't do a lot of these kind of films, you know. You only have so much energy, and it takes a lot of energy to do these. So I would prefer to do more character-driven pieces that are more suited to my age and my physique.
So he has been out of the limelight for a while. His last major role was in 2001 in the Royal Tenenbaums, where he showcased all of his talent. He played the patriarch of a wealthy but very dysfunctional family. After that, he chose to retire very quietly away from Hollywood. But here's the director, Wes Anderson, talking about directing Gene Hackman in that film.
He's a really intense person, and he's intimidating. And he's also kind of a legend, and you know, he's fiery. So it's more of a, there's a lot more work that goes into that, but he's exciting. That's the main thing, is that, you know, he's always surprising you with what he's doing, and he's challenging you kind of all the time. So, you know, it's very different from the other actors.
There we go, very young Wes Anderson talking back in 2001 about working and directing Gene Hackman. Now, Gene Hackman, he was a father of 3. He was married twice, and he was found dead earlier today with his second wife, Betsy Arakawa, at their home in New Mexico. Just a reminder, that cause of death is still unknown, although they believe that there was no foul play involved. An investigation is underway.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Very unusual circumstances. Eve, thank you so much for that. Eve Jackson, our culture editor, they're talking about the incredible life and work of Gene Hackman. And don't forget, if you want to get the very latest on any of the many culture stories that Eve and her team are covering for you on our website, it's the best place to go, France24.com. Be sure to look for the show Arts24. Also on the website, you can find all the very latest of all the stories we're covering for you throughout the day here on France 24. Stay with us.
France 24, a different point of view.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Ошондо мотивация келген айтып аткан себебим ушу Парижде айтылып калган да. Анан ошо Париж деген энди Эфель башында эми Париж деп турат да. Ошол себептен келген да бул нерселер.
Парижге бул жерге жол жабылып калды. Жол жабылып калып таңамал келгенбиз. Нары көстөгү кар, аябай эме болгондон кийин бир аз жолго моюп түшсепкенче бул жерде жатып тамак ичип эс алып алган.
Азыр мектеп участокте коет, бизде участоктун эме документи жок. Пока мындай эле баягы Оштон чыгып, мына Бишкектен чыгып келип, ама киши кара тамактанат эле ошодон куралып калган. А пока мындай документ деген эме деген жок. Трассанын үстү эмеге чүйгө карайт.
Worldview with Francois Picard. 2 hours of current affairs featuring the debate. Listen to the views that count on all the major international issues.
Join us for Worldview right here on France 24.
Since the start of the war in Ukraine, many Russians have fled to Serbia, seeking refuge from Putin's regime.
I was earlier enrolled in university in Moscow. Because of the war, it kind of stopped giving us the program that was promised initially.
These exiles make up 5 to 10% of the Serbian population and invest heavily in the country.
The conditions for doing business are also good, which is why we decided to stay here.
But in pro-Kremlin Serbia, political discussions remain taboo.
The pressure on the Russian anti-war movement in Serbia has had some effect. We can't mobilize large numbers because people don't want to risk their residency permits in the only country that welcomes them.
Watch Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
Thank you for joining us here on Around the World with me, Delon D'Souza. Coming up, Israel dispatches a team to Cairo to see if there's common ground to negotiate entering phase 2 of a ceasefire deal with Hamas. The current truce in Gaza set to expire on Saturday. Keir Starmer heads to the White House to meet Donald Trump. Ukraine expected to feature high on the agenda as Washington seeks to keep Europe sidelined in talks with Russia. And the EU Commission President on an unprecedented visit to India. While Brussels is seeking closer links with New Delhi, divisions on its proximity to Russia remain. And coming up, good news for undocumented migrants in Spain. The Spanish government set to provide legal status to thousands of people affected by last year's deadly flooding in Valencia. First, Israel is set to send a delegation to Cairo for negotiations on ceasefire talks with Hamas. Phase 1 of the current truce in place is due to end in 48 hours. The next phase of the deal calls for Israeli troops to withdraw from Gaza within 8 days, but officials within Israel are now saying that's no longer an option. Now, last night, Hamas released the remains of 4 Israeli hostages and over 600 Palestinian prisoners were freed from Israel. The release of the detainees had been delayed since Sunday after Israel protested the parading of its hostages from Gaza. The handover last night was the final as part of the current ceasefire deal. According to Israel, about 25 hostages and the remains of more than 30 others remain in the enclave.
As the first phase of the fragile truce nears its end, the remains of what's believed to be 4 Israeli hostages have arrived in Tel Aviv for identification. Hamas handed over the bodies to the Red Cross with the help of Egyptian mediators. The victims were Shlomo Mansour, who was the oldest hostage in Gaza, Itzik El-Garat, and Sachi Adan and Ohad Yahalomi. The deceased were exchanged for over 600 Palestinians being held in Israeli custody. They arrived in Egypt, Gaza and the West Bank. Crowds here in Ramallah were jubilant at their arrival.
We were in hell and we came out of it. Today is my real day of birth, the birthday of a prisoner who comes out of this hell.
The swap had been due to take place on Saturday, but was delayed. Israel refused to hand over detained Palestinians until Hamas ended staged displays, which Israel had condemned as humiliating ceremonies. It is the final exchange of the first phase of a 6-week ceasefire deal, which is due to end on Saturday. Under the terms, Hamas released a total of 25 living hostages and 8 bodies. In return, Israel freed nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. Hamas says it's ready to start talks on the second phase and that Israel has no choice but to start negotiations. In Washington, President Trump's top envoy to the Middle East said Israeli representatives were en route to the next round of talks, either in Doha or Cairo.
We can now bring in Simon Babon, Professor of International Politics at Lancaster University. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on the program today. Now, Hamas says it's willing to talk, but Israel says it's sending a delegation to see if there's common ground. What are the chances that these two sides can strike phase 2 of the ceasefire deal, given we just have 48 hours?
I would be very surprised if we reached a phase 2 within those next 48 hours. I think it's such a sensitive issue, such a politically charged issue, an emotive issue, and an issue that's dominated by a whole host of different factors: the political calculations of Benjamin Netanyahu and his coalition government, the security calculations of the Israeli state, the calculations of Hamas and their future, the people of Gaza. Then we bring in the Egyptians, the Qataris, the Americans, and you've got so many different moving parts that all have to coalesce within less than 48 hours. And let's not forget, these talks were supposed to start weeks ago. So to get it over the line in 48 hours, I would be highly surprised, sadly.
I mean, these talks were supposed to start on day 16 of the current ceasefire deal in place. That we, of course, know didn't happen. Now, Israel, some Israeli officials are casting doubt on if Israel would be withdrawing its troops from Gaza. So what does it mean? What are they negotiating then? Essentially an extension of phase 1?
So I think there's 3 main options on the table right now for the Israelis. I think less so for Hamas and the other players involved. So the Israelis have the option to try and extend phase 1, which I think is what they're trying to do. They're trying to extend the current status quo so that more hostages can be released without there having to be those serious strategic concessions that Benjamin Netanyahu and others are somewhat reluctant to do, it seems. The second option is to enter stage 2, or to at least enter talks around stage 2. And I think possibly entering talks around stage 2 could be tied to an extension of phase 1. But again, that requires the agreement of all the various actors involved. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all if we were to just see a timeout without any type of agreement having been reached, and just to end in a situation where there's flux, uncertainty, instability, and a descent back into violence, which is going to be a tragedy for everyone in the region.
Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's envoy, is due back in the Middle East, I believe, in the next few days. Could his presence change the calculus, given that he has successfly arm-twisted Israel?
Quite possibly, although I think we should remember that, that President Biden's, or former President Biden's special envoy made trips, countless trips to Israel, to Jordan, to Egypt, to Qatar, to try and get such a deal over the line.
Are you talking about Anthony Blinken?
I am talking about
Yeah, but
Anthony Blinken,
he used to go back empty-handed so many times.
Exactly. So he didn't manage to do it. Now, the question is Donald Trump in a better position to exert influence over Israel? Well, perhaps so. We saw the video that he posted on Truth Social yesterday, setting out his vision for Gaza, seemingly free from Palestinians, and seemingly a haven for himself and Benjamin Netanyahu to go and sit on the beach. That would be more palatable to the Israelis, but less palatable, of course, to the Palestinians, to Hamas, to the Egyptians, to the Jordanians, to the Qataris. So I'm still not convinced that even Trump's envoy will be able to get a deal over the line here. There's just too much at stake, too many different emotions, too many different calculations.
So, Simon, because as we've had this ceasefire in place in Gaza, yes, the fighting for the most part seems to have stopped in the enclave, but it has picked up over in the West Bank. So the calculus has also changed on that front, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I mean, I've been speaking to people in the West Bank pretty often over the past few weeks, and the stories that I'm hearing are not good at all. There is...
WESN.
Here's your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Homemade shotguns linked to hunting trip murder. Commissioner of Police denies probe into suspended top cops' finances. National Security detains 4 alleged gang leaders. And court rules Trade Minister violated fair hearing rights. Now for the details. Police have found 3 homemade shotguns believed to be connected to the fatal shooting of 28-year-old Dylan Maharaj during a hunting trip in Labrie. Maharaj was shot on February 21st in a forested area in Wesn and later died at the Point Fortin Hospital. Officers recovered the weapons along a dirt road off the Archibald de Leon Highway and arrested a man from Mont Desir Road, Rousselac. Investigations continue under Sergeant Suratan of the Labrie Police Station. Acting Commissioner of Police Junior Benjamin has refuted claims that the White Collar Crime Unit is investigating the financial records of suspended Commissioner of Police Ula Ewood Christopher. Speaking at a media briefing, Benjamin dismissed the reports as false and urged the media to be more responsible. Ewood Christopher was arrested in connection with the procurement of 2 sniper rifles on January 30th, but was released without charges. The police also denied reports of a missing laptop linked to murdered attorney Randall Hector, stating that all evidence is in their possession. 4 men suspected to be key figures in organized crime have been detained under the special orders signed by National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines. Emmanuel Mano Bowens, Justin Spooky Gomez, Joven Bob Gomez, and Francis Frano Despot are accused of involvement in violent crimes, including murders, arms trafficking, and retaliatory attacks. The detentions, based on intelligence reports, are aimed at preventing further criminal activity. The men are now being held at the Eastern Correctional Rehabilitation Center in Arima. The High Court has ruled that the Minister of Trade and Industry failed to establish a lawful appeals process for businesses challenging decisions by the TT Laboratory Accreditation Services. Justice Kevin Ramcharan found that Kaizen Environmental Services was denied its right to a fair hearing after TTLAS suspended its accreditation. The court ordered the state to compensate Kaizen for financial losses, which include $200,000 in lost earnings per month and loss of major contracts. A hearing to determine damages is set for May 26. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
Good day and welcome to this week's episode of Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. I am your host, Rhonda Adorno, attorney at law. Once again, I'm happy to be here, and of course, I'm happy to bring the law and you. Of course, we are here to educate, entertain, and of course, just to keep you informed and updated of developments of the law, as well as personal stories by various legal counsels. Today, we have a special guest, Ms. Sophia Choate, Senior Counsel of Alpha Chambers, and she'll be here to give her story and to basically talk about her journey through law and leadership. But before we have our segment, Legal Lingo, I'm sure you're ready for this week's legal word of the day. And on today's Legal Lingo, we have the word antecedents. Antecedents basically are details about the past of a defendant or a person found guilty of a crime. The information about previous crimes, background, and bad behavior is given to the court before the sentence is given. And just to give an example, a live example, now during a high court or high-profile trial, the defense attorney presented evidence of a defendant's good antecedents, emphasizing his clean criminal record and positive contributions to the community. The attorney argued that these antecedents should be taken into account during sentencing, suggesting that lenient punishment was appropriate given the defendant's past behavior and character. So here we go, antecedents. We'll be right back. And we are back on Strictly Legal. Of course, you can stream us on WESN-CC as well as traditional media, and not forgetting our podcast, Strictly Legal with Rondell Donowa. So as I said, today we have a special guest in studio, and her name is Mrs. Sophia Choate, Senior Counsel. And we are going to speak about a journey through law and leadership. And Mrs. Sophia Choate was admitted to practice in Trinidad and Tobago in 1989. She was awarded the title of Senior Counsel in 2011. She served as an independent senator in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago from September 2015 to August 2022. Additionally, she held the position of President of the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago from 2021 to 2023 and served as Vice President of the Criminal Bar Association for many years. Mrs. Choate is the head of Alpha Chamber, and she's a wife and a mother of two. So let's welcome to this noble set, Ms. Sophia Choate, Senior Counsel. Good day.
Good day. Thank you, Rondell, for inviting me.
And thank you for being here. Of course, we are honored to have you on this noble set where many greats sat.
I know. I have heard about all these celebrities who sat in this seat before me.
You being one of them. I know before the break, we were just chatting about other areas in which antecedents, in terms of the legal word, and you mentioned something to me, and I would like you to state to our viewers and listeners.
Sure. I was just saying that antecedents really include pending cases before the court as well as convictions. That's to say cases in which the person has been found guilty. But that information has to be disclosed to the defense. It ought to be disclosed at the very beginning of the case.
Right. So there you got some additional legal language, and of course, it's always good to be corrected, and by your seniors. Thank you so much. So tell us, I know persons, many persons are familiar with your name, they're familiar with your legacy as well as, your cases, etc. But tell us a bit about you. Who is Sophia Choate?
So I thought that question might be asked, and in trying to formulate an answer, it made me realize I'd have to do a lot of introspection. So what I'm going to do is try to kick it down the road a bit, to use a footballing analogy, and suggest that maybe in my answers to your other questions, I will be able to convey who is Sophia Choate.
Of course, that is good. So basically, you would have been called to the bar in 1989.
Yes.
Can you share, in terms of your journey as a young attorney, particularly where you would have started as a junior counsel?
Sure. Well, because I had won an island scholarship, and I had studied for my degree and for my LEC on a scholarship, I had to serve the government. So I served at the office of the DPP. So I actually started my practice as a prosecutor.
Okay, and you started your practice as a prosecutor. I remember you stated that was at the time under, is it Mr. Dolsing was the DPP at that time?
No, At first, I think the first permanent DPP we had while I was there was former Justice of Appeal Lionel Jones. Yes, he was the DPP.
All right, and that time at the DPP office, how was that experience for you? What type of matters did you get involved in? Were there any high-profile cases?
Sure. Well, the DPP's office was actually quite small at the time, but I describe it now as a star stable because you had prosecutors who all went on to greater things. For example, not only did you have a DPP who went on to become a Justice of Appeal, you had persons such as Paula May Weeks, who became President of the Republic. You had Anthony Carmona, who became President of the Republic. Ranji Dol Singh became Senior Counsel. Next door to my office was Dana Sitahal, Senior Counsel. Anthony Carmona was in the office obliquely opposite me. Mark Mohammed went on to become DPP Senior Counsel and is now a Justice of the Appeal. The three other state attorneys who started with me are now all judges of the Supreme Court.
So is it that, because I know that many persons who started as DPP attorneys have all elevated to various top positions either within the state or within the judiciary. Is it that it's a trend because of the experience of being within the system?
Well, I think it was perhaps then because it was very much a testing ground. The office was very small. Because it was small, though, we had the benefit of mentorship from all of these people with a lot of experience, high levels of integrity. They were willing to share and impart their knowledge to the young ones coming in, as I was at the time. And I was quite lucky because I got to learn from all of these people, and we had to learn fast because we were doing litigation all day, every day. I mean, we were doing litigation there were courts then as far as Charlottesville, courts in Toko, courts in Maruga, and state attorneys would be required to travel to all of these places to do cases. We were doing essentially serious crimes, so we were doing murders, frauds, and that kind of thing at that level when I entered.
And in terms of, I mean, you mentioned many legal, luminaries who High Court judges, Court of Appeal judges, etc. In terms of your success rates during that time, was it, what was the percentage, let's say, of your success rates?
Well, statistics were not such a big deal then, but I cannot recall, and perhaps this is just, something I'll have to go on memory about, but I cannot recall there being complaints about the DPP's office not being able to secure convictions. I mean, the prosecutors prosecuting in the appeal court and in the high court then were really top of the line. So there were fewer cases, of course, before the courts. So I don't recall there being a problem with success rates.
Now, you mentioned as well that one of your colleagues, and I know that she was also your dear friend, Dana Sitahal, Senior Counsel, may God rest her soul, we would have done programs on her. But in terms of your relationship with Dana Sitahal, can you just share with us what type of relationship that you had with her, and how was it working with her, particularly young attorneys who may not have even known, well, I wouldn't say known her, but at least young attorneys now, because she's now deceased, they would not have experienced that time with her.
I was lucky because my office happened to be next door to hers. So when she returned from High Court, for example, if she walked down the corridor towards the kitchen to make a cup of coffee, I would be in the office next door. So inevitably we chatted, we developed a relationship. I think what really cemented that relationship was the July 27th, 1990 incident, where we had attended the Wine and Cheese and we could not get back to our vehicles because of where we had parked. And Dana really helped me get out of the Hall of Justice, and we went to the home of Justice Lionel Jones. and spent the night there. But as I said in my other session when we honored her, or when the Criminal Bar Association honored her, it's sometimes trauma cements your relationship. But we became very friendly after that. I mean, there were times when we would not speak for weeks, but I always knew that she was a close friend, and she continued to be a close friend until her death.
Yes, and of course, as one of the few criminal litigants in terms of advocates, rather, can you tell me, how does it, I don't know if to use the right words, how does it feel to be the minority in a male-dominated environment, particularly when it comes to practicing in a criminal bar as a female?
Well, at first I saw it as a challenge, but quite frankly, sometimes I find it quite annoying that, that people should think that female practitioners provide any less of a quality of advocacy or preparation in their criminal work than male attorneys. That certainly is not the case. But it is a bias which I faced and my predecessors at the criminal bar, the private criminal bar, faced. For example, another of my mentors is former Justice of Appeal Alice York Suhan. And I remember learning from Alice when I went into private practice and seeing what she faced as a woman. And I think she was perhaps the sole female practitioner doing almost strictly criminal law at the time, or predominantly criminal law. There were other practitioners, female practitioners doing criminal law, but Alice York Suhan certainly stood very much alone in many respects. So I saw what she went through in her practice, and I think I learned from it. I also learned what I was not going to accept. And I realized that this changes from generation to generation. So what I may have thought I could accept for my generation, I know that younger women will not accept. So there was bias. I mean, I had occasions, for example, when a couple of clients basically told me we would prefer to have a man represent us. And there was this particular incident. I did a case.
And they actually said that to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
No, I had no problem with
Yes,
that. I
yeah.
thought they were being honest,
Right.
and I appreciated that. And
Yeah.
I said, you know, all is good. I'll return the brief and whatnot. There was one particular case which I thought I'd done well. And at the end of it, the foreman of the jury passing by basically said to me, good job, you did a good job. But you know how it is, we like to hear it when the men talk. So I thought to myself, well, what a backhanded compliment this is. And that's why I have not paid too much attention to what people have to say.
Does that explain your serious demeanor coming out from those type of experiences as a female advocate in the criminal bar?
Perhaps, but I think I'm just a naturally serious person anyway. So maybe that's it.
Now tell us, of course, we you know, even in the media as well, as there have been a lot of commentary about persons or young attorneys practicing other areas of law rather than criminal law. I mean, I know there are a number of factors in the public domain, but tell us, why do you think that young attorneys are not following through with criminal practice, particularly young female attorneys, and how can we address that deficiency?
I think a big part of the problem is people have to appreciate that criminal law alone is not going to earn you a living. So when I entered private practice after working at the office of the DPP, I did all sorts of cases, just like you're trained to do at law school, simply because doing criminal cases would not pay my bills. At that time, a legal aid case, if you did one, was $1,500, and that case could go up to 2 months. So, and then you'd be paid the year after. So really you weren't getting an income from criminal law. For a young practitioner, big cases are not easy to come by unless you are well connected, which I was not. Or unless, you know, you are going to work in family chambers where work is going to be sent to you. That was not my situation. So I think we have this myth that there must be horses for courses. But I think that really, to some extent, is a privilege. I think once you are trained at the law school, you can decide to have a general practice. What made me focus on criminal law, I should say, and I know I'm not fully answering your question yet, what made me focus on criminal law is around 2000, the criminal law changed radically. There was a lot of new legislation that you had to learn about and get on top of and that kind of thing. So I decided that at this point I had to focus more of my attention on criminal law. People see me as a criminal lawyer also because the newspapers tended to report more criminal cases than civil cases. So they think, okay, well, this person is doing a lot of criminal law, and I did, but it's not to say that I did not also continue to do civil law and family law as well, even though I find that quite stressful, to be perfectly honest. I think young women easily go to the office of the DPP as prosecutors, which is a far more dangerous job than doing litigation at the private bar. So I am a little confused. It must be the money. It must be the thought that if I do criminal law, that I'm not going to be able to make a living. But I think what they have to appreciate is that when you now come out, you generally don't have the privilege of only doing criminal law. You'll be doing many other things as well. So if that is the fallacy, I think hopefully this will do something to dispel that thought. The other thing is I have heard young women suggest that how do you deal with criminal clients? I must confess I have had far more respect and a better professional relationship with most of my criminal clients than with my civil clients.
Is it because the civil clients feel a sense of entitlement because they are paying you the bigger bucks than the criminal litigants?
I don't know. I don't quite know what it is, but I suppose it's the line you draw as a professional. Yes. I'm an attorney. I'm not my client's friend, generally speaking. Yeah. So if I address my client, whether it's a civil client or a criminal client, it's Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so. I'm not on a first name basis with anybody. And my clients address me in the same way. So once you have that distance in your relationship between attorney and client, then I don't think there would be a problem.
Now, a lot of young lawyers, as I said, they go directly into other types of legal practice. But as an attorney, particularly myself, I mean, within 1 year of my practice, I practiced criminal law, and I've always been told, and it's always inculcated in me, that in order to be a great advocate, you must have practiced criminal law. You must get involved in criminal law practice because it's the ability to think on your feet, it's the ability to formulate arguments within minutes, and obviously it's a good, you become a good orator. And I don't think many young attorneys or new attorneys understand that, or maybe they don't appreciate it. And of course, maybe due to COVID as well, a lot of attorneys did not get that experience, and therefore when they came out of the bar, or when they came into the bar, their vision was skewed. What do you have to say about that?
So I think two things I learned when I was at the DPP's office and then when I went into private practice in a set of small chambers, but there were really good people there. Bindra Dolsing, who recently passed, was one of my mentors. Kenneth Lala was the head of chambers. Kenneth Lala had been involved in a lot of work involving tribunals and so on. And another attorney, Kenny Narayan Singh, but Kenny did essentially conveyancing and commercial work. So I think from those two groups of people, I learned that you are good on your feet if you have prepared. Your level of preparation must be very high. It doesn't really have to do with criminal law or civil law. It has to do with your level of preparation, your familiarity with the content of the material that you are using. I think that is absolutely crucial. I think people tend to forget that. Being an orator is not a skill which I ever thought I had, especially, but I think what helped me along the way was the fact that I knew my work inside out. So I understood it and I was able to explain it in a clear manner, which I think is what makes a good orator.
Yes, that is true. And you had a stint at the Hewarding Law School.
Yes.
Can you just tell us about that journey?
That was interesting. I was asked to take over as director of the Criminal Practice and Procedure course because Dana was on sabbatical while she was writing her text, Commonwealth Criminal Practice and Procedure.
The go-to Bible, as we call it.
Yes, yes. So it was interesting for me. I come from a family of teachers. So I think to some extent, the way in which we communicate as a family involves a lot of teaching. So it was actually quite interesting to teach at that level and to see how another generation of lawyers was learning, what they found to be interesting, what they did not find to be interesting, and whether anything had changed from when I had been at Hewarding between 1987 to 1989. But overall, I thought it was quite enriching for me.
1987 to 1989, that was when, yeah, so therefore you taught or you tutored there about 2 years?
Lectured, yes. I think I continued to tutor for a bit after that, but I can't quite remember now.
Okay, and let's move on. You were president of the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
That is the governing body for all attorneys at law. Now, as a female attorney, elevating to that position and being in charge of the jurisdiction of the association, tell us your experience elevating to that position and what notable achievements was done under your leadership.
So I don't think that I was the first female president of the Law Association. I certainly know that Stephanie Daly, senior counsel, had been president of the Law Association before, and there may have been other women. So I was not the first woman to lead the Law Association. I think what was important for me was to ensure, and I say this with no apology, that the Law Association did not become involved in political battles. That is not our mandate under the Legal Profession Act. I don't think necessarily that everyone was happy with me about that, but it was something that I tried to hold very firm on, because I think that we have a responsibility to our members to act in accordance with the Legal Profession Act, full stop. And I think if I had any small success for that period of time, perhaps that would be one that I privately would count as a success. Other people may see it differently.
Yeah, and I agree with you, because, being at the bar and obviously interacting with attorneys of my calling, there has been a lot of notion that the Law Association tend to be a political party group, right? And whether it is whichever party, whomever party it's believed to be supported. But I'm happy that you raised that point, because in time, the Law Association would have intervened in matters of a political nature, whether it is dealing with legislation. But I do note, but I can't state now, there was an instance where Law Association was directly involved in a tit for tat. I believe this was with the Chief Justice, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, that was when Mr. Mendez was president, I believe. But
Yes.
remember that I don't think that you can really associate the process or that whole process with one president, because remember there had been special general meetings, and the president and the council of the Law Association at that time was acting on the mandate of its membership. So I don't think that it would be fair to say, well, a president decided that this is where the Law Association would go, or this is a step the Law Association would take, or a council decided. No, it was a body of the Law Association that made those decisions.
And do you think that the Law Association provides...
and why was that political, though?
With respect
why
to...
Why would you say that it was political?
I think probably because, I mean, I guess the subjective commentaries from different individuals or different attorneys suggested that the Law Association was favoring one side over the next. And I think because the society is, I mean, it's polarized, and therefore you have persons with basically different political views and agendas, and it is skewed. Sometimes law and politics, sometimes it becomes blurred, and as a result of that, and as a result of persons' personal opinions, it sometimes reflects badly on the association.
Well, I disagree. I don't think our society is polarized. If we were, we wouldn't be able to function as well as we do. I think there are people in society who are hardliners, and those include lawyers, or some lawyers. But generally speaking, on a day-to-day basis, the average citizen goes about his business and gets along well with his neighbor. And that is something we need to emphasize instead of assuming what the political pundits say is correct. That is to say that we are polarized in, generally speaking, as a society. I don't think that's true.
And maybe you are correct. Of course, when you look at the society and as a whole interacting with each other on a daily basis, but then it seems as though behind the keyboard of social media, it gives a totally different perspective of, okay, is this our society? And that is the reason why I made that that suggestion, or that we are polarized, because it's almost as though I can be speaking to you and thinking we are good, and then when I'm looking at social media and seeing your comment, it's like a drastic change in perspective, and it makes one think, okay, what is this person's real mindset?
Correct, but then when you think about it, you know, we don't have any studies to say, but they're probably just a small group of people on their keyboards, fighting battles in their heads and with their screens, and perhaps not even with real people on the other side, for all we know. So I would like to think that that's not a very large percentage, and certainly that can't be reflective of the society in which I live and work, and in which I go to the grocery, and in which I go to the doctor, and in which I go to the bank and relate with people on a day-to-day basis. That's not my society.
Understood clearly. Now, you also on the leadership role of the Criminal Bar Association. You were vice president.
Yes, when it started, I think the person who started the Criminal Bar Association was Desmond Allen, senior counsel, and Alice York Suhan, I think, was the first vice president, and at some point I became vice president and remained in that position for quite a while. Yes.
So the intent of the Criminal Bar Association, is it voluntarily? Is it a voluntary membership organization? Not so?
Yes.
Yeah. Versus the Law Association, which is mandatory.
Correct.
For all attorneys to be members of. Now, in terms of the successes of the Criminal Bar Association or its intent, do you believe that the association has been following its mandate of basically not spreading the good news, but actually advocating for better legislation, advocating for the rights, better conditions of practitioners as well as prisoners, in terms of the prison system, etc.?
For a voluntary group, I will say yes. I'll say that there have been times where you've had more activity and times when you've had less activity. But for example, I recall the Criminal Bar Association intervening. This is before the Law Association had intervened in a matter involving sentencing, if I'm not mistaken. And Mrs. Pamela Elder, Senior Counsel, had led the arguments on behalf of the Criminal Bar Association, made a very powerful contribution, I think, which assisted in a high-quality judgment by the Court of Appeal. So the Criminal Bar has been engaged in that kind of activism. We have also quietly been consulted by different administrations, and I suspect this may still be the case under Mr. Khan, Senior Counsel, on proposed legislation, and we've spent hours and hours of time and work commenting and giving feedback and making proposals and that kind of thing. So yes, we have done quite a bit of work. The Criminal Bar Association came about because at that time it was thought that the Law Association in those days paid insufficient attention to the problems that criminal practitioners had been facing. So we formed our own association and tried to address the issues through that association.
And does the Law Association, does the Criminal Bar Association work together with the Law Association in terms of critical legislations that required comments, or is it a separate entity whereby the Criminal Bar Association does their own thing, Law Association does their own thing?
No idea, because I am no longer on the council of the Law Association, but I would imagine there is some consultation. There may be occasions when they will do their individual bits of contribution and so on, and there may be times when they will collaborate, but I can't say for sure.
Now, law and politics. You have served as an independent senator.
Yes.
Quite distinguishedly, I must say, for 3 terms.
No, I only wish to serve. I was appointed in 2015, and I handed in my resignation in 2020. I did not want to serve more than 1 term.
So tell us that experience first. One being appointed, that call that you received, I believe that in 2015, it was President Carmona. That call you received, about, well, we want you to serve. How was that? How was that for you?
Well, at first I was excited because it was something new. So I thought intellectually it would be a challenge. I mean, parliamentarians are legislators, so this was, in my mind, another area of the law that I could learn about and have input into. So I found that quite exciting. When I realized what it entailed, perhaps I had my moments when I thought this is really not what I signed up for. But overall, I totally enjoyed my 5-year term, and I would like to think that I made a valuable contribution.
And I mean, you served as a member of many standing committees within Parliament.
Yes, I was chair of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs, and we did, I hate to say it, but these Joint Select Committees do fabulous work. They are often assisted by experts in the various fields, and the reports are there as part of Parliament's record. So when I hear nowadays about people talking about fixing NIS and this kind of thing, I wish that we don't keep repeating work that we've done already, that we inform ourselves by using the material and the resources which our people have had input into and which are easily accessible. So, I think certainly the reports of all Joint Select Committees would be useful if people simply go and look for what is said in there and the material provided and so on. They are a valuable resource.
And most joint select committees, if not all, they are public. So
correct.
Now with the technology that the Parliament website has, and even on the normal media, you can actually view those joint select committees,
yes.
which I find interesting as well. So tell us in terms of your role in changing or reforming the criminal justice system through legislation. How were you able to achieve or convince the government of the day in terms of taking your suggestions on the law and amending certain acts of parliament, or rather when a bill comes before the House, did they take your counsel in terms of amending or changing certain clauses of those particular acts?
Yeah, so I don't
bills,
think,
rather?
I don't know that that would be unique to me. Perhaps on occasion, what I said carried some weight because I've been in practice for a long time. I have, I would say I have that as a specialty, so I know criminal practice and procedure. I am familiar with the criminal laws and so on. So at times I would feel that, okay, what I was saying was being taken into account. At other times, regrettably, that wasn't the case. But that is what happens. I don't have any special voice in Parliament. I just have to try to make my point and make it effectively.
And I believe that maybe you did, particularly, looking at the one of the joint select committees. I believe that you took part in was the criminal flow management.
Case management.
Yes,
yes. That was actually, that may have been the first one we did. We did a lot of exciting stuff. I mean, one of the more exciting things that we did was one on food fraud, for example. And I have to tell you, as an independent senator, you don't get any assistance whatsoever. You don't have research assistance. You may go to the...
Oh, you don't? That's
no.
not, you don't have staff assigned
No,
to
and
you?
you don't caucus with your colleagues. You're supposed to be entirely independent. So you do your research on your own. You buy your resources for yourself, and you prepare, in accordance with that. And that sometimes can be a little burdensome, but it was exciting. I mean, preparation is everything, as I keep saying. So that was one of the more interesting inquiries that we did as a joint select committee. Funnily enough, I don't put the legal inquiries at the top of the list, perhaps because that's my field. So I found the other inquiries more exciting because I was learning from these people coming in to talk about the area, and also learning or benefiting from the knowledge of experts.
And tell us, I'm putting you on the spot. Why? I mean, you mentioned it before. Why did you decide not to renew for a second term if you were selected? Well, I'm sure you probably was
yes,
selected
too. I did. I was asked whether I would want to continue, but I had given myself 5 years to do this. How should I put this? I think people must not be too wedded to positions. I also do think that it's important for the public to hear the views and voices of others. I do not intend by this statement to criticize long-serving members of any House of Parliament, any of the Houses of Parliament. They serve for different reasons, but I thought that perhaps people needed to hear a different voice, or maybe to hear a different position from a different lawyer. So I really did not think that I should overstay my welcome, as it were. And
did you at the time work alongside Professor Ramesh Diosaran?
No, I think he...
Oh, that was
yes, he was way
David.
before my time, yes. Yes, he started with Senator at the time that Senator Sita
Sita
Hall
Hall.
was an independent senator, yes.
And who are some of the independent senators you worked alongside with, well, during that tenure in Parliament?
Well, I came in with a group which included the current coordinator of the independent bench, Senator Paul Richards. Who came in with me? There were two young women who came in with me, Senator Jennifer Rafool and Senator Melissa Ramkisoon. There was Senator Stephen Crease who came in with me, and I will have to apologize, but I think those are the senators who came in 2015 with me.
And you mentioned coordinator of the independent bench. Is it that the head of the bench, or is it that they are just?
No, they just arrange the practical matters. So they will speak to the leaders of the other benches, the opposition and the government, and you'll get an idea. Okay, what is being called first? Is something being stood down on the agenda? What time are we likely to sit until today? What time are we likely to take the tea break? So on and so forth. And also the coordinator will give an idea to the president of the Senate as to the order of speakers.
Okay, because that was my next question.
Yes.
I know the government and the opposition caucus, they have a leader of government business or a leader of opposition, leader of the opposition bench, and therefore they would communicate with the speaker, of the Senate in terms of, or the House, who speaks. So that the order of
no, it's
of
different.
No,
it's different because you see, they have their party caucuses,
yes,
and they determine who will speak and on what.
So how
they
do you
determine on how the coordinator will say, okay, who is speaking on this bill, and perhaps send a little list down. And if you have a preference as to when you want to speak, then perhaps you might indicate that, you know, I want to speak after this person, or so on. And that's it.
Okay, that is interesting.
Yes.
Do you think, why do you think lawyers are attracted to politics?
Because parliamentarians are legislators, and lawyers know about legislation. So it's an easy transition to become a legislator. But I want to point out that most parliamentarians are not lawyers. So
Correct.
lawyers might be attracted to politics, but when you look at the composition of parliament, it's not really filled up with lawyers. It's filled up with people from many other professions. I mean, you may find quite a few lawyers there, and you may find lawyers who are very strong in their advocacy because of what they do. So maybe people think there are more lawyers simply because the lawyers speak more in Parliament. And of course, an attorney general is a lawyer.
Lawyer, correct.
And an attorney general pilots the legislation.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I know there's a thin line in terms of persons feel as though politicians are not to be trusted, it can damage your reputation, etc. Would you recommend to young attorneys to enter politics for the purpose of nation building or giving back to your society, despite being exposed to public scrutiny, defamation, and all these various things that comes with politics and your reputation?
Well, I have to tell you, that's a trick question, because I'm currently engaged in a group called Women Parliamentarians of Trinidad and Tobago, which is a caucus of former female parliamentarians, and we are engaged in a project whereby we are training young women to be leaders in Parliament. So I don't think that I can say that I will not encourage women to participate in the parliamentary process, and these young women include some lawyers. But for me, I saw when I was a senator a perspective of Parliament which I had not had before, and there is a certain level of cynicism within or amongst parliamentarians, and this is just my view, and I don't have to really explain it to anybody else, quite frankly. There's a level of cynicism, and sometimes there is a level of disconnect between what goes on in those debates and I think the lives of the people who will be affected by those debates.
And politics really is supposed to be, I mean, where we say law is a noble profession, I believe politics should be a noble profession as well, or it ought to be. But of course, you know, as you said, persons enter the parliament or politics for various reasons, whether it be good and bad. But I mean, my view is politics is a good thing. You need you need the politicians.
You need leaders.
You need
yes,
leaders.
Sure.
You need legislators. But then somewhere along the line, things probably get blurred.
No, I think a lot of it is hubris. I mean, some people, in some cases, you find the ego exceeds the ability. And you find people get caught up in the trappings of the position that they hold and so on. And it must take a really strong person to be able to withstand that, or somebody who is really grounded or centered to be able to withstand that kind of pressure year in, year out. And unfortunately, parliamentarians are on call 24/7. Yeah. I think people underestimate the work that they do.
Yeah. Parliamentarians, many professions, judges, you know, attorneys. But moving on to the appeal courts, the appellant courts. You have had extensive experience as a appellant practitioner as well. Now, with the CCJ being in existence in Trinidad and Tobago, or rather in existence for almost 20 years, do you support the establishment of the CCJ?
No question about it. I think if you look at how the English courts are deciding their cases, if you keep an eye on it, I think that there is certainly a more conservative approach to their decision making, which will probably have repercussions for us in terms of the composition of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, and also in terms of how they interpret our Caribbean constitutions, because remember, the English have a parliamentary democracy, we have a constitutional democracy, and people might think it's just quibbling about words, but I think there is a deep philosophical difference between the two. And I see no reason at this stage for people continually suggesting that the CCJ somehow is an inferior body, or it's inferior in capacity, or it's inferior in the quality of the work that it will produce. It has now been in existence for many years, and its work product speaks for itself. People who hold on, and you know, this has become a bit of a political football, unfortunately, and I wish that sometimes in Parliament people can drop the whip. I think the presence of a whip in Parliament sometimes prevents people from voting according to conscience, or voting according to what they think is right as opposed to what is the party line. Yeah. Because I certainly do think we should accede to the Caribbean Court of Justice. There's absolutely no good reason for not doing so.
I mean, many commentators, even attorneys, are suggesting that the CCJ may lack transparency when it comes to certain high-profile matters, and therefore the lords of the Privy Council, they have no interest in the Caribbean politics, and therefore that is why.
Well, why do you assume? Why are we assuming? Why do we always sell ourselves short?
Short, yes.
I mean, is this a colonial hangover? Is this a need for validation from the foreign other? I think, you know, we should be more mature than that. I don't know how the CCJ lacks transparency. I don't know how the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council has greater transparency than the CCJ. I can't make sense, quite frankly, of that comment if it came from someone or whoever it came from without knowing more about it. But I don't know how transparency is an issue at all.
And I mean, and we have, I mean, the Caribbean on its own, you know, Trinidad and Tobago, we have great legal minds.
Of course.
And therefore, you know, I mean, I support your argument, and I just hope that maybe soon we would be able to accede at some point in time.
And just remember, I don't want to interrupt you, but just remember that the CCJ judges are chosen, I believe, by the Regional Judicial and Legal Services Commission. And we have a representative on that body. Trinidad and Tobago has a representative on that body, perhaps more than one, but I certainly can recall one representative who is a very prominent and well-respected senior counsel, Alvin Fitzpatrick, senior counsel, serves on the RJLSC. So, you know, I don't know that Mr. Fitzpatrick would serve on a body which is not doing its job. No. I certainly don't think that he would. I have way too high a regard for him to even think of such a thing. So we must have some confidence in ourselves.
I agree. And as we mentioned, as we're on the topic of senior counsel, I mean, you have been appointed in 2011, over a decade ago. And recently there has been a lot of discussions and court challenge regarding the appointment process for senior counsel. Do you think that the procedure should be reviewed?
I agree with that. I agree with the report sent, I think it was in 2012, that the procedure should be reviewed. But I don't want to say too much because I know that the Law Association is an intervener in the matter which is engaging the High Court. Criminal Bar Association is as well, or it was brought by the Criminal Bar Association, if I recall. So that's a live matter. But yes, it certainly is up for review. And I thought it interesting that two of the recipients of this year's awards reported as having said that they too think that the process should be looked at.
Yeah, and I also believe that, I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of the highest order that could be conferred onto a judicial officer or practitioner. And congratulations to all. I mean, one day maybe I may apply, but I don't think I am deserving as yet. And it's something that, you know, ought to be deserving to deserving persons, right? But I don't want to go into too much into that. You have already made your comment. Now let's deal with access to justice. Now there have been a lot of complaints from the general public that fees are very high, and while there are legal aid services, etc., the legal aid services are sometimes very limited. So what more do you think the legal profession can do to improve access to justice, particularly coming from the fact that you were former president of the Law Association, a practicing attorney as well?
What can we do to improve access to justice? I mean, the criminal bar is shrinking, and it's shrinking because it doesn't provide sufficient paying work. It's also shrinking because I think sometimes when people change processes, they forget that a significant part of maintaining the rule of law is to have a vibrant criminal bar. The criminal practitioners and other practitioners, I think I must place on the record, we do pro bono work for deserving cases. So it is not as though lawyers are here, and I'm sure that social media will be replete with instances where people say lawyers are all fat cats, they haven't done a thing, they haven't worked a day in their life, and all they do is collect fees. But at the end of the day, we provide a very specialized kind of knowledge and experience when we take your case, and we try to do it to the best of our ability. And if you go to a lawyer who doesn't provide you with that service, then certainly you have options that you can pursue. You can take that attorney if you think you have not been served in accordance with the Legal Profession Act. You can take that person to the disciplinary committee. So I think that we are really trying to do our best for the community. I think we have been hit by two things which have impacted the quality of justice. One is virtual courts. I think, and this is just my view, and I don't expect there to be any uproar about this, but I think a virtual court is not as unaccountable a platform as real live court. And I think, unfortunately, litigants suffer most from that process. I think we must return to live courts. I also think that the Legal Profession Act has to be amended to ensure that those who enter practice have an idea of what practicing law is about. Because there is now a process which allows persons to get a degree and then get an LPC or an LPC equivalent, which is an English accreditation. And an LPC equivalent can amount sometimes to paralegal accreditation. So this person is coming out. If that person sets up or puts up a shingle and starts offering legal services, that person does not necessarily know what the practice of law is about. That person may not even know what Trinidad and Tobago legislation is about. Law Association has spoken to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General, I know, is receptive to this. I suppose it's just a question of putting it on the parliamentary timetable. But that Legal Profession Act, in my view, has to be amended, and has to be amended urgently to close that gap.
And finally, mentorship. What role does mentorship play in your professional life, and what legacy do you hope to leave to future generation of attorneys?
Well, I don't really think...
2 minutes.
Mentorship is important to me. As I say, I love teaching, even teaching those in chambers.
And many persons would have gone through in-service.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I take in-service trainees, generally speaking, every year. I don't take too many because I like to have an in-depth relationship with them to make sure they understand what the process is. I'm not into the whole dressing up in fancy suits and parading about the place. I'm more into teaching you how to learn the law, how to research, how to get a good quality product out, basically. And I think if my legacy has to be anything, it is continue learning, because I learn from my in-service trainees.
Yeah, because they are more involved in technology, and diversity and inclusion, etc.
Of course.
Finally, in 30 seconds, anything that you want to share further with us and your viewers and listeners?
Not in particular, and certainly not in 30 seconds.
Or that might inspire all of us.
I don't think women, if it's anything, and I can say it just for the sake of saying it, but women should not fear criminal practice at all. There's nothing there to fear. There's nothing there to fear.
Yes? Sophia Truth, Senior Counsel, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. You see, time flew, and it's a wrap. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So guys, it's a wrap. You have been watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Thank you for viewing. Thanks to my guest, Mrs. Sophia Truth, Senior Counsel. And before I go, I leave you with this quote, of course. Don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds that you plant. Robert Louis Stevenson. Have a good one. God bless.
WESN.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to another episode of Psyched. I'm your host, Sule A. Joseph, a counseling psychologist by profession. Today I have a season-ending episode for you guys, a conversation that will go in depth into a topic I'm not sure is controversial, but definitely sometimes is overlooked in this environment and atmosphere where we talk about crime and criminality and children having behavioral problems and issues in schools, especially coming off the back of all of these issues in schools pertaining to bomb threats and so on. We are going to take a deep dive into that conversation today. But first, my favorite segment, Sight to Know.
Sight to Know, brought to you by Sule Joseph and Associates. TNT is reported to have a high literacy rate of 96.9%, according to UNESCO in 1990, with other sources going as high as 98.97%. However, in 2015, a survey conducted by UE showed that 22 to 23% of people in TNT over the age of 15 were unable to cope with everyday reading. This was supported by evaluations done by PISA, the Program for International Student Assessment, where 46% of 15-year-old students had low performance in reading to the extent that they could not identify the main idea of a text. And TNT was shown in the Progress in International Reading Literacy study that 80% of Standard 3 students were below low-end international benchmarks, meaning they were not educated to a basic level of reading.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private health care affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Welcome back. I'm your host, Sule A. Joseph, and you are looking at Sight. Well, this next guest, you all have asked for. You all have bombarded me on social media. You all have messaged on my phone. You all have constantly sent me text, emails, and so forth to invite this next guest. Who am I talking about? Who could be this potential guest? Of course, I'm speaking about none other than Dr. Wynette Joseph, a.k.a. a.k.a. my mother, a.k.a. the grandchildren demander, right? Thanks for joining me this morning, Dr. Wynette Joseph.
Thank you for having me, Sule.
All right. We want to have a conversation about literacy. Because we know when we talk about literacy, at least I only found out recently, when we talk about literacy, we mean more than one thing. Mm-hmm. When we think of literacy, maybe the person just can't read and write, that is it. But when we talk about literacy, what are we talking about?
When we speak of literacy, we are talking about listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and its interrelatedness. Broadly, that is literacy. Coming out of that one, there is reading literacy.
So if I can't talk good, I'm illiterate?
In terms of speaking, yes.
I'm speechified. I'm speechified illiterate. All right. Okay. So you can. So it's more. So being illiterate is more than just not being able to write or to read.
Yes, you're quite correct.
Okay. I just wanted to get that point. All right. So today we're having a conversation about reading literacy. Okay. Now, one of the things I wanted to set on the table is that we often have and see a linkage between children who can't read, can't write, or maybe they might be able to mimic symbols, but they don't understand the symbols that they put down on paper, pen to paper. So functionally then, reading and writing illiterate.
Okay.
Now, we often see a link between that and behavioral problems in the school. And I know you're not a psychologist, but you would have spent many... You're handsome, son, you're handsome, son. Now, you would have spent many years as a teacher within the school system. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think might make that connection?
I want to go back a bit to clarify when we say reading, what we mean, and for folks to understand that reading does not happen by osmosis. It has to be taught, first of all. And so when we look at reading, reading consists of several components: phonemic awareness. What does it sound like? Phonics, what's that relationship between the sound and the symbol? What about the vocabulary? What do the words mean? And fluency. Can the child read with prosody and so on? And
with who?
With prosody.
I didn't grow up with that person.
That is with diction and that sort of thing.
Right.
So you look at that, and then of course you have comprehension, which is what you are referring to, because comprehension is really the objective behind reading. It's the purpose for reading, in order to understand the message on the paper and then to be able to take action. So that we find in the classroom that there are some children who can do some aspect of the reading, but they cannot totally read, because their weakness lies in the comprehension. And that's important, because it's the comprehension that will guide their actions. See the actions that are happening out there?
So that's why now I'm trying to formulate. How can we then find a linkage? If we say the child who can't read in school, what do they do in class? Because how do you follow? Good. If your comprehension is poor, if you can't read and you can't understand what the information that you're taking in, how do you then follow in class? What do you do?
Well, first of all, some children work in groups, so they are able to hide. Then if the classrooms are pretty large, teachers could miss some of these students. Yes? But what many of them do is just misbehave. And so that the teacher now will say, you're giving trouble, come step out of the class, or, stand in the back, or, remove the child from the classroom. And so the child is now happy because nobody will find out that I can't read. So quite often, a lot of the misbehavior in the classroom is really the child crying out for help, help, I can't read. And so they misbehave. They become the class clown and so on.
Well, let's be fair to the teachers in the school system. We have classes, and for those of persons who are looking on who might be teachers or work within a school system, you know what I'm talking about. We have classes that are overpacked, 40 plus children in a class. This one child, most likely, will not be the only child who has these issues and disciplinary and behavioral challenges and so on. So it's easy for a teacher to miss this one child. It's also harder for the teacher to tolerate this behavior when they have several other students who also need their attention. So it's easy for this child then to slip through the cracks.
Yes, it is.
Should it still then be just the teacher's responsibility?
No, it's not. There are several causative factors. When a child is having a reading issue, it's the home, it's the school, and it's the child. So we can't really put the blame at the feet of any one person, because the child can have reading issues, auditory, visual, and so on. Just being able to sit still for 10 minutes, some children can't do that.
I feel like you're throwing that for me, but all right, but all right, go ahead.
Yes, and sometimes it's the problem within the school itself.
Right.
I'm not throwing this out to any school, but sometimes a school does not have a philosophy for reading. A school does not push the reading and make it, front burner issue. Because sometimes teachers say, I'm too busy teaching the math and the science, I can't teach the reading. But reading underpins the curriculum. And so that the teacher has to find a way to integrate the reading across the curriculum. So teachers can have maybe a little library corner, book exchange, they can do stuff online. Teachers can just read aloud to children every day that will help their vocabulary, their sense of story, writing, and all those good things. So that the issue is there too. Teachers have to be enthusiastic, and I know the environment is not one that will encourage teachers to be enthusiastic, but such is the nature of the job.
I feel like that was a slight dig there somewhere, but all right.
Such is the nature of the job. And so the parent has a big role to play. Because I'm just thinking, if as a parent, rather than give my child a box of some favorite fast food as a gift, birthday gift or so, if at age 1 a child gets 1 book and at age 2, 2 books, by the time that child enters primary school, the child would have been exposed to a number of books. And so parents can do those things, the newspaper, parents can just have conversation with the children because it's the language, all of it is language related. And so that the child who enters school with more language already has a foot up the ladder.
But then we also exist in an environment, in the school environment, that is very heavily focused or exam oriented. So when children enter into primary school, the focus automatically is exam after exam and then preparation for SEA, which is an exam to leave and to enter into secondary school. And then they enter into secondary school and then they're on another track for a race again to prepare them for exams. So when you are on a track to prepare for exams, how do we fit in time to prioritize these things for the odd child who may be taking longer than the other children to pick up this skill that everybody seems to adopt so easily? So what is this child's problem?
Differentiated instruction is the answer. So that, again, it's asking a lot of the classroom teacher, and I'm not going down that road, but it would help if we had an extra teacher in the classroom. And that exists in some schools. Okay, so that while the classroom teacher is dealing with the general population, as it were, this assistant teacher is able to deal with the child or children with additional problems. So really what we need to have is like maybe a 3-tier system. So those who really get it in the first tier, those who need a little help in the second tier, and those who are really in need of, I don't want to say remediation, but intervention, they are in the third tier. And so if the classroom teacher has assistance, it would allow her to do that. But such is not the case in every school.
Do you feel as though we put the requisite support or importance on reading, especially at a primary level? Because if we look at SEA, SEA is supposed to test the basics to ensure that you have the basic skills, but then we also have no child left behind. So if you're able to just pen 3 lines or something, then you're going to be placed in
That's not entirely true. No, not entirely true. Children have to write an essay, either a letter, or they have to write about an incident they have observed, or they have to write a story. So they do have to write, and they have to show that they can use the writing process. So it's not as if they're going to memorize a passage and just write it. Okay? But
so then how do we end up with children in secondary school who can't read or write?
You're asking a very tricky question there.
So if this system accurately strains and regulates which children can actively or do actively have these skills, how do we end up with children in secondary school, and quite a few of them?
Well, there are different types of tests, and so if we are looking to see children who score below or above, that's a different kind of test. If we are going to just place children, well, that's another kind of test. And so maybe you need to speak to someone who deals with common entrance and the C exam and placing of children.
Finished a long time. It's a long time ago.
I'm from a long time. I'm from a long time.
You are showing your age. Your age is showing.
I'm from a long time.
But yes, because that leads me directly into another concern. I've had a client who has made it all the way to Form 5, and this particular client could not read nor write, nor count past a certain number.
The school needs to really be able to monitor and keep records, and record keeping is not always done, because that really shouldn't happen. It really shouldn't happen, and it's an abuse of the child. So that at some point along the line, someone should have picked up this child really needs intervention. And I'm sorry to hear that because it means that that did not happen. See? And I guess you may be wondering, how early should the intervention start?
That's the next question. So the next question, of course, is, how do I, if my child can't read or does not speak at 5, should I be allowed? Because generally, you have children might start saying little words maybe by 2, 2.5 or so. But if at 5 my child is not reading and writing at 5, should I be worried?
There are benchmarks for each age group. So I'm saying if at 5 my child is not reading, and by reading I guess you mean calling words, I won't panic too much. I would pay attention to what's happening, but I won't panic. But if the child gets to standard 2, 1, 2, and still nothing is happening, you need to be concerned.
So by,
and the earlier it's
7,
done,
8, if the child
8 is late. 8 is late. 6, 7, cut off there. Because the truth is, the earlier the intervention is done, the greater the results.
So even for us, as psychologists, when we do psychometric testing or psychological assessments, psychoeducational assessments particularly, with children, we do, the earliest we will take a child to do a psychoeducational assessment is age 6. Because at age 6, we expect at least there'll be certain skills that we can check for, and certain markers. We'll expect certain reading skills and so on or whatever. And if we don't see those skills, it's not an alarm necessarily. We can say it's a delayed developmental issue and we want to pay attention to so on, whatever.
You pay attention,
so,
but you...
Right. So for us, usually it's by age 6. So by age 6. Before that, we don't really do any psychoeducational assessment.
It's difficult to test what has not been taught. So that, 6, 7, time to take a look at that child.
Now, there are some children, for example, it's often said that Albert Einstein, for those of you at home who know Albert Einstein, a little-known gentleman who came up with the theory of relativity and the like, supposed to be the smartest man among us who ever lived, he reportedly started speaking at age 7. So he was a late speaker.
He was a late speaker, and we have children who develop late. So you'll always have outliers, but I can't speak to the outliers. I can only speak to those, to the general group. You understand? So that
so your child 5 can't speak, don't panic. Your child 7, 8 can't speak, panic. Run around like a mad person.
I never said so, because you want the language to be developed early, 6 months, 7 months. There are some children who spoke before they were 6 months. Do you know that?
Who wasn't with that?
And they have not stopped speaking since.
Again, I feel attacked. I feel attacked by this information, all right?
So that, So parents, if you see your children by standard 1, you will notice that simple words, what we call basic sight words, those are the words that don't...
So what do they look out for? What do they look out for if our parents look out for?
So your child is unable to recognize little words, the, is, and so on. You begin to, come on, you've been seeing that word several times in school and so on. So if I give you the newspaper and I give you a crayon, you should be able to find some of these words and circle them or what have you, color them or something. And if you see your child at 2nd year and can't do this, okay, alarm bells are beginning to go off. By standard 1 year, he needs help. He needs intervention.
We've been able to identify these are what some of the issues are by some of these markers that you've given us. But when we find out, okay, we've checked these boxes, something is strange, what do we do next? Do we throw this child away and try for a new one? We try to get a smarter child? What do we do?
That was an idea, but...
Mother, you saying you were planning to throw me away? Is that what you're saying?
Oh gosh.
Do I need to call for security to have you escorted out there?
Yeah, but what to get to your question, what does the parent do?
Yeah, what do you do?
What does the parent do? That's a good question. Because there is assessment available, and I'm not going down that road through the Ministry of Education, but teachers are really concerned about their children, and the average teacher is really very caring. And as you said, overburdened. And I think if a parent goes into the school, because there has to be this kind of synergy. If the parent goes into the school and, expresses her concern that the child is not performing as he should, and expresses to the teacher, look, I am willing to do my part. What can I do to help? I don't think there's a teacher who would turn that parent away. And I think between the parent and the teacher, they can work around that issue with the child.
No, and that is if, in the instance if the parent has the capacity, because in the instance where I got the client who made it all the way to the end of school, formal schooling for us in Trinidad and Tobago, meeting the parent too was challenged. The parent had difficulty reading and writing and communicating. Yes, so the parent seemed challenged.
It happens.
So the parent was challenged, the child was then challenged, and then in speaking with the parent, I asked the parent if there was another parent who could attend. The parent said, no, it's better you talk to me because the other parent, they're real slow. And I just thought, oh gosh, you know, at this moment I said, this child started with a disadvantage.
Yes.
Because clearly both parents are very challenged. This child does not have an environment to learn basic skills, and they too seemed a bit challenged.
So I'm saying that yes, there are markers, and again I bring it back to the school. I'm saying if in the school environment this is picked up early, then the teacher, and if the parent is able to, can work on that issue. It's the school. The school's business is to teach. The parents must support. The school's business is to teach.
So, but is there no responsibility on the parent to teach as well?
You know, sometimes the parents teach the wrong thing, right?
Oh, I know this. This one I know. This one I know.
Sometimes the parents teach the wrong thing, or the parent might teach it the way they were taught hundreds of years ago. So that, but yes, there is a role for the parent to play, but I'm saying there must be this conferencing between the parent and the teacher.
So then working with this child first requires identifying what some of the markers might be.
Yes.
So the person who's identifying needs to first recognize where this child ought to be from where they aren't.
Yes.
Now what if, in doing that, recognizing something seems off here, and I'm going to use Trinidad and Tobago, I'm going to use me as an example. I like to use myself. Let me use me as an example instead of calling anybody else out. But when I was in primary school, I took an inordinately long time to transcribe from the board to my copybook.
And so your mother?
You stop this. So I took a very long time to transcribe the information that was written on the board down to my copybook. Class would end, I had a lot of trouble with that. And the teachers couldn't figure out, they just figured out I was lazy, it was taking too long and so on. And eventually I think what happened was we had to go and get my eyes tested. And recognize that besides a myriad of other possible issues as well, my vision was a problem. And so it wasn't the teachers who picked that up. The teachers just assumed, listen, I've been delayed, I've taken too long, and so on and whatever. And the teachers themselves were overwhelmed as well. So it was my very observative mother who was able to pick up that perhaps I need to get my eyes tested. And so that is what, but what happens when the parents don't know better? And the school environment is challenged, the staff, too many students, or you're in a school that pushes academic excellence.
So now that explains why children fall through the crack, because I have no other answer for you.
Yeah, what happens there? Because the parents don't know how to identify these signs, and the school is too busy basically pushing children academically to try to make it to the exam so that the school gets a good rating for passes and so on.
Yeah.
What happens to the children who were having challenges?
So I go back to the philosophy of the school. What's the purpose of the school? Why is the school there? And so that requires the individual school, principal, staff, to sit down and think of why are we here? What are we doing here with these children who pass through our hands every day? And I think once there's an agreed statement, a philosophy, if you will, for the school, then the children are going to benefit, but that does not always happen. That is in the ideal world. But indeed, some children do, unfortunately, fall through the cracks. That's the truth.
So we've identified maybe where some cracks are. We've looked at where we should identify when children may have issues and so on. We've said, what do we do when we recognize that they do have issues? have parents working partnership with the school to find better ways to be able to work with the child.
And the ministry also provides some services for the students.
Okay. So, well, when I'm saying school here, I'm using school, but covering the entire ministry as well, right?
Okay.
To working along with the parents to find solutions to whatever these challenges and so are. Good. So we've done that. We've worked along with the parent. We've identified where some challenges, and we still continue to have issues with this child in terms of the child's ability to read and write, literacy challenges. What do we do then?
Well, it would
What's
seem that...
next for this child?
What's next for that child? Specialist assistance, perhaps beyond what the school is able to give. And there are private institutions that, and I'm not here to advertise for anyone, there are private institutions that offer specialist attention.
Because we have children where schools feel as though the teachers went all out of the way, did everything they could do. And the parents feel frustrated because they are trying on their end and doing everything that they can do. And what we do instead is we leave them in the system as is.
No, we shouldn't.
And so these are the children, in my experience, humbly, that tend to get targeted by the gangs. These are the children who get targeted by being idle hands and out of the classroom often because they don't want to be picked on because they often don't have the answers. They can't read, they can't recognize things. They're out of class regularly. They tend to end up being out of school. They tend to drop out of school. They tend to be the ones leaving school without a full certificate, without 5 basic passes and so on. Those sorts of things. So we have to, at least when we're having this conversation about literacy, literacy can't start and end on the same trajectory for everyone.
No.
So then correct. So then for the ones who would deviate from this trajectory, we must have a separate system.
But we must also put a system in place to reduce the number of children who end up on that track.
I thought that system was the school. I thought that was what the system, I thought that system was the school.
Yes. Yes.
So then perhaps maybe one of the suggestions that we can look at is, now I am not an advocate nor a fan of the SEA exam. I am full support of the continuous assessment type style programs, what they used to call CAC, right? Continuous assessment. How do we fit reading into something? Let's imagine for a minute that never happens. Continuous assessment is thrown out the window. It never comes to fruition. How do we include reading into SEA? How do we make reading? And when I say reading here, I'm not just talking about an essay and so on or whatever. Can it be feasible for us to actively have an actual reading component? Where children actively have to read for someone else to hear.
Oh, that's only fluency, and that does not mean that the child understands what he's reading. And I said earlier on, the whole purpose of reading is to understand what you read and to take action. So the only way one of the main ways, I should say, to measure that would be through comprehension. So the child gets an exercise and he's asked questions of varying levels, because just as I told you, reading consists of several components. Reading comprehension also consists of several levels. And so if the child is asked questions at the various levels of comprehension, that tells us what's happening in the head of the child as he reads.
So if through that we're able to find out what's going on in the head of the child, then perhaps shouldn't we hold on to them until what's happening in the mind of the child matches a secondary school type experience?
Perhaps, but that is for the administrators to deal with.
Lovely avoidance. Politician in the making. All right. Yes. Now, we're looking to close. We're just about out of time. I know the conversation was a very, very fruitful one. If there was one thing you wanted the persons at home who are listening, watching us this morning, at home to leave with, maybe they have a child or are aware of a child, a teenager, or maybe a primary school child perhaps, a tween perhaps, or a teen, who's having challenges with reading, with literacy, and are too embarrassed to have it addressed. What should they do? What would you leave them with? What parting words?
Well, that child needs to be tested, one. That child needs to be encouraged to read, and do it in interesting ways, ways that don't say to the child, you're silly, you can't read. So maybe you all view a movie together and you discuss the movie, because in that way you begin to think critically, which is what you want to achieve at the end of all of this reading story. You want the child to be able to think critically. So discuss books with your child, discuss movies that you've looked at, you read the comics, what do you think is going to happen in the next part of the comics, and so on. So that I think the parent, apart from getting the child tested, the parent has a very active role to play by just encouraging all the language skills, because reading is language. So encouraging all the language-based activities. You're going to the grocery, what are we going to buy? You make a shopping list. Simple things, and it's going to help the child.
So it's the simple, everyday things that a parent can do to encourage your child.
Yes.
The simple, everyday things. I like that. Not too complicated. It doesn't have to be complex. It doesn't have to be these big textbooks. It could be simple things like a grocery list. It's the simple, the simple things.
Simple things, yeah.
All right. So for those of you at home, I say don't lose hope. It's the simple things that can make a difference in your child's reading. And of course, a reading child is a child who has access to the future and is self-sufficient. Until next week, please God. Same time, same place, right here on WESN. Mother, thank you very much for being here with me.
You're quite welcome.
Right here on WESN, still giving her no grandchildren. It's Sule A. Joseph signing out. Stay sight.
You're ridiculous.
WESN.
Attention everyone! The Office of the Prime Minister Communications has launched a brand new WhatsApp channel designed to keep you informed and connected like never before. Get real-time updates, breaking news, and important information directly from the source. With our WhatsApp channel, you'll always know what's happening when it's happening. Joining is easy. Use your phone camera, scan this QR code, tap follow, and that's it. You're in. Be sure to tap the notification bell to never miss an update. Stay informed, stay empowered. Join the conversation with the Office of the Prime Minister Communications WhatsApp channel today.
Get off the bar and get on the wall. What's my name?
Popeye Doyle. If he doesn't like you, he'll take you apart. And it's all perfectly legal, because Doyle fights dirty.
You want to take a ride there, fat man?
And plays rough.
Anybody want a milkshake?
Doyle is bad news, but he's a good cop.
We're going now. Bye.
How many times have I been downhearted, looked up and saw him smiling like a shining dime? Yeah.
All right, of course, his career didn't stop there. What else was he famous for?
Well, he really knew how to reinvent himself, Jeannie. He played the ruthless sheriff in Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven. That was a role that earned him his second Oscar back in 1992. Of course, he'll always be remembered as the villain Lex Luthor in the Superman films opposite Christopher Reeve. But he did appear in more than 80 films in total. He starred with Will Smith in Enemy of the State in 1998. Here he is talking about his role at the movie premiere back then.
I can't do a lot of these kind of films, you know. You only have so much energy, and it takes a lot of energy to do these. So I would prefer to do more character-driven pieces that are more suited to my age and my physique.
So he has been out of the limelight for a while. His last major role was in 2001 in The Royal Tenenbaums, where he showcased all of his talent. He played the patriarch of a wealthy but very dysfunctional family. After that, he chose to retire very quietly away from Hollywood. But here's the director, Wes Anderson, talking about directing Gene Hackman in that film.
He's a really intense person, and he's intimidating.
and he's also kind of a legend, and you know, he's fiery. So it's more of a, there's a lot more work that goes into that, but he's exciting. That's the main thing, is that, you know, he's always surprising you with what he's doing, and he's challenging you kind of all the time. So, you know, it's very different from the other actors.
There we go, very young Wes Anderson talking back in 2001 about working and directing Gene Hackman. Now, Gene Hackman, he was a father of 3, he was married twice, and he was found dead earlier today with his second wife, Betsy Arakawa, at their home in New Mexico. Just a reminder, that cause of death is still unknown, although they believe that there was no foul play involved. An investigation is underway.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Very unusual circumstances. Eve, thank you so much for that. Eve Jackson, our culture editor, they're talking about the incredible life and work of Gene Hackman. And don't forget, if you want to get the very latest on any of the many culture stories that Eve and her team are covering for you on our website, it's the best place to go, France24.com. Be sure to look for the show Arts24. Also on the website, you can find all the very latest of all the stories we're covering for you throughout the day here on France 24. Stay with us.
France 24, a different point of view.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Ошондо мотивация келген айтып аткан себебим ушу Парижде айтылып калган да. Анан ошо Париж деген энди Эфель башында эми Парижде турат да. Ошол себептен келген да бул нерселер.
Парижге бул жерге жол жабылып калды. Жол жабылып калып таңамал келгенбиз. Нары көздөгү кар, аябай эме болгондон кийин бир аз жолго монтуп сепкенче бул жерде жатып тамак ичип эс алып алган.
Азыр мектеп участокте коет, бизде участоктун эме документи жок. Пока мындай эле баягы Оштон чыгып, мына Бишкектен чыгып келип, киши кара тамактанат эле ошодон куралып калган. Пока мындай документ деген эме деген жок. Трассанын үстү эмеге чүйгө карайт.
Worldview with Francois Picard. 2 hours of current affairs featuring the debate. Listen to the views that count on all the major international issues.
Join us for Worldview right here on France 24.
Since the start of the war in Ukraine, many Russians have fled to Serbia, seeking refuge from Putin's regime.
I was earlier enrolled in university in Moscow. Because of the war, it kind of stopped giving us the program that was promised initially.
These exiles make up 5 to 10% of the Serbian population and invest heavily in the country.
The conditions for doing business are also good, which is why we decided to stay here.
But in pro-Kremlin Serbia, political discussions remain taboo.
The pressure on the Russian anti-war movement in Serbia has had some effect. We can't mobilize large numbers because people don't want to risk their residency permits in the only country that welcomes them.
Watch Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
Patrolled by security guards with guns and forced at gunpoint to scam victims around the world, in France, in the rest of Europe, in America, and they face the threat of torture and even murder if they don't follow through on what the criminal bosses want. So we've really seen a very new kind of human trafficking victim profile in this industry of scamming. What we're seeing as well in your investigation is the outsized influence that a lot of these crime syndicates and networks hold over the countries where they operate, whether it's Myanmar, which is going through a civil war, so there are definitely gaps in governance there that can be exploited, but also a country like Cambodia, which apparently the revenue generated by illegal activities, like by scamming in that country, is worth half of the whole country's GDP. So what kind of influence can they have on these countries? A huge, huge influence. And I think, this is a really good question to delve into, because what we're seeing right now is the rise of the scam state. So, in the 1990s, we might have heard of the narco state in Latin America, where drug cartels and drug gangs infiltrated the very, very highest levels of politics and business in those countries. Well, what we're now seeing is these scam syndicates infiltrating the highest levels of government, the highest levels of business in countries in Southeast Asia, like Cambodia, which, as you say, there are estimates that the scam industry there is worth perhaps half of the country's GDP, or in Laos, where estimates are that the scam industry is worth 40% of the country's GDP. And so that's going to make it incredibly difficult to crack down on because of all these vested interests. But the one other thing I would add is that this really isn't just a problem in Southeast Asia. We've now seen reports of scam compounds all over the world, from Peru to Fiji to Dubai to even the Isle of Man, in between Ireland and England. And so the worry is that this is really becoming a global industry, and the criminals are going to go wherever they think they can get away with this incredibly horrific crime of scamming. I want to end on this question, which is the role of artificial intelligence in these scams. It seems like it's really turbocharged the ability of these scammers to fool people online. Yes, absolutely. And I think that's really where the story is heading, unfortunately. And so what I would say is we've just witnessed the biggest shift in how transnational crime works in the modern era, given that the scammers are so sophisticated and really operate like multinational businesses, and they have all kinds of different smaller criminal groups in this ecosystem that work together, whether one group might focus on kidnapping people, another group might focus on just buying French SIM cards to upload on iPhones that are used in scam compounds in Southeast Asia. But the really, really concerning trend is the rise of new technologies, voice cloning software, face changing software, AI, so that actually what we're seeing is that these criminal syndicates increasingly don't have to kidnap and traffic people, because instead they can rely on AI and new kinds of technology to develop even more targeted, sophisticated scams to people all over the world.
Sulin Wong, you are the Economist Southeast Asia correspondent. You're also the brains behind that 8-part investigation, Scam Incorporated, available wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, that's all for this week. In the meantime, stay safe and make sure you know people in real life before you start wiring them money. Thank you for watching People and Profit here on France 24, and stay tuned.
In this French Connections, we'll take you to an arrondissement of Paris that's often squished between the Louvre-focused First and the Marais.
We're in Paris's second arrondissement, home to the charming Rue Montorgueil, incredible glass-covered passageways, and once upon a time, the most luxurious brothels in the city.
Join us as we discover Paris's smallest and most eclectic arrondissement, le deuxième.
French Connections Plus on France 24 and France24.com.
Thank you for joining us here on Around the World with me, Delano D'Souza. The headline this hour. Keir Starmer heads to the White House to meet Donald Trump. Ukraine expected to feature high on the agenda as Washington seeks to keep Europe sidelined in talks with Russia. 11 killed and dozens of others injured after 2 explosions hit a gathering of M23 group leaders in the east of the DRC. The rebels backed by Rwanda were meeting residents when the explosions occurred. And the jail leader of the Kurdistan Workers' Party called on PKK fighters to lay down their weapons. The historic declaration from Abdullah Öcalan could end Turkey's decades-long insurgency. But first, Britain's Prime Minister is due in the White House this Thursday. Keir Starmer set to meet Donald Trump just 3 days after the French president. The face-to-face meeting comes as stark differences emerge between the US and European powers on the war in Ukraine, and Americans push to secure a quick ceasefire deal with Moscow. For more on this story, we can bring in our international affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. Doug, let's start with the positive things going into this meeting between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm done. Bye. No, more seriously, let's try to be positive. You're absolutely right, Delano. Look, Keir Starmer has a very tall order here, right? He's sandwiched between meetings this week, between the bromance between Trump and Emmanuel Macron, who was in the Oval Office.
Monday.
Backslapping camaraderie, but also Macron pushing back with Trump, even publicly fact-checking some of his information at a press conference. And tomorrow, the eagerly anticipated meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, at which a rare earths or some sort of minerals deal, details of which we don't really have in full yet, is supposed to be signed. So 2 very big meetings bookending this. And in between, you have the UK Prime Minister coming. Now, the positive thing is that, one, he's not the EU, right? So when Donald Trump is, when J.D. Vance is launching these broadsides, these withering remarks against the EU's democracy being in a state of collapse, the free press, free speech in a dire state, Donald Trump saying signally yesterday that the EU was created to screw the United States. Yeah. Those were his words, right? UK could say, not us. It's not us, right? It's not part of the EU anymore. It has a different, as Keir Starmer has been underlining again and again, a special relationship, right? It gets cliched, but British prime ministers perennially repeat it. And if you repeat it enough, perhaps it does mean something. You can infuse it with meaning. Keir Starmer has also been, in a sense, forging a slightly different path than his fellow EU leaders. And in fact, perhaps casting himself as the potential bridge, right, between Europe and the United States. Because, right, Brexit, it's exited Europe. It's not in Europe yet, but it's still geographically pretty close to the mainland of Europe. The U.S. still, Donald Trump still likes its royalty, still likes, meeting with kings and queens, and likes Prince William and Kate and all of that. So there's still something.
Not Meghan Markle and
right,
Harry.
No, but this counts for something, right? There's still an aura about the UK. So now let's go to the geopolitical parts of this. What has Keir Starmer been doing? What does he bring that's a little different, perhaps, than Macron? Well, for one, he has concretely pledged to be boosting his defense spending to about 2.5%. Now, senior administration Trump official, and we've heard this in the past few minutes, who's been briefing reporters at the White House prior going into this meeting, says that this is something that they see as positive. The fact that the UK is moving in that upward, the right direction, as the White House sees it on defense spending. Also this week, and this is getting pushed back in Britain, Keir Starmer's government slashed their international development aid, okay? You could say not that much, but it is a lot. It was half of a percentage point of the total gross national income. Okay, it was 0.5%. They slashed it down to 0.3%. That's a pretty big cut. That's like 40%. It's equivalent of like the way U.S. aid was cut almost in the United States. And he's getting pushback for that. The First Minister of Scotland has said this is going to create chaos and potentially cost lives. And that's the type of stuff that rhetorically might actually work in Keir Starmer's favor. When he sits down with Trump, he'll say, hey, look, I did what you did in the U.S., in order to increase our defense spending, I slashed our international development aid, and they don't like it at home where I am. I'm getting a lot of pushback on that. So it could show Trump it's a little bit of flattery, taking a cue from Trump, following his, see, we're on the same page here. We're both trying to get our spending up. I'm trying to get my spending up, and I'm so serious about it that I'm slashing my international development aid. Beyond that, they're going to be talking other issues. Ukraine will be obviously the giant elephant in the room. That's what they want to talk about. Keir Starmer wants that so-called security guarantee, a backstop most likely in the form of if and when European peacekeepers are in Ukraine to sort of ensure the durability of any potential ceasefire, peace plan, so to speak, that there'll be the U.S. there providing key logistical support and air reconnaissance, without which Keir Starmer has been very clear they need that U.S. backstop, that security guarantee.
Doug, very briefly, it seems that in this day and age, it's every dog for themselves, if you will. And we just had, I'm curious to know what Europe is doing, because just a couple of days after Emmanuel Macron's visit to the White House, he's supposedly the Trump whisperer. We had Donald Trump who comes on the stage and says the EU was formed to screw the United States. So what exactly is Europe's game plan here?
This is exactly what, if you watch French television these days, this is what the French pundits and commentators are all asking each other. What does Macron get out of this, right? He meets repeatedly with Trump. He did this in the first term. He has these nice buddy-buddy, back-slapping, touchy-touchy, hands on the knees type of sessions. They seem to get along famously until they don't. Once you're sort of out of Trump's immediately line of eyesight, it seems, he defaults to Donald Trump. And that is saying what's on his mind, what he thinks. And it doesn't seem that anything really budges him. Like I said, there might be some sort of change if enough people come before him. The very fact he's talking about security guarantees, even if he says they're not going to get them, Ukraine, the fact that it's in his radar, that it's a talking point, these security guarantees, which might not have been before. He's been forced to sort of at least address them. So that's there. The Europeans, meanwhile, in the past week, especially since that J.D. Vance broadside against
Munich
the
Security
Europeans,
Conference,
that was a watershed speech for many reasons. The Europeans have been in shell shock, but now they're trying to get their act together. They all seem to be on the same page that they have to step up their game, that they probably won't. We heard this with the new German chancellor to come, that you will not necessarily be able to rely on the United States in the future. More likely than not, you won't be able to. The Europeans have to sort of go it alone if they want to provide for not just Ukraine's secure future, but also their own secure future. I'll just say the French have mooted a proposal, perhaps, and it's just in the mooting point, of having some sort of stock of arms built up in Europe that could ultimately be given to Ukraine to help defend itself against a potential reinvasion if and when a peace plan and a ceasefire were to come into being.
You'll see what happens. Thank you very much for that, Douglas Herbert there. In other news, 11 people have been killed and dozens of others reported injured after 2 explosions hit a gathering of M23 group leaders in the city of Bukavu in eastern DRC. The rebels backed by Rwanda were meeting residents when the explosions occurred. Video shared on social media showed crowds fleeing in panic. For more on this story, we can go across to France 24's Catherine Norris-Strand standing by in Kinshasa. Catherine, what more do we know about these explosions?
Well, we know that these 2 explosions took place just at the end of a meeting held by the Congo River Alliance, which is an umbrella rebel group which contains the M23 rebel fighters. So their leader, Corneille Nangaa, had been speaking on the stage to a crowd of people who'd been ordered to attend, and he'd stepped off stage and was just leaving the zone, we believe, in a convoy of cars when the first explosion took place. Then there were scenes of panic with people running around the area. One eyewitness I spoke to talked about gunfire being heard, and then shortly after that came a second explosion. Videos circulating online are very graphic, too graphic to broadcast, but they show several people in civilian clothing lying apparently dead on the floor and pools of blood, and also videos showing the hospitals of Bukavu, which is the capital of the South Kivu province in the eastern DRC, absolutely full of injured patients. A source at the General Hospital in Bukavu has said that there are around 60 injured, and we know that some of the injured have suddenly died from their injuries as well. So it seems that this death toll here could indeed increase. We don't know at the moment for sure what kind of attack this was, what was used in it. There are obviously lots of speculation, but at the moment that has not become clear, nor who carried it out. The rebel group, the M23, blame the government. The government says that the M23 are terrorists, and it says it mourns the loss of these citizens.
Catherine, in the past 3 weeks or so, we've seen this lightning offensive by M23 rebels that has affected some 11 million people in the DRC. What is the humanitarian community within the country saying they need right now?
Well, they've just laid out a plan for development, and they're calling for massive investment of over $2.5 billion from the international community. They're seeing that they need to help at least 11 million people, and that's only some of the people who are in need of aid, we're told, but those are the priorities, and it's especially focused there, of course, in the east. So the airports in Goma and the one near Bukavu have been destroyed and not operational because of the fighting, and they were major aid delivery points. We also know that aid warehouses were ransacked during the war, and they've been depleted of supplies of essential foods and medicine. So basically, they need a huge amount of money, and they're very worried about where that's going to come from, because last year the US provided 70% of the aid budget for the DRC, and of course those aid supplies have now been cut off.
Yeah, and then we also had the announcement from the UK that they are going to reduce their spending on international development. Thank you very much for that, Catherine Norris-Strand reporting there for us. To Turkey next, where jailed PKK leader Abdullah Öcalan has made a historic declaration this Thursday. The statement, which was delivered by the pro-Kurdish DEM party, called on PKK militants to lay down their weapons. He also called on the PKK to dissolve itself. This could lay the groundwork to end the decades-long conflict between Kurdish groups and the Turkish state. Ankara recently offered an olive branch to 75-year-old Öcalan, aimed at bringing an end to the insurgency, which has claimed tens of thousands of lives. Antonia Kerrigan reports.
Could this be the beginning of a peace process in Turkey? After 40 years of conflict, Thursday marked the third meeting in recent months between the imprisoned leader of the armed Kurdish Workers' Party, Abdullah Öcalan, and delegates from the pro-Kurdish DEM party. A rapprochement in the hopes of finding a political path to securing the future of the Kurdish minority in Turkey. DEM party delegates relayed on Thursday Öcalan's historic call.
In the climate created by the call of Mr. Devlet Bahçeli, given the will of the president and the positive approach of other political parties with regard to this, I call for arms to be laid down, and I take responsibility for this historic call. All groups must lay down arms, and the PKK must be dissolved.
Öcalan has been behind bars since 1999, serving a life sentence for treason in the island prison of İmralı. But he remains a powerful figurehead in the PKK, and when President Erdogan's ultranationalist allies decided they may need to reach across the aisle to pro-Kurdish lawmakers, he was the man they came to with a potential deal. Tell his followers to lay down arms, and then he could address Turkish parliament. But in exchange for such a promise, the Kurds will now expect greater rights for their minority and steps to improve living conditions in the southeast of the country, where the Kurdish population is concentrated.
Mr. Erdogan has a lot of work to do. It is now in Erdogan's hands. It is time to take democratic steps. It is the opportunity to make history, Mr. Erdogan.
But peace is fragile, and the last time Ankara negotiated with PKK separatists, they secured a ceasefire which collapsed within 2 years, giving way to one of the bloodiest episodes in the 4-decade conflict, one that has left 4,000 dead.
And those are the top stories we're covering for you here on France 24. Coming up next on Arts 24, we meet French disco pioneer Serron, selling more than 30 million albums worldwide during his 50-year career. He's performed with the likes of Nile Rodgers and has been sampled by the Beastie Boys and Run DMC.
Composer, producer, musician and godfather of disco à la française, Serron laid the foundations for the French touch movement in the 1990s. Spinning the turntables at clubs and festivals for over 50 years, he's an inspiration for generations of musicians. Serron's hits Give Me Love and Supernature were part of the soundtrack to Paris's Olympic Games. He sat down with France 24 at the Philharmonie de Paris to tell us more. Hello, Serron.
Hi.
Today, more than ever, your music really gets the crowds going. Does that make you happy?
I've always been fulfilled, but yes, that's even more the case now, especially in France.
You've just released your album, Disco Symphony. On it, you revisit your greatest hits with American composer Randy Kerber, who gives them an orchestral sound. Can you tell us about this encounter between the dance floor and the symphony orchestra? What does it bring to the table?
Well, since the very beginning, the orchestral aspects have always been there. I always have lots of strings, lots of brass and big orchestrations, except this time we're playing it live. And since I'm always caught between the drums and the DJing, it allows me to revisit my own sound. So they play the symphonic part, the very orchestrated part, and I have my group of musicians, and I bring a bit of an electro side to it. And then to hear this whole group of 50 musicians playing live, to listen again, to hear the arrangements I've made with synthesizers and so on and so forth, to hear them play on their double basses, 4 double basses, it's very, well, it gives me goosebumps, as they say. In any case, it's very touching.
The original version of Love in C Minor, which is on the new album too, won a Grammy Award when it was released in 1976. It was the heyday of disco. You were in New York at that time, living in the US, right?
I thought to myself, I'm going to make one last album, no concessions, no compromises. That's why it's 16.5 minutes long, so it wasn't made for radio, with very few melodies but lots of arrangements. And my aim was to transport people, to take them somewhere else. I must have got it right because I've been transporting them for 50 years, if I may say so myself. I've stayed on my path, watching fashions come and go. Disco went from being more or less fashionable, and then it seemed like it was a bit has-been. But at the end of the day, dance music has never changed. It's never changed. We've had different names for it. We've called it house, garage, groove, you name it, but it's still disco.
Going back to the very beginning of disco, what was so new and so seductive about it?
Seductive? Only a certain sector of the public was seduced by it. Before disco in 1977 in the nightclubs, they only played the hits you heard on the radio. Disco was different. We didn't want to listen to what it was on the radio. We wanted something new. So a handful of us producers, including Nile Rodgers, Giorgio Moroder, myself and a few others, started composing and producing music that was really made for discos. At the same time, an incredible club called Studio 54 came along, so there was a real venue for it as well. And there was something very original about it. They had taken an old theatre, a real theatre, and turned it into a nightclub. It was amazing. And of course, it brought together a huge crowd of people, all equally provocative and a bit crazy. I mean, Warhol and Basquiat, and Gaultier and Jean-Paul Goude, all the precursors of what was to come and what was to follow for the next 50 years. So I was part of it, and it was a great time.
Just a stone's throw away from us, the Philharmonie de Paris is hosting a major exhibition on the history of disco music. Your legendary drum kit is on show there. What does it symbolize?
If there's anything I've contributed to pop music, it's not my arrangements, it's not all that. If you look at all the times I've been sampled, it's always been my way of playing drums. So you could say that's my thing. If I'd been a guitarist, then they would have put a guitar there. We put the drums in because, yes, I think that this rhythm that we hear in all styles today, I had something to do with it. Even if back in the day, when I first came up with it, people in France called me a lumberjack drummer, as if I was chopping wood, like that.
This exhibition is called Disco I'm Coming Out. It's a deep dive into the history of a style that goes beyond the glitter of the dance floor and explores its political roots. Take a look at this report.
Soulful voices, a peppy rhythm, and a truly infectious sort of joy, disco is the ultimate soundtrack for a party. Yet beyond the sparkle of its sequined outfits, the genre is first and foremost a music of emancipation, bringing together African Americans fighting for civil rights in the early 1970s and the gay community campaigning for the right to emerge from the shadows and live without shame.
La musique disco a connu d'abord un vrai succès.
Disco music was really successful within the gay community in small clubs, but very quickly it reached the general public thanks to the songs of disco divas like Diana Ross, Gloria Gaynor, Donna Summer, and many others. It quickly outgrew the first minorities who embraced it to reach the general public, from the working class to jet-setters.
Disco was a runaway success, and the trend swept the globe. Following in the footsteps of the Americans, European artists took to the genre and made their own hits. One of them was Shella, who shook off her image as a wholesome young singer of yeye-style rock and roll, formed a new band, and embraced a new look too.
You can't be Shella, France's cute little singer, and then show up in sequin shorts with 3 black guys jumping around. So I had to come up with a name SB Devotion to slip under the radar without anyone judging us. That way people listened to our songs first, and when they got more popular, we said it was me.
Others have also been lured by the disco sound. ABBA, Madonna, and Daft Punk have all produced disco albums over the years. For DJ and producer Dimitri from Paris, who created the soundtrack for the exhibition, that's because this particular kind of music is timeless.
As soon as I discovered disco, I had this desire to share it. As a DJ, I realized that it's extremely effective and makes people very happy. Today, even more so than before, I only play original disco tracks.
A tried and tested crowd pleaser for more than 50 years, the story of disco is now being told at the Philharmonie in Paris, while its sounds are still being heard on dance floors all over the world.
You're also embarking on a live tour with venues transformed into dance floors. What's so special about these concerts compared to what you've been doing for almost 50 years now?
I've spent my life on stage. I got into this business to be on stage, not to make records or get on the radio or TV. I do it when there's something new, when I need to let people know that it's just come out. But I've always made musical content for the stage, just as DJs do today, and I've never finished one tour and started another. I've spent my life on stage. I still do 30, 40, 50 concerts a year. In 50 years, I don't think I've gone a year without being on stage.
Supernature and Give Me Love were highlights at the Olympic opening and closing ceremonies in Paris. It was a real triumph. Why do you think people were so thrilled by those tracks?
I can't explain it, I just take it and enjoy it. It's been a wonderful gift from France, with an incredible resonance all over the planet. I think we had 2 million viewers at the time we were on, so that's a lot. And all the things that followed are life's rewards. They're like tributes. I took it as a tribute. It was more special to me than a Grammy Award, for example.
People say you're the godfather of French disco and the French touch. You're always collaborating with the most exciting artists of the moment. How do you do that, passing on your knowledge?
I've always been like that. I'm lucky enough, let's say, to be a little bit respected. And when I call an artist to collaborate, I've never been turned down. Like here with the symphony orchestra at the Philharmonie. At the end of the day, that's like receiving a gift, whether it's young or old artists. When I asked Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin to come and do a solo on my album, I think it's more of a US-UK thing. Artists just get together and mix up their projects, as long as they have something to say to each other, and when it's a real opportunity to share artistic and musical ideas, and not for a media stunt.
Well, blending those ideas makes disco timeless. Thank you, Saron.
Thank you very much.
Culture hits the spotlight on France 24.
Worldwide, famous festival. India and Mumbai is hungry for large-scale events, international artists, local artists, People are hungry for such events, so definitely, that's why we come.
You are an international artist who is seeing a significant a number of streams coming from India, a significant number of fans on your social media, it would behoove you to look at India as a realistic touring destination.
Bringing down international acts, we're charging international money, right? We're paying on par with people abroad. Why can't I expect an international quality event?
France 24 pushes digital news even further. France 24, a digital version. Economy, sports, news, special reports, all on demand. France 24, your first choice for news.
Thank you for joining us here on Around the World with me, Delano D'Souza. The headline this hour. Keir Starmer heads to the White House to meet Donald Trump. Ukraine expected to feature high on the agenda as Washington seeks to keep Europe sidelined in talks with Russia. 11 killed and dozens of others injured after 2 explosions hit a gathering of M23 group leaders in the east of the DRC. The rebels backed by Rwanda were meeting residents when the explosions occurred. And the jail leader of the Kurdistan Workers' Party called on PKK fighters to lay down their weapons. The historic declaration from Abdullah Öcalan could end Turkey's decades-long insurgency. But first, Britain's Prime Minister is due in the White House this Thursday. Keir Starmer set to meet Donald Trump just 3 days after the French president. The face-to-face meeting comes as stark differences emerge between the US and European powers on the war in Ukraine, and Americans push to secure a quick ceasefire deal with Moscow. For more on this story, we can bring in our international affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. Doug, let's start with the positive things going into this meeting between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm done. Bye. No, more seriously, let's try to be positive. You're absolutely right, Delano. Look, Keir Starmer has a very tall order here, right? He's sandwiched between meetings this week, between the bromance between Trump and Emmanuel Macron, who was in the Oval Office,
Monday,
backslapping camaraderie, but also Macron pushing back with Trump, even publicly fact-checking some of his information at a press conference, and tomorrow the eagerly anticipated meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, at which a rare earths or some sort of minerals deal, details of which we don't really have in full yet, is supposed to be signed. So 2 very big meetings bookending this. And in between, you have the UK Prime Minister coming. Now, the positive thing is that One, he's not the EU, right? So when Donald Trump is, when J.D. Vance is launching these broadsides, these withering remarks against the EU's democracy being in a state of collapse, the free press, free speech in a dire state, Donald Trump saying signally yesterday that the EU was created to screw the United States. Yeah. Those were his words, right? UK could say, not us. It's not us, right? It's not part of the EU anymore. It has a different, as Keir Starmer has been underlining again and again, a special relationship, right? It gets cliched, but British prime ministers perennially repeat it. And if you repeat it enough, perhaps it does mean something. You can infuse it with meaning. Keir Starmer has also been, in a sense, forging a slightly different path than his fellow EU leaders. And in fact, perhaps casting himself as the potential bridge, right, between Europe and the United States. Because, right, Brexit, it's exited Europe. It's not in Europe yet, but it's still geographically pretty close to the mainland of Europe. The U.S. still, Donald Trump still likes its royalty, still likes, meeting with kings and queens, and likes Prince William and Kate and all of that. So there's still something.
Not Meghan Markle and
right,
Harry,
no, but this counts for something, right? There's still an aura about the UK. So now let's go to the geopolitical parts of this. What has Keir Starmer been doing? What does he bring that's a little different, perhaps, than Macron? Well, for one, he has concretely pledged to be boosting his defense spending to about 2.5%. Now, senior administration Trump official, and we've heard this in the past few minutes, who's been briefing reporters at the White House prior going into this meeting, says that this is something that they see as positive. The fact that the UK is moving in that upward, the right direction, as the White House sees it, on defense spending. Also this week, and this is getting pushed back in Britain, Keir Starmer's government slashed their international development aid, okay? You could say not that much, but it is a lot. It was half of a percentage point of the total gross national income. Okay, it was 0.5%. They slashed it down to 0.3%. That's a pretty big cut. That's like 40%. It's equivalent of like the way U.S. aid was cut almost in the United States. And he's getting pushback for that. The First Minister of Scotland has said this is going to create chaos and potentially cost lives. And that's the type of stuff that rhetorically might actually work in Keir Starmer's favor. When he sits down with Trump, he'll say, hey, look, I did what you did in the U.S., in order to increase our defense spending, I slashed our international development aid, and they don't like it at home where I am. I'm getting a lot of pushback on that. So it could show Trump it's a little bit of flattery, taking a cue from Trump, following his, see, we're on the same page here. We're both trying to get our spending up. I'm trying to get my spending up, and I'm so serious about it that I'm slashing my international development aid. Beyond that, they're going to be talking other issues. Ukraine will be obviously the giant elephant in the room. That's what they want to talk about. Keir Starmer wants that so-called security guarantee, a backstop most likely in the form of if and when European peacekeepers are in Ukraine to sort of ensure the durability of any potential ceasefire, peace plan, so to speak, that there'll be the U.S. there providing key logistical support and air reconnaissance, without which Keir Starmer has been very clear they need that U.S. backstop, that security guarantee.
Doug, very briefly, it seems that it's in this day and age, it's every dog for themselves, if you will. And we just had, I'm curious to know what Europe is doing, because just a couple of days after Emmanuel Macron's visit to the White House, he's supposedly the Trump whisperer. We had Donald Trump who comes on the stage and says the EU was formed to screw the United States. So what exactly is Europe's game plan here?
This is exactly what, if you watch French television these days, this is what the French pundits and commentators are all asking each other. What does Macron get out of this, right? He meets repeatedly with Trump. He did this in the first term. He has these nice buddy-buddy, back-slapping, touchy-touchy, hands-on-the-knees type of sessions. They seem to get along famously until they don't. Once you're sort of out of Trump's immediately line of eyesight, it seems, he defaults to Donald Trump. And that is saying what's on his mind, what he thinks. And it doesn't seem that anything really budges him. Like I said, there might be some sort of change if enough people come before him. The very fact he's talking about security guarantees, even if he says they're not going to get them, Ukraine, the fact that it's in his radar, that it's a talking point, these security guarantees, which might not have been before. He's been forced to sort of at least address them. So that's there. The Europeans, meanwhile, in the past week, especially since that J.D. Vance broadside against
Munich
the
Security
Europeans,
Conference,
that was a watershed speech for many reasons. The Europeans have been in shell shock, but now they're trying to get their act together. They all seem to be on the same page that they have to step up their game, that they probably won't. We heard this with the new German chancellor to come. that you will not necessarily be able to rely on the United States in the future. More likely than not, you won't be able to. The Europeans have to sort of go it alone if they want to provide for not just Ukraine's secure future, but also their own secure future. I'll just say the French have mooted a proposal, perhaps, and it's just in the mooting point, of having some sort of stock of arms built up in Europe that could ultimately be given to Ukraine to help defend itself against a potential reinvasion if and when a peace plan and a ceasefire were to come into being.
You'll see what happens. Thank you very much for that, Douglas Hubbard there. In other news, 11 people have been killed and dozens of others reported injured after two explosions hit a gathering of M23 group leaders in the city of Bukavu in eastern DRC. The rebels backed by Rwanda were meeting residents when the explosions occurred. Video shared on social media showed crowds fleeing in panic. For more on this story, we can go across to France 24's Catherine Norris-Strand standing by in Kinshasa. Catherine, what more do we know about these explosions?
Well, we know that these two explosions took place just at the end of a meeting held by the Congo River Alliance, which is an umbrella rebel group which contains the M23 rebel fighters. So their leader, Corneille Nangaa, had been speaking on the stage to a crowd of people who'd been ordered to attend, and he'd stepped off stage and was just leaving the zone, we believe, in a convoy of cars when the first explosion took place. Then there were scenes of panic with people running around the area. One eyewitness I spoke to talked about gunfire being heard, and then shortly after that came a second explosion. Videos circulating online are very graphic, too graphic to broadcast, but they show several people in civilian clothing lying apparently dead on the floor and pools of blood, and also videos showing the hospitals of Bukavu, which is the capital of the South Kivu province in the eastern DRC, absolutely full of injured patients. A source at the General Hospital in Bukavu has said that there are around 60 injured, and we know that some of the injured have suddenly died from their injuries as well. So it seems that this death toll here could indeed increase. We don't know at the moment for sure what kind of attack this was, what was used in it. There are obviously lots of speculation, but at the moment that has not become clear, nor who carried it out. The rebel group, the M23, blame the government. The government says that the M23 are terrorists, and it says it mourns the loss of these citizens.
Catherine, in the past 3 weeks or so, we've seen this lightning offensive by M23 rebels that has affected some 11 million people in the DRC. What is the humanitarian community within the country saying they need right now?
Well, they've just laid out a plan for development, and they're calling for massive investment of over $2.5 billion from the international community. They're seeing that they need to help at least 11 million people, and that's only some of the people who are in need of aid, we're told, but those are the priorities, and it's especially focused there, of course, in the east. So the airports in Goma and the one near Bukavu have been destroyed and not operational because of the fighting, and they were major aid delivery points. We also know that aid warehouses were ransacked during the war, and they've been depleted of supplies of essential foods and medicines. So basically, they need a huge amount of money, and they're very worried about where that's going to come from, because last year the US provided 70% of the aid budget for the DRC, and of course those aid supplies have now been cut off.
Yeah, and then we also had the announcement from the UK that they are going to reduce their spending on international development. Thank you very much for that, Catherine Norris-Strand reporting there for us. To Turkey next, where jailed PKK leader Abdullah Öcalan has made a historic declaration this Thursday. The statement, which was delivered by the pro-Kurdish DEM party, called on PKK militants to lay down their weapons. He also called on the PKK to dissolve itself. This could lay the groundwork to end the decades-long conflict between Kurdish groups and the Turkish state. Ankara recently offered an olive branch to 75-year-old Öcalan, aimed at bringing an end to the insurgency, which has claimed tens of thousands of lives. Antonia Kerrigan reports.
Could this be the beginning of a peace process in Turkey? After 40 years of conflict, Thursday marked the third meeting in recent months between the imprisoned leader of the armed Kurdish Workers' Party, Abdullah Öcalan, and delegates from the pro-Kurdish DEM party. a rapprochement in the hopes of finding a political path to securing the future of the Kurdish minority in Turkey. Dem party delegates relayed on Thursday Öcalan's historic call.
In the climate created by the call of Mr. Devlet Bahçeli, given the will of the president and the positive approach of other political parties with regard to this, I call for arms to be laid down, and I take responsibility for this historic call. All groups must lay down arms, and the PKK must be dissolved.
Öcalan has been behind bars since 1999, serving a life sentence for treason in the island prison of İmralı. But he remains a powerful figurehead in the PKK, and when President Erdogan's ultranationalist allies decided they may need to reach across the aisle to pro-Kurdish lawmakers, he was the man they came to with a potential deal. Tell his followers to lay down arms, and then he could address Turkish parliament. But in exchange for such a promise, the Kurds will now expect greater rights for their minority and steps to improve living conditions in the southeast of the country, where the Kurdish population is concentrated.
Mr. Erdogan has a lot of work to do. It is now in Erdogan's hands. It is time to take democratic steps. It is the opportunity to make history, Mr. Erdogan.
But peace is fragile, and the last time Ankara negotiated with PKK separatists, they secured a ceasefire which collapsed within 2 years, giving way to one of the bloodiest episodes in the 4-decade conflict, one that has left 4,000 dead.
And those are the top stories we're covering for you here on France 24. Up next is French Connections Plus, where Jeannie Godula and Florence Villemino continue their tour of Paris with a stop in the 2nd arrondissement.
In this French Connections, we'll take you to an arrondissement of Paris that's often squished between the Louvre-focused First and the Marais.
Today, we're in the 2nd arrondissement of Paris, home to the charming Rue Montorgueil, incredible glass-covered arcades, and once upon a time, historically, the most luxurious brothels in the capital.
Join us as we explore Paris's smallest and most eclectic arrondissement, le 2e.
The 2nd arrondissement is probably most famous for Le Sentier, the historic garment district.
Thanks to its location smack in the center of Paris, it's been at the heart of the French textile industry for centuries.
Fabric and wholesale clothing stores still line the streets of the 2nd, even today.
Now, back in the Middle Ages, Le Sentier was considered one of the most dangerous neighborhoods of the capital, but it's come a long way since then.
Once upon a time, the Sentier was a slum so dangerous, even the police wouldn't venture there. The neighborhood got a major facelift in the 19th century during Baron Haussmann's renovation of Paris. Many of the new streets were named after Emperor Napoleon's expedition to Egypt in 1798, such as Rue d'Aboukir, Rue du Caire, and Rue du Nil. It was during the Napoleonic Empire that Le Sentier became the supplier of the luxury fashion industry. For decades, the streets were lined with merchants and craftspeople, catering to the needs of seamstresses, dressmakers, and tailors. Young women working in fashion, les midinettes, adopted Saint Catherine as their patron saint, and each year would lay flowers on a statue located in Le Sentier. Cheap rents in the neighborhood also drew in waves of immigrants fleeing conflict around the world. For these poor new arrivals, the easiest place to find work was the vibrant garment industry. Over the years, Eastern European and North African entrepreneurs made Le Sentier the ready-to-wear capital of Europe and a lively multicultural neighborhood.
On vous parle du Sentier, ça évoque quoi pour vous?
plein de monde qui grouille un peu partout, des chariots qui passent un peu à droite à gauche.
On a vraiment ici la palette de toutes les dimensions du métier.
Ça représente des articles branchés à la mode, relativement pas trop chers.
Ça remue, on sent qu'il y a la vie.
In the 90s, it became known as an immigrant's El Dorado, thanks to hit prêt-à-porter brands that put the Sentier on the map internationally.
Le Sentier est un emplacement important parce que c'est un carrefour de la mode mondiale. Il n'est pas un détaillant dans le monde, le plus important soit-il, qui ne vienne pas au moins une fois par an au Sentier.
The arrival of fast fashion from China led to the decline of the Sentier's textile industry, but the area continues to attract entrepreneurs. The past 30 years have seen the arrival of data centers, startups, and the Paris Bitcoin headquarters. They were brought in by the great internet access already set up for the stock exchange and the French news agency Agence France-Presse.
C'est le quartier de France où le débit est le meilleur, tout simplement, où la vitesse d'exécution d'Internet est la plus rapide.
All this has given the area its new name, Silicon Sentier, which continues to be a vibrant frontier.
True to its working-class roots, the Rue Saint-Denis, where we are right now, has remained on the fringes of all the gentrification that's been taking place in the second in recent years.
Rue Saint-Denis is actually one of the oldest streets in the capital. The route was laid out by the Romans in the 1st century, but from the Middle Ages up until today, it's been a notorious place of prostitution.
And in the early 1900s, the neighborhood became infamous for having some of the most luxurious brothels in Paris.
At the turn of the 20th century, Paris was the world capital of pleasure. During the Belle Époque, there were some 200 licensed brothels in the capital. They were known as les maisons closes, or closed houses. Prostitution in Paris was not just tolerated, but legal and regulated. High-end courtesans called cocottes were registered with the police and had regular medical checkups. The most prestigious brothel was Le Chabanais, and its most famous client was the future King of England, Edward VII. He became infamous for his 3-person sex chair and tub full of champagne. But thousands more prostitutes worked the streets illegally. They frequented cafes and bars, living on in French culture through works by Toulouse-Lautrec and Edouard Manet. Émile Zola's hit novel Nana detailed the rise and fall of a streetwalker who becomes a high-class cocotte. Parisian brothels were officially banned in 1946, but their legacy still echoes in street names today. Rue Gratte-Cul, or Ass Scratcher, was renamed Rue du Soube after a revolutionary killed nearby. And Rue Tire-Boudin, or Sausage Pull, is now Rue Mary Stuart. The story goes that it was renamed after the Queen of Scots when she asked her young French husband, Francis II, the name of the street, and he was too embarrassed to tell her.
The 2nd arrondissement is also home to the capital's largest concentration of passages couverts, covered passageways.
These 19th century glass roof arcades were the precursor to today's indoor shopping malls.
And we're going to find out more about their history with Paris Muse guide Julien Savadou.
Bonjour, Julien.
Bonjour, Jenny. Bonjour, Flo.
Okay, I'm confused. We're not in a covered passageway at all, and we're not even in the 2nd arrondissement. Why are we starting our tour here?
Yes, we're not even in the 2nd arrondissement, but we are where the covered passageway started. So we're at the Palais Royal. The Palais is just behind us. It was the property of the Orleans family, La Famille d'Orléans, before the French Revolution. And they had a beautiful covered passageway built here, built in wood and covered in glass. There were shops, there were cafes. People would come here to hang out, to have fun, and to shop. And really, this served as a model for the passageways we're going to see.
So what happened?
It was replaced by a second version of the passageway in the mid-19th century, and then it was knocked down by the State Council, le Conseil d'État, in 1935 because it blocked the view over the garden just behind us.
So now, today, most of the covered passageways are in the second arrondissement.
Most of them are in the second arrondissement, that's right.
Let's go have a look.
Yeah, let's go. So we're here in Passage de Panorama, the oldest passageway in Paris, built in 1799, and it's named after a beautiful display. Parisians were drawn here to marvel at large screens showing views of Paris and the countryside. The ancestor of the movie theater, basically. You can see shop signs hanging from the walls, and they would let people, patrons, know what they were in for in this covered passageway.
Back in the day, there were about 150 of these covered passageways. Nowadays, there are about 30. Why are so many of them here in the second arrondissement?
Because they were built between the Palais Royal, the central Paris, really, the central neighborhoods of Paris, and the city developed from Palais Royal up north. So the city grew in circles, and so this area here in the second was developed all throughout the 19th century.
And you're saying Passage de Panorama has now become very chic?
Very chic, very trendy. Lots of cafes have opened in the Passage, and it's now one of the trendiest passages to come have a drink and have dinner.
And now we're going to go see actually the one that's known as the most famous passageway in Paris, right?
Most famous and probably one of the most beautiful, Galerie Vivienne.
Let's go. Wow, this one feels completely different.
We're in what is probably the most beautiful covered passageway in all of the city. Galerie Vivienne, inaugurated in 1826, and we're in a very upscale, opulent covered passageway. If you look up at the ceiling, it's glass and metal. It sheds natural light into here. And if you look at the floor, it's covered in mosaics. It's filled with independent designers, beautiful shops, luxury shops, clothing stores, art galleries, and also a very old bookshop.
And if you're stuck in Paris on a rainy day, this is a great place to visit.
It's a great place to visit on a rainy day. It's a shelter from the rain and from the dust. It was built for that reason. And back in the day, in the 19th century, ladies would come here to shop. It was also lit up at night.
And there's so many incredible details as well all over the place.
Beautiful details. If you pay attention in the gallery, you will find the cornucopia and the caduceus of God Hermes, which is a symbol of abundance and prosperity. Paris became the new capital of luxury in the 19th century.
It certainly is, still is today. Julian, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll wrap up our tour of Paris's second arrondissement here in the Bourse neighborhood. This building right here was once home to the Paris Stock Exchange.
It was built by Napoleon Bonaparte in the early 19th century and used as a trading floor until the 1980s. These days, it's used as an event center.
And fun fact, it was home to Team USA during the 2024 Paris Olympics.
USA. Thank you so much for joining us on this tour of the second arrondissement of Paris, and we'll see you soon for another show on another neighborhood of the capital.
That's it for this edition of Around the World. From all of us on the team, thank you very much for watching.
It's actually really efficient. I was unsure at the beginning because it's just natural to feel unsure. And then after actually being with it for a long time now, you can see the evidence right in front of you. So.
Teaching and education will be transformed by AI. There's no doubt about that. And AI is not going away. So you either be agile and adopt it, or you could become, later on, to some extent, a victim of it. The AI systems can give you that level of granularity. They can pinpoint why, and they can tell you what the student knows and what they don't know, with a greater degree of accuracy than your average teacher.
There can be risks involved with poorly designed artificial intelligence that might give mis or disinformation to the student. There are risks related to students inappropriately offloading activity to AI that would be better done by themselves, allowing them to rely too much on the AI.
France 24, your economy explained. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Hello everyone, you're watching France 24. Coming up, Keir Starmer expected at the White House after France's Emmanuel Macron. The UK Prime Minister's turn to ask for Ukraine and European leaders for a seat at the table of negotiations with Russia will be crossing to correspondent Fraser Jackson. The PKK's longtime jailed leader calls for the Kurdish separatist movement to lay down its arms and dissolve. Abdullah Öcalan speaking to emissaries from his island prison of Imrali. We'll get more from Turkey correspondent Jasper Mortimer. Israel to send negotiators to Cairo to extend phase one of a ceasefire deal with Hamas, a deal that's due to expire Saturday. Earlier, more than 600 Palestinians released as part of the last exchange for hostages that's scheduled for now. In the next hour, the France 24 debate before Zelensky on Friday, after Emmanuel Macron on Monday. Keir Starmer takes a crack at Oval Office Trump whispering. What can old allies do to convince the United States when it comes to Ukraine? The UK Prime Minister will brief European powers Sunday in London on his efforts to stop a separate peace between Trump and Vladimir Putin. Your reactions on the hashtag F24debate. Hello everyone, I'm François Picard. As U.S. officials earlier quietly met with Russian counterparts in Istanbul to lay the groundwork for a normalization of ties, Keir Starmer expected at this hour at the White House. Following in the footsteps of Emmanuel Macron, who visited the Oval Office Monday, the British Prime Minister, before Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday, there to convince Donald Trump to include Kyiv and the continent in the negotiations. Let's cross now to correspondent Fraser Jackson. Fraser, tell us where you are.
So at the moment, we are stood outside of the White House. We are, as you can see, the press pool is gathering just behind me here. This is on the other side of the press pool is the West Wing. So the driveway where Keir Starmer will be driving down. Last night he stayed at Blair House, which is just across the street from where the White House is. It's a place where the foreign dignitaries tend to stay when they are here to visit the White House. I'll just give a quick pan for you so you can see over here on the right-hand side, we can see the Marines there and the various members of the armed forces preparing, waiting to head onto the driveway. They have the flags of all of the 50 United States, and then at the very front there on the left you can see the American flag alongside the Union flag as well of the United Kingdom. So a very consequential meeting, one which has been in the pipeline for some time, and the Brits are very aware of how important this meeting is. Now, they know that Emmanuel Macron shares a much deeper friendship and partnership with Donald Trump than Keir Starmer does, because, of course, Starmer's only been in the job for about 7 or so months. But they are also quick to point out that Starmer and Trump have met each other before. They met at Trump Tower in New York in September. They've also had various phone calls between the pair over the course of the last couple of months. But there is a lot to discuss here for the Brits. They, of course, are going to be talking about trades, those impending trade tariffs. The United Kingdom somewhat fearful about a 20% VAT rate that they have in the UK. And of course, the main topic of conversation that everyone really will be looking at is Ukraine. The UK hoping to continue France's message here that the US needs to provide some kind of security assistance backup in the event of a ceasefire deal being reached in order to dissuade the Russians from continuing their aggression and breaking that ceasefire should indeed it get done and get across the line. Then the Americans, for their part, at the moment, say that those discussions are a bit premature and that they need to come up with a diplomatic solution to getting this ceasefire deal across the line before they can start talking about those kind of security agreements. The Brits are pushing for things like long-range missiles and the air defences beefing up in Ukraine as well. But so far, the Americans are reticent to discuss that.
The UK Prime Minister expected in some 10 minutes' time where you are. Do break in when he shows. Many thanks. Fraser Jackson reporting live there from the White House. And as Fraser points out, top of the agenda is Ukraine and how to do the follow-up after Emmanuel Macron's Monday meeting in the Oval Office. Emerald Maxwell has more.
The diplomatic dance in Washington continues, with Keir Starmer set to meet the US president this Thursday. Like his European allies, the British Prime Minister is looking for an American security guarantee in Ukraine for a lasting peace. Addressing business leaders at a reception hosted by the British ambassador to the US, Starmer recalled the ties that bind the two countries.
There is no more important relationship for the United Kingdom in defence, in security, in trade, in tech, in finance, and so much more.
Keir Starmer will be hoping for more luck than French President Emmanuel Macron, who visited Washington on Monday but left empty-handed. Like France, the UK is looking to the US to provide a security backstop for any European forces that take part in a potential peacekeeping role in Ukraine, in the shape of intelligence, air support and logistics. Prior to his arrival in Washington, and in a gesture of goodwill to Donald Trump, who considers that Europe does not spend enough on defence, the British leader announced the biggest prolonged increase in the UK's defence budget since the Cold War, from 2.3 to 2.5% of GDP by 2027. It's part of efforts to preserve the now shaky alliance between Europe and the United States as Washington draws closer to Moscow. The meeting will be closely watched by Volodymyr Zelensky before he goes to Washington himself on Friday.
Peace and security guarantees, the sovereignty of our country, territorial integrity, that is what we are working towards. I thank all our partners for their support. I thank our people who believe in Ukraine.
The British Prime Minister will host talks with leaders of allied countries on Sunday, to discuss this new era of European security.
Let's talk about that new era of European security with our Chief International Affairs Editor, Robert Parsons. Keir Starmer, who will be briefing the likes of Emmanuel Macron, the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk on Sunday in London. And this, of course, after his meeting at the White House and that on Friday of Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. Plenty of room for things to go off the rails.
Well, with Donald Trump, there's always room for things to go off the rails. What they're hoping is that this combination of pressure from Macron, from Starmer, and then, as you point out, Zelensky tomorrow, will just shift Donald Trump's position sufficiently to take note of what it is that the Europeans are trying to say to him. It's almost impossible to say, whether this is going to be successful. To expect Starmer to go to Washington and come away with an agreement in his hand from Donald Trump, it's just not going to happen.
So let me ask you on this point, because this morning there was a Russian delegation showed up at the American consulate in Istanbul.
Yeah.
They're working on normalization of ties. Just how much does that undermine whatever Starmer and Trump discuss coming up?
I don't think it undermines anything at all. I think, if you're going to go down this path of re-establishing relations with Russia, trying to get normal relations following a peace agreement in the center of Europe, you're going to have to talk to the Russians. At the moment, talking with the Russians is incredibly complicated by the fact that diplomatic ties have been reduced to their lowest probably since the end of the Cold War, if not longer. So it makes sense, to try and get things moving. That's what they're talking about in Istanbul today, trying to re-establish diplomatic relations, talking about what steps need to be taken, how fast, and at what level to get to a position where the two countries can start talking to each other in the way they used to.
All right, and you'll be joining us in the France 24 debate to discuss this Ukraine aspect. There's another aspect to all of this, of course, which is trade ties, both with the UK and with the continent. Donald Trump's yet to take a meeting with the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Instead, in India this Thursday, along with most of her College of Commissioners, a high-level delegation due to meet Prime Minister Modi Friday as they digest Donald Trump's threat of 25% tariffs on a bloc that he sees designed to, quote, screw the United States.
There is a trade war on the horizon between the US and the EU, one that is, for the French government, in no one's interest. But the EU will respond if it must. That was France's response to Donald Trump's vow to levy 25% tariffs on Europe, the world's largest trading bloc. The European Commission also chimed in, saying it will act firmly and immediately against unjustified tariffs. The latest tensions come after Donald Trump held his first cabinet meeting, where he said that these tariffs would be announced soon. The president also expressed his hostility towards the U.S.'s longtime ally.
The European Union's it was formed in order to screw the United States. I mean, look, let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president.
In response to such views, Sweden's former prime minister wrote on social media that Trump had a seriously distorted view of history, underlining that the European Union was set up to prevent war on the continent. This is just the latest rebuff by Trump and his administration towards EU nations. After J.D. Vance's speech attacking European democracies, Trump's contempt for NATO, and his threat to pull out of the alliance, as well as increasingly friendly relations with Moscow, many European leaders are increasingly alarmed and now wonder if the U.S. has not just become an unreliable ally, but a foe.
For more, let's go to Boston and historian James Boyes, senior research fellow at the Center on U.S. Politics at University College London. Thanks for being with us here on France 24.
Good afternoon. It's good to be back. Thank you very much.
Now, we've seen this movie before. There were similar threats when Trump was first president in 2017. At the end of the day, it all ended with a negotiation. Is this time different?
Well, I'm glad you raised that point, because I think that what Donald Trump constantly resorts to is what I refer to as extreme coercive diplomacy. He puts vast figures out there. You were talking about the 25% tariff that he's talking about imposing upon the European Union. Similar figures, of course, being applied to Mexico and Canada. This should be seen, I think, as part of a negotiating tactic to scare, I think, his opponents into some degree of acquiescence. Very clearly, Donald Trump has maintained a small number of very hard-held views over several decades. One of the most firmly held is the idea that the United States is being taken advantage of by friends, allies, and opponents all around the world. And he sees it as his task to reset that, to put his America First agenda at the forefront of all that. And I think we're seeing that played out across a whole series of strata in the talks which are ongoing this week.
And we heard that adult language, if you will, in that clip in the report just before. I mean, you know, Donald Trump calling Zelensky a dictator, but then on Friday they're meeting at the White House, saying the EU is trying to take advantage, was created to take advantage, created to take advantage of the United States. Is it all just bluster, or is there something different?
Well, again, one can take issue with Donald Trump's use of language. He is, of course, I think, mainly speaking to a domestic audience in many of these instances, which respond well to that rather earthy tone. From the president's point of view, what he's looking to do is to redress the US trade deficit with the European Union, which is increasing. The figures which have been put out recently show a 12.9% increase in the trade deficit from by almost $27 billion. From the US perspective, that's something which simply cannot be allowed to continue. And what he's cleverly doing, I think, is talking about this idea of reciprocity. Well, we will do to you what you do to us. There are, of course, many details in that which we could discuss ad nauseum. But from an American electorate point of view, which, of course, is Donald Trump's main audience, that seems to make sense. Why should we not charge you what you are charging us in terms of exports in an attempt to redress that balance?
To which the Europeans answer that the Biden administration's so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which encouraged incentives for companies from Europe to come invest in green technology in the U.S., that was an unfair trade practice in its own right.
Absolutely. To which the Trump White House would tell you there's a new sheriff in town, and that things have moved on substantially, if you hadn't noticed, under this new administration. Very clearly, I think, Donald Trump is trying to do everything in what is a very short time period. I think everybody needs to remember, of course, that in a little over 20 months there are midterm elections, and after that, all eyes here will be looking to see, bizarrely enough, who will replace Donald Trump. You're seeing an administration having to move fast, moving fast, and attempting to deliver as quickly as possible on those campaign pledges ahead of those all-important midterm elections. And I think we really need to look at this through the prism of domestic politics as much as anything else.
You don't sound very worried, James.
Well, it's interesting, as a Brit who has been living in the United States for the past 5 years and studying Donald Trump and writing about Donald Trump and this idea of extreme coercive diplomacy, I think you see a pattern in Donald Trump, and I think all too few academics, people in the media, take the time to actually really study Donald Trump to understand and to see his pattern of behavior. And I think if people were to do that, they might be a little bit less worried as well, and to see this idea that Donald Trump does fit into an extreme form of American diplomacy, but certainly one which I think is understandable if one takes the time to comprehend his track record and to realize this is not just a normal politician. He is someone who's come in, he sees that he has an opportunity to address many long-held concerns about the status of the United States, the status of the American government, and you're seeing him move very, very quickly to address long-standing issues which many people have long felt needed to be addressed.
But at the same time, these are not normal times. What with we saw those images of Elon Musk basically lecturing Trump's cabinet on Wednesday. The same Elon Musk who supports the jailed far-right extremist who calls himself Tommy Robinson in the UK, who's bashed Keir Starmer aplenty. How does Keir Starmer play that? Does he just ignore it? How does he play the fact that Donald Trump's main advisor is a political opponent for reasons unbeknownst?
I think Keir Starmer is going to want to do everything possible to get away from any issues of name-calling. After all, he himself has referred to Donald Trump as being offensive, repugnant. David Lammy, who's the foreign secretary, has called him a racist and a Nazi sympathizer. So I really don't think it's in the British government's interest to start getting into he said, she said with regard to this, and to bringing domestic politics or personal issues into this. I think they need to maintain a very high-minded, high-level approach to this. And to ignore, frankly, Elon Musk as much as possible. As for him addressing the cabinet, that has been addressed domestically, and as many people have pointed out, it's all very often that you have outside advisors addressing the cabinet. After all, Dr. Jill Biden addressed the cabinet and virtually led the cabinet in September. So having somebody who from outside, admittedly, of the images you see there, Elon Musk is something of an extrovert, to put it mildly. But from a Donald Trump's point of view, maybe someone who can come in and shake up the system in a way that many people have argued has been long overdue here.
Again, we talk about room for maneuver. The new UK Prime Minister, who had signed off on returning the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, but it turns out the US is also a party to the military bases that are there, and now he needs Donald Trump's signature for that. How is that going to play out?
Well, again, if you want to talk about an unmitigated disaster and something which was totally unnecessary for this administration in London to seemingly make in its first months in office, you do have to wonder about the wisdom of this and the deal that appeared to have been struck with regard to returning these islands effectively to Mauritius at the very time when you have the presence of the Diego Garcia base there. Again, one wonders who was advising this administration in Downing Street with regard to this. Now that they have admitted that they would need to get the American sign-off to this and it could be vetoed, which I dare say, again, I don't get too much ahead of myself here, it certainly doesn't appear to be in the United States' interest to surrender that base when you consider its geopolitical status, any more than, frankly, it's in the British interest to want to package this deal when you consider that the financial inducement that Downing Street appeared to be offering Mauritius at a time of severe economic concerns back in London.
Very briefly, James, the optics of the meeting between Starmer and Trump at the White House, while over in India, you have the president of the European Commission getting ready, along with most of her cabinet, to meet with Narendra Modi.
Yes, indeed. You know, we live in interesting times, as they say. Not only that, but of course, the talks going on in Istanbul. So one is, you know, it's almost like, well, where does one focus at this very moment? Should one be looking at Washington? Should one be looking, as you say, in India or in Istanbul? I think the Istanbul talks are the ones which perhaps carry the most interest. You know, Donald Trump is rightly saying, look, one needs to talk with one's enemies, not just with one's friends. And so I think that whilst there is a lot of attention going on, certainly here in Washington and in the imagery you're showing on the screen there, I think one really needs to consider what is going on in terms of the bigger picture in Istanbul. That I think is going to hold the most weight in terms of what's going on with regard to Ukraine. And then, of course, the meeting which is going to happen tomorrow when Ukraine's leader Zelensky arrives in Washington for what I think is going to be a very telling meeting with Donald Trump.
All right, well, let's go. Many thanks, James Boyes, for joining us there from Boston. A pleasure.
Thank you.
And we're going to go from Istanbul, rather, to Ankara. And correspondent Jasper Mortimer. Jasper, we have some breaking news that had long been awaited, and that is of the historic leader of the PKK, who's been in jail since 1999, Abdullah Öcalan, calling on his movement to lay down its arms and dissolve. You've been tipping us off that this could be in the works. The question, though, is what do we know about what he said and what's been negotiated with authorities in the Turkish capital?
Well, what has been negotiated with the authorities here in Ankara is unknown, and certainly the government has made no commitments in advance. To answer what he said, Öcalan said basically three things. He said all groups must lay down their arms, and I think by all groups he meant also the splinter groups that have been carrying out bombings in public places in Turkey. Secondly, he said the PKK must dissolve itself, and that is going further than just laying down your arms. And thirdly, addressing President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, he said, convene your Congress and make a decision. And by that he was making time for Erdogan to reciprocate and give the Kurds what they've been demanding.
And right now, a cautious reaction, can we say? We haven't heard yet anything from Erdogan himself.
No, but look, this process began in October when the political leader Devlet Bahçeli, who leads a nationalist party that is to the right of Erdogan's own party, said Öcalan could be released if he would tell his fighters to stop fighting and if he would disband the PKK. Now, I think it was interesting that that came from Öcalan rather than Erdogan, because Erdogan, who orchestrated it, I'm sure, wanted it to come from the most right-wing politician in Parliament to get the right-wing on board for this move. Now, what happens next depends on two things. Will the government deliver? You know, this is the third call for a laying down of arms that Öcalan has made since he was detained, captured in 1999. He made a call shortly after his in 2013. Both times the PKK returned to the armed struggle because it felt that the government had not reciprocated. So the onus is on the government to take big steps today.
All right.
In the Kurdish language. They see the Kurdish language as the fundamentals of their culture. They also want a measure of autonomy for the Kurdish majority provinces of Turkey. And they want an end to the government deposing elected mayors of Kurdish towns and installing government appointees in the mayor's place. Since the local elections in March last year, the government has deposed about 10, 12 mayors of Kurdish towns and appointed its own officials in their place.
Jasper Mortimer reporting live there from Ankara. Many thanks for that update from Ankara. Israel says it's going to be sending a delegation to Cairo to try and extend phase 1 of a ceasefire deal with Hamas that's due to expire this coming Saturday. Earlier, more than 600 Palestinians were released as part of the final exchange of hostages for Palestinian prisoners that's scheduled for now. Solange Mougin has more.
It was the final exchange. Israeli hostages, including some deceased, for Palestinian prisoners. And with it, the first phase of the 6-week truce in Gaza is coming to a close. Will it be extended after Saturday's deadline? And what of the second phase, the one that could bring a long-term end to the war? Or the fates of the 54 hostages still held in Gaza, at least those that are still alive, as Israel believes half are deceased. At this precarious juncture, there's been little headway in talks about a definitive truce. Benjamin Netanyahu's office said in a statement that the Israeli Prime Minister has ordered a delegation to go to Cairo for talks. And Hamas has said it's willing to start negotiations on a second phase. But that does not mean such overtures will work.
The lifts are simply too heavy. Hamas will not return all of the hostages until it gets ironclad guarantees that Israel would withdraw from Gaza and end the war. No one is going to give Hamas those guarantees. And the government of Israel, this government, in no way, shape, or form will agree to leave Gaza without a security architecture. And that's why this is so difficult. Maybe the Arab states could come up with a framework, but this is going to be a week-by-week deal.
Netanyahu has been under political pressure from his far-right coalition to walk away from a truce, but also from families of the remaining hostages, as well as citizens, to keep the ceasefire going. Hamas, in turn, is wary of giving up its weapons, as it would contradict its raison d'etre, to fight until Israel withdraws from occupied Palestinian territories. Meanwhile, the fates of the remaining hostages and roughly 2 million Palestinians hang in the balance.
More news coming up here on France 24. We'll, of course, be crossing to the White House when Keir Starmer arrives to try to convince Donald Trump on Ukraine. Stay with us.
It's fragile, yet powerful. To earn it takes honesty, commitment, rigor, and independence. It's a cornerstone of democracy. It's vital to everyone. And without it, freedom of thought is impossible. Trust, our reason for being here. France 24, liberté, égalité, actualité.
Since the start of the war in Ukraine, many Russians have fled to Serbia, seeking refuge from Putin's regime.
I was early enrolled in university in Moscow. Because of the war, it kind of stopped giving us the program that was promised initially.
These exiles make up 5 to 10% of the Serbian population and invest heavily in the country.
The conditions for doing business are also good, which is why we decided to stay here.
But in pro-Kremlin Serbia, political discussions remain taboo.
The pressure on the Russian anti-war movement in Serbia has had some effect. We can't mobilize large numbers because people don't want to risk their residency permits in the only country that welcomes them.
Watch Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome back. You're watching France 24. Coming up, Keir Starmer expected at the White House after France's Emmanuel Macron. The UK Prime Minister has turned to ask for Ukraine and European leaders for a seat at the table of negotiations with Russia. At least 11 killed as a pair of explosions rock a rally of the Rwanda-backed M23 in the eastern Congolese city of Bukavu. The rebels took Bukavu last week after earlier overrunning Goma. France 24's Catherine Norris-Trent has more. Investigators rule out foul play in the death of Hollywood legend Gene Hackman and his wife. The pair found at their home in New Mexico. The star of such classics as The French Connection and Unforgiven was 95. Keir Starmer's arrival at the White House imminent, says our correspondent Fraser Jackson, following in the footsteps of Emmanuel Macron, who visited the Oval Office on Monday. The British Prime Minister to meet with Donald Trump before Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky goes Friday for the signing of that minerals deal with the White House. The Starmer, who's pressing Trump to include Kyiv and the continent in negotiations before departing for the U.S. He told the House of Commons on Wednesday of a sober assessment if there is no seat at the table.
The worst of all outcomes, if there's to be a cessation of hostilities, is that it is a short break rather than sustained and lasting peace. And I think that that means there's got to be security guarantees. I've indicated that we will play our full part. There has to be US backing, because otherwise I don't think it will deter Putin.
Our chief.
In this suburb, dozens have tried acting thanks to Isaac. Placido has acted in about 10 films over the past 20 years and was one of Isaac's first recruits. He remembers every scene as if it were yesterday.
See, that was the beginning of who killed Captain Alice here in the bar.
Placido is also an electrician. Despite his status as a local celebrity, this veteran actor still can't make a living from his art.
Due to who killed Captain Alice, because it was famous all over the world, so many people know me. Because I've acted in many movies and I've got like no money, but you can act just in one movie and you become at least rich in one movie. It depends. So that's why I cannot stop loving acting, because it is now part of me.
For 20 years, Wakaliwood films have brought in little revenue. Illegal copies and poor returns from social media have made it difficult to turn a profit. But there's still one way they earn a bit of money.
Most of them, they like action movies. That's why when they hear Wakaliwood is releasing a movie, they just come faster because they expect action and fun.
The team draws spectators to a small neighborhood cinema. Just €1 for an action-packed screening. The cinema manager has decided to show their films every weekend. He's a big fan too.
People do get good lessons from their movies. It's like we learn to love each other. We love to defend ourselves in case of any danger. They know the actors and the actresses. That is why they come in good numbers.
Despite the modest earnings, Isaac and his team are preparing 2 new feature films for 2025, including the sequel to their cult hit, Captain Alex.
Now, the Maha Kumbh Mela has wrapped up in northern India. According to the state government, the festival was attended by over 450 million people over the span of 6 weeks. The Maha Kumbh, which occurs once every 144 years, has been hailed a success. Despite a stampede which occurred last month, crowds were undeterred.
India's Kumbh Mela festival wraps up Wednesday, with final ceremonies ending 6 weeks of celebration. Hindus take a series of ritual baths at the confluence of 3 rivers, one of them mythical, to cleanse them of their sins and free them from reincarnation. This year's celebration is particularly significant, as it only occurs every 144 years during a special celestial alignment of the Sun, Moon, and Jupiter.
So I think that's why people are so much excited, and now due to the social media also, so people are seeing more on this, so that's why lots of people gathering. So she is my sister from Australia, I'm from Kathmandu, Nepal. We just plan like let's go, and it just happened.
I think it's easy to avoid danger if you're sensible, and I wasn't scared. The big crowds are always a bit intimidating, but I don't think I was scared of a stampede.
Despite 2 deadly stampedes that killed dozens, the festival has been hailed as a triumph by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, bolstering its carefully cultivated image as stewards of Hindu resurgence and national prosperity. The BJP-run state government of Uttar Pradesh has allocated more than €725 million for this year's festival and its infrastructure. In return, the state government projects the festival will contribute a whopping €23 billion to the economy. Touting its use of artificial intelligence to estimate the crowds, the government says a record 620 million people attended the festival, more than the population of the entire European Union. Nonetheless, those numbers are impossible to verify.
To Bolivia next, where the Oruro Carnival is underway. The religious and cultural festival blends music, dance and elaborate costumes, as Charlotte Lamb now reports.
Fashion designer Monica Siles has devoted nearly 30 years to making costumes for Bolivia's Oruro Carnival. To her, it's more than just fashion. She calls them the dance's very own instruments, a love letter to their culture.
If you close your eyes for a moment and imagine the carnival without the shine, without the beauty, without all the wonders that are the outfits, the carnival totally loses its spark. It's as if they took away the music.
These costumes and more are on full display to thousands of visitors at this year's festival. In the mountains of western Bolivia, musicians and performers have turned the streets of this otherwise calm town into a 10-day fiesta. Bands from all over the country make the journey to bring their regional sound, a vigorous display of synchronized instruments and dances. This is just one of many folk performances that symbolizes the region's indigenous peoples. Its choreography evoking the nomadic life of these communities.
As a dancer, I feel proud to have such amazing musicians accompanying us throughout the carnival.
Organisers claim the festival is the biggest carnival after Rio, and in 2008 it was officially added to UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The carnival wraps up on March 4th.
Now, no seat for Europe at the negotiating table. The message couldn't have been clearer from Donald Trump's special envoy to Ukraine and Russia, as the US president opened discussions with the Russian government without Ukraine or the EU. Brussels is scrambling for a plan, but so far it does not seem to have anything concrete. How did it come to this, and is it too late for the EU to make itself count? We put those questions to our MEPs at the European Parliament. That's coming up next on Talking Europe.
Hello, welcome back to Talking Europe. Henry Kissinger once quipped, "Who do I call if I want to call Europe?" Well, EU Council President Antonio Costa intimates that Donald Trump should be calling him. But so far, the US president appears to have given much more of his time to Vladimir Putin than to Costa or to EU Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen or to EU Foreign Policy Head Kaja Kallas. While Kallas calls Trump's discussion with Putin about Ukraine appeasement, various EU member states are being more cautious, perhaps wanting to leave themselves wiggle room with the Trump administration further down the line. But the result, in terms of optics at least, is that the EU is struggling to speak as one, and even a hastily convened summit of European leaders called by President Macron in Paris ended with no obvious plan. Top diplomats from the Trump administration then met their Russian counterparts in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, with no Ukrainians present. Well, we're going to discuss all this with two MEPs who work on foreign affairs and on Ukraine. Mark Botenga is a Belgian politician from the left group here in the European Parliament. Welcome to you.
Thank you very much.
And also Pekka Toveri is a Finnish MEP from the European People's Party. Welcome to you as well.
Thank you.
Let's first, before I get your reactions, listen to the US Special Envoy for Ukraine and Russia, Keith Kellogg.
Can you assure this audience that Ukrainians will be at the table and Europeans will be at the table?
The answer to that last question, just as you framed it, the answer is no. The answer to the earlier part of that question is yes. Of course the Ukrainians are going to be at the table.
Mark Botenga, so it's very clear Trump doesn't want to give Europe a place at the table, but Europeans are somehow in shock at this. Was this not actually pretty predictable?
Well, I think it was. I actually warned for this scenario for several years because, in reaction to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the European Union has taken a number of measures, the sanctions, arms deliveries, financial support to Ukraine. One thing the European Union has not done is a diplomatic initiative to say, you know, we will take diplomacy seriously, because in the end, all wars, almost all wars, end by diplomacy, and we will take this diplomatic role because it's on our continent, it's close by, it's neighboring country, and so on. And so what's happening then, if you haven't actually prepared for diplomacy, if you haven't actually said, we'll take this initiative, someone else does, you're in complete disarray. And this is what we're seeing today. European Union is being, you know, overrun.
Toveri, is it the Europeans' fault that it has come to this?
Well, pretty much. Who else? Our problem is that we haven't had any strategy on how to deal with the war in Ukraine. By saying that we support Ukraine as long as needed, it's not a strategy unless you plan to kill all the Ukrainians by depleting them through the long war. We hadn't had a plan which would have included that in one point we can force Russia to negotiate, and what then? And I totally agree.
And on this whole diplomatic sequence, so President Macron held actually 2 summits back-to-back with European leaders, not only from the EU, in Paris. What did you make of that, Mark? Is Macron kind of going solo and making the EU look even more dispersed?
Well, the EU is dispersed. Yeah. Let's be very clear. I mean, not everyone was at the table. So it wasn't a European summit. A European summit was also not held in Brussels or in Strasbourg, perhaps, if you want the European Parliament seat over there. So the fact that it's being held in Paris, that not all EU members are part of these discussions, it is indeed Macron trying to say, okay, let me have a role, let's play a part. And then you have other countries going in other directions. We've seen that. It just shows that the European Union really today is indeed without a strategy, without a common foreign policy, and indeed even without a security policy for its own continent.
Yeah, and we don't have a, you know, we are totally in a reactive mood. We react what Russia does, what Trump does, instead of this kind of summit should have done weeks ago, well before Trump administration even took power, to discuss different possibilities and have different scenarios, have a plan.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a sort of coalition of the willing in parallel to the EU, except that there's still no concrete result coming out of it.
Exactly, and that's a very bad image, that we meet, discuss, no decision. That really doesn't show that the European strength, so to say.
One of the things that the Europeans have been discussing is the question of possible troops in Ukraine. Of course, it's something Macron himself has talked about for a long time, regarding French troops at least. Mark, do you think that's a realistic proposal?
No, I mean, this is just proposing something. Like, you've got no strategy for negotiations. You've dealt with this so badly that you're not even invited today. Right? I mean, and that you don't even have a legitimate claim right now, because you have not taken any initiative. Let's be clear. Diplomacy has been the complete absence of European strategy over the last years. And then you say, but maybe we can deliver the troops. To do what? You know, if you want a security presence there, if you need a peace force, make it the United Nations ones. Why not? Maybe the Indians or the Chinese or what? I don't know. But this is like voluntarism to say we need to do something. Let's propose to, what are they going to do? Because initially when Macron came with this proposal, it was not a peacekeeping force. It was a force to actually potentially fight with Russia, to have an actual engagement in wartime. It was not in the strategy of once there's a ceasefire or once there's a negotiated settlement, whatever. It was at a different... So getting this back on the table, it's not even a new proposal, and it just undermines their lack of clues.
I think that talking about peacekeeping troops is not realistic. You know, in order to have a functioning peacekeeping troop like UN troops in many operations, you have to have 2 parties who agree upon to hold on the agreement. And we can't trust that Russia would hold any agreements. It has broken all the agreements it has done. It has broken. We all know that Putin's will, you know, his aim to take Ukraine down as an independent nation, culture, state, language, everything. It hasn't gone anywhere. He will use possible ceasefire or peace just to regroup and attack again, unless there are the security guarantees. And that's what the Ukrainians are demanding. Reliable security guarantees. And for that, we need some kind of force.
So it's not clear even what these troops would be doing, even in theory, at the moment, at the EU level.
I'd say, you know, we should do what we did in the Balkans in the 1990s. Send a force which is strong enough to take care of possible parties who don't follow the agreement, with the mandate to use the force if needed. And nobody caused any problems.
Yeah, but that would be very hard to agree, wouldn't it? Everybody to agree on a mandate for troops that can use force, maybe some kind of ceasefire monitors, but that would be probably the most.
You need to be clear what that would mean. That would mean that you would actually consider going to war, sending European sons, daughters to war directly with Russia. I think that's not the dimension or the approach we need to take at all. What we do need to see is that today, first of all, there's negotiations. So the settlement for the moment, the European Union has no say in it. You know, and maybe we shouldn't have, but, you know, we've maneuvered ourselves or outmaneuvered ourselves into this position. So now saying, you know, we'll send someone to potentially fight the Russians, I don't think that's a constructive thing. What we need to do is to make sure that there is indeed a return to international law, that there is a return and a respect for whatever agreement is going to be on the table, because we don't know this. I mean, we've seen some elements leaked to the press, but we haven't, I mean, there's no substantial agreement for the moment. So whatever there is, and if we can, you know, agree on this, then we can say, how can we contribute constructively to peace, stability, and the international law?
Well, the problem is that we are talking about Russia, and Russia listens and looks only for power. You know, it has broken all the agreements. If we make a peace without a deterrence, which they don't dare to break, there's going to be a new war. And then so the decision is, are we going to fight in Ukraine or going to be a fight in our own grounds?
But this is always going to be the topic. I mean, this is why when you make peace agreements, because in every peace agreement you have two warring parties, sometimes you have one clear aggressor, like here, I mean, Russia invaded illegally. But the thing is, of a peace agreement is to end the war, you know, and to make sure that it's at least frozen, and ideally you go back to the internationally recognized borders and so on. Now it looks that today this is very much off the table. So what you want to do is to, how do you guarantee peace there? We know, and you know, that the Russian armed forces have had massive losses. You know, this war has been very costly for Russia, militarily, economically. So what we need to say is, okay, listen, we want peace on our continent. And why not go back to, you know, older initiatives that worked during the Cold War? The OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, that initiative, that spirit at the time done with the Soviet Union, that was much more powerful than Russia is now. This could be an alternative to bring back peace and security. And
what Putin will look at, well, yeah, the Soviet Union made the mistake of going to these whole agreements and they lost. And his view is that, well, I'm not going to make the same mistake. OSCE was there in the Donetsk 8 years, registering thousands and thousands of peace agreement violations, doing nothing and preventing nothing.
Pekka, so just to sum up, because we're running out of time, you were saying before this program, for you, the deterrence doesn't have to be troops on the ground, it could be other things like air power. Just briefly.
Well, the Ukrainians have very cleverly said that the best guarantee is the Ukrainian armed forces, which is supported by Western technology and arms, so that it's strong enough by itself, supported by other capabilities. And we have superior air power in Europe. Just the European NATO is 3 times stronger than the Russian air power. In navies, that's even much bigger. So there are other means than just having thousands of foot soldiers on the ground that we can use.
Okay, we'll stop there. We've run out of time. Thank you so much to both of my guests, Mark Botenga and Pekka Toveri. And of course, we'll be following all the developments around Ukraine and the diplomacy that is now going up a gear. Do stay with us.
Lola is a worldwide, famous festival. India and Mumbai is hungry for large-scale events, international artists, local artists, People are hungry for such events, so definitely, that's why we come.
you are an international artist who is seeing a significant number of streams coming from India, a significant number of fans on your social media, it would behoove you to look at India as a realistic touring destination.
Bringing down international acts, we're charging international money, right? We're paying on par with people abroad. Why can't I expect an international quality event?
Worldview with Francois Picard. 2 hours of current affairs featuring the debate. Listen to the views that count on all the major international issues.
Join us for Worldview right here on France 24.
Notre coup de cœur cette semaine est consacré à l'une des dernières grandes monographies du Centre Pompidou avant sa fermeture pour travaux. À l'honneur, Suzanne Valadon, figure majeure et pourtant longtemps sous-estimée de l'histoire de l'art. À travers plus de 200 œuvres, vous allez pouvoir apprécier la peinture d'une femme libre et audacieuse. Bonjour Xavier.
Bonjour Valérie.
Alors Suzanne Valadon, elle fait partie de ces figures de l'ombre qui aujourd'hui sont incontournables dans l'histoire de l'art. Quel est son parcours ?
Alors en vérité, c'est plutôt la pénombre, puisque Suzanne Valadon a la particularité d'avoir connu le succès de son vivant, ce qui est extrêmement rare pour une femme de la fin du 19e siècle et du début du 20e siècle. Notamment parce que sa peinture, la manière dont elle représente les femmes et puis son parcours personnel incarne une époque, c'est-à-dire l'époque de l'après-Première Guerre mondiale, où un vent de liberté souffle sur les femmes dans la société, puisqu'on reconnaît leur contribution déterminante à l'effort de guerre et, en l'espèce pour la France, à la victoire.
Ce tableau qui est l'un de ses plus connus, La Chambre bleue, lorsqu'elle l'expose en 1923, il défie quand même tous les académismes de l'époque.
Alors exactement, puisque vous retrouvez les codes de la peinture et de la représentation de la femme et du corps de la femme, mais cette fois-ci complètement inversé. Alors qu'avant, c'est un schéma qui offre un corps nu, sexualisé au regard masculin. Ici, c'est plutôt l'incarnation d'un monde que la femme peut se construire de manière totalement indépendante. Les livres vous rappellent le savoir qu'elle accumule, et puis elle est tranquille, elle est en pyjama, elle a une clope au bec, et ça, c'est vraiment totalement inédit.
Et ça en dit long sur sa vision de la femme et sa vision d'elle-même.
Exactement, puisque on considère que ce tableau est aussi une sorte d'autoportrait symbolique, puisque effectivement, dans sa vie, sa vie sentimentale, mais aussi sa vie professionnelle, Suzanne Valadon a fait preuve d'un tempérament extraordinaire pour son époque, et c'est aussi comme ça qu'elle va percer dans les milieux artistiques très masculins de l'époque.
Son regard sans concession, sans idéalisation sur le corps de l'homme, mais de la femme aussi, est-ce que c'est un regard féministe avant l'heure ?
Alors, c'est une approche féministe tout court, puisque Suzanne Valadon, elle a cette particularité d'avoir été modèle en même temps qu'être artiste, puis artiste elle-même. Donc, elle sait ce que c'est que de poser, et elle sait ce que c'est que d'exhiber son corps. Et donc là aussi, on passe d'un nu où l'identité du modèle est niée à une personne qui existe et à un regard débarrassé du présupposé masculin, mais tout en utilisant ses formes. Et ici, on a le luxe de la présenter avec des œuvres de ses contemporaines qui, pour le coup, elles, ont énormément souffert d'un déficit de reconnaissance.
This week in Paris des Arts, we're heading for the La Pérouse restaurant, where gastronomy, mystery and literature have merged since 1766, and where author Frédéric Becbédé talks about his new novel, A Lone Man.
Je ne sais pas très bien qui je suis, tous mes livres essaient d'enquêter pour savoir ce que je fous là. C'est une qualité pour un écrivain d'être paumé, d'être un peu égaré, je crois.
singing, dancing and comedy. The Sea Girls reveal what goes on behind the scenes with their new show, Dérapage.
Notre 6e spectacle, donc le renouveau pour nous il est indispensable, il est vital, et je crois que le pari est vraiment gagné.
Experience Suzanne Valadon's world through an unfiltered female gaze. The Pompidou Centre traces her journey and artistic legacy in a unique exhibition. Watch Paris des Arts with Valérie Fayolle on France 24.
You're watching Around the World with me, Delon D'Souza. The headlines this hour. Vladimir Zelensky set to head to the White House on Friday to sign a deal giving the U.S. access to Ukraine's mineral deposits. This as Donald Trump seeks compensation for U.S. aid. The White House says it's taking control of the press pool that covers Donald Trump. The latest move to restrict access comes after it revoked access to the Associated Press in a dispute over the term Gulf of America. An emotional farewell in Israel as the Bibas family bids farewell to Shiri Babas and her two sons. The funeral taking place as phase 1 of a ceasefire deal in Gaza nears its end. Ukraine's president will be headed to the White House on Friday. Vladimir Zelensky expected to sign a deal which would give the United States access to his country's rare earth minerals. Donald Trump has been calling for compensation for the billions of dollars of U.S. military aid which has been sent to Kyiv. For now, details of the deal are scant, and some reports say it does not include the security guarantees Ukraine has been looking for. Brian Quinn reports.
American support for its allies now officially comes with a price tag. U.S. and Ukrainian officials have confirmed that a final agreement on a minerals deal has been reached. President Donald Trump says he's expecting Volodymyr Zelensky in Washington to sign it this week.
And look, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine and Russia fighting, so we have to straighten it out. But the American taxpayer now is going to get their money back plus.
The exact terms of the new deal have yet to be released. Trump had previously demanded that Ukraine give the U.S. 100% of its mineral revenues up to $500 billion and repay any future aid at double the amount. Those terms, rejected by Zelensky, have since been dropped. Ukraine will instead contribute half the future revenues from its natural resources to a fund in which the U.S. would own the maximum interest allowed by its own domestic law, with some of the revenues to be reinvested back into Ukraine.
WESN.
is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi Magnish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. O'Meara Road renamed in honor of Lisa Morris-Julian. UNC completes screening for general election candidates. New Grant man charged with 4 counts of murder. And internationally, Hollywood icon Gene Hackman and wife found dead in Santa Fe home. Now for the details. The Ministry of Works and Transport officially renamed O'Meara Road to Lisa Morris-Julian Boulevard in a touching ceremony on February 26th. The event was attended by Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, government officials, and the Morris-Julian family. Minister Rohan Sinanan reflected on Morris-Julian's contributions and the impact of the upgraded roadway, which now includes improved traffic features such as jug handle, roundabout, and expanded lanes. Dr. Rowley described the renaming as a lasting tribute to the late Davide O'Meara MP, who tragically passed away in a house fire with 2 of her children last December. As a plaque was unveiled in her memory, emotions ran high with her daughter overcome with grief. The United National Congress has completed its candidate screening process for the upcoming general elections, with over 200 party members participating. In a statement, the party expressed gratitude to its supporters, emphasizing unity and commitment to change. So far, 8 candidates have been announced, with more to be revealed in the coming weeks. The UNC reaffirmed its mission to save Trinidad and Tobago from what it described as a decade of mismanagement under the current administration. The party assured that all members, regardless of selection, would have a role in its campaign. A new Grant man has been charged with the 2020 murders of 4 men, including 3 foreign nationals. Clint Charles, 43, appeared virtually before Master Commissary Gray in the South Criminal Court on February 25th. He was not called upon to plead and was remanded in custody until his next court appearance on April 29th, alongside his co-accused. The charges follow the discovery of the victims' bodies in a bushy area off Daly Road, Tableland on May 25, 2020. Charles was arrested after a years-long investigation that led to his capture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He was formally charged by ASP Passad of the Homicide Bureau after legal advice from Deputy DPP Sabrina Dugdeen Jaglal. The investigation was led by ASP Passad and supervised by Senior Superintendent Dil Paul and Superintendent Passad. Internationally, Oscar-winning actor Gene Hackman, 95, and his wife Betsy Arakawa, 63, were found dead in their Santa Fe home on Wednesday afternoon. Authorities say no foul play is suspected at this time, but the cause of death remains undetermined as investigations continue. Santa Fe County deputies responded to the couple's old Sunset Trail residence around 1:45 p.m., where they also discovered their deceased dog. Hackman, a 2-time Academy Award winner, was celebrated for his roles in The French Connection and Unforgiven. He had a decades-long career portraying heroes, villains, and anti-heroes before retiring in the early 2000s. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi Magnish. Thanks for watching.
Folks, we're back and better than ever.
Your show have always appeared to be a show that is focused on going to the cause or looking to the cause.
We hardly ever talk about the white-collar crime, though. We always talk about the ones that involve more as physical violence against individuals.
The citizens will only measure transmission when water starts to flow through their taps.
Because vision doesn't talk about local election.
Contract mafia is responsible for looting the country, and they own and operate these politicians.
So if you are running a country and you can't say nothing as a prime minister, please take up your bag and go.
It is not comparative to the murder figures, but it is in fact very high.
I believe he's protecting certain individuals.
WESN.
They had become the symbols of Israeli hostages in Gaza. The Bibas children, the youngest just 9 months when he was abducted from just over the border on October the 7th. Israelis turned out by the thousands along the route of their funeral this Wednesday.
Thousands of grieving Israelis crowded the streets near Tel Aviv Wednesday to pay their last respects to the Bibas family. Many felt it was their duty to mourn the mother and 2 sons who died in Hamas captivity.
The Bibas family, I think, is like the symbol of everything that happened to us since October 7th. The massacre, the atrocious, everything that happened.
These pictures have been seen across the world. Shiri and her 2 sons, Ariel, 4 years old, and Kfir, 8 months old, the youngest hostage. On October 7th, in Kibbutz Nir Oz, near the border with Gaza, Yarden Bibas is taken from his home by Hamas fighters. They then move to take Shiri, who tries to protect her 2 children. The whole family are then brought as hostages to the Gaza Strip. 1 month later, Hamas announces that Shiri and her children have died in an Israeli airstrike. But Israeli forensics later found that they were violently killed by their captors. Yarden was freed on February 1st as part of a hostage deal. Speaking during the funeral, he asked his family for forgiveness.
Shiri, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. If only I had known what would happen.
After the wrong body was initially sent by Hamas, Shiri Bibas's body was returned last week as a term of the fragile ceasefire with Israel, in place since January 19th.
And for more, let's cross to Jerusalem and correspondent Noga Tarnapovsky. Noga, the Bibases had become known worldwide.
That's right, and today's funeral had sort of unique characteristics. Heavy metal music was played rather than more traditional mournful songs. Yarden Bibas wanted to play the songs that he and his wife both loved. The soloist of metal, the heavy metal band Disturbed, sent him a very moving message on Instagram in a reaction. And in general, the vision of a young mother buried in a single coffin with her 2 children was something that has just hung over Israel all day long.
Hung over Israel all day long. Meanwhile, there are more exchanges planned, the last of phase 1 of the ceasefire agreement brokered by Egypt and Qatar.
That's right. Paradoxically, despite days of kind of hiccups and stops and starts in this phase 1 of the ceasefire agreement, in fact, we're ending phase 1 1 week early. It was supposed to be a 6-week agreement, and now in week 5, Hamas is slated to return the bodies of 4 dead Israelis later tonight, around midnight, and Israel then is committed to releasing the 613 or so Palestinian prisoners and detainees who were slated to have been released on Saturday. And with that, phase 1 comes to an end with no phase 2 in view at the moment.
No phase 2 in view. Are there any negotiations for phase 2 at this point?
At this point, there are no negotiations for phase 2. Steve Witkoff, President Trump's Middle East envoy, repeatedly has said that he expects these talks to begin imminently. Hamas has said they expect an Israeli team to be dispatched to Qatar or to Egypt to initiate these negotiations. But we have to say, these talks are supposed to have started on day 16 of a deal that started on January 19th. And about 65 Israeli hostages remain in Gaza, some half of them alive. And at this point, there's no next step that we can tell.
All right, Noga Tarnapovsky, many thanks for that live update from Jerusalem. Meanwhile, in the Gaza Strip, the hardship continues there, with a cold spell hitting refugees who, even though the guns have gone silent, in many cases, still without a home.
Late Monday night, the father of this refugee family in the Gaza Strip awoke to find his baby girl had died during a cold snap. At midnight, I woke up to check on the children. The first two were warm, but their hands were cold. I covered them, and we went to see the girl. I felt her and found her frozen, cold, and bleeding from the nose. I unbuttoned her clothes and patted her, but there was no breath, no heartbeat. Across Gaza, infants are being treated in hospitals for hypothermia. Temperatures in Gaza have been plunging in recent days, dropping to 0 degrees Celsius at night, with storms blowing in from the Mediterranean Sea. As a result, Gaza's Civil Defense Agency has said that at least 6 newborn babies have died over the past week.
These children came from camps and refugee schools where there are frigid temperatures. There's no fuel, no electricity, no gas, no means of heating, and they and their families were exposed to extreme colds.
Although an ongoing ceasefire between Israel and Hamas has seen a surge in the volume of humanitarian aid entering Gaza, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians continue to live in camps on damp sand or bare concrete. Both Hamas and Israel have denounced each other for ceasefire violations, including an accusation that Israel has been delaying the entry of mobile homes and tents.
In Washington, first cabinet meeting for Donald Trump's new government since his inauguration on January the 20th and the confirmation of his appointees. A cabinet meeting that began with a statement, a moment of prayer, and the first person to address Trump's secretaries, Elon Musk. Elon Musk, who says more has to be done to slash the deficit, and that he'd be sending out another email to make sure that federal workers are at their jobs. This is the scene from just a short while ago at that cabinet meeting. Donald Trump, who on Friday will be welcoming Volodymyr Zelensky to the White House. The meeting is on to sign a minerals deal, although earlier in the Ukrainian capital, the president saying he still wants security guarantees.
And one more point that I would definitely pay attention to is the economic agreement. But I really ask for at least an understanding that this is part of future security guarantees. Therefore, even in the framework agreement, I wanted a sentence that guarantees the security of Ukraine.
For more, let's turn to our Chief International Affairs Editor, Robert Parsons. Rob, this meeting, is it on the rails?
It's hard to say. I would say that it's more on the rails than off the rails at the moment. Donald Trump says he's expecting Zelensky to come. In Ukraine and Kiev, they've been making, generally speaking, positive noises about it. Zelensky says he really wants to go to Washington and meet with Donald Trump, and he wants to talk specifically about what those security guarantees could possibly be and what sort of relationship the United States might have with Ukraine once this is in place. But, there are so many ifs and buts surrounding this. If you listen, what does it say, actually, Claire? Clause 10 of this agreement says that the United States supports Ukraine's efforts to attain security guarantees, but does not guarantee security itself. Now, Ukraine's not going to be very happy about that, but it's much happier about the general tenor of the agreement on minerals extraction than it was 2 or 3 days ago, when there was all that talk about Ukraine having to pay off $500 billion of debt to the United States. Then it was $350 billion. Zelensky made clear there will be no payment of $500 billion debt or $350 billion debt, or even, he said, $100 billion of debt. We're not debtors, and he kept repeating that point. So, look, it is a bit up in the air at the moment, but I get the impression Zelensky's very keen to go to the United States, to, even if this is just a framework agreement, to get it signed. And then, he says, put some direct questions to Donald Trump when he has that meeting about, if that's in place, will the United States still continue to supply Ukraine with weapons? The answer seems to be, at the moment, from Donald Trump, yes, at least until a ceasefire agreement is reached with Russia. After that, it's not clear what will happen. But for the meantime, today he seems to be saying that the United States will continue to supply weapons and ammunition.
All right, so the specter for Ukrainians of being forced in a hurry to the bargaining table with Russia, and they're trying to stake out as strong a bargaining position as they can, including on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Since that Macron visit, it does seem that Ukraine has been able to take a breath a little bit, to feel that it's not being squeezed out or being pushed into an agreement that it doesn't want with Russia. And I think at the same time as that, Ukraine is trying to demonstrate on the battlefield that it's far from a defeated force. On the contrary, Russia gives many signs, not necessarily conclusive signs, many signs that it is exhausted itself. Its casualty figures have been colossal over the last few months, and there has been a lot of analysis of Russia's continued ability to provide tanks, armoured personnel carriers, and all the sort of things that are absolutely essential for an assault.
And this Wednesday, Ukraine targeting oil installations and Crimea.
All over. It's not in Crimea, yes, and they've been doing that for quite a long time. But they've been attacking Russian oil installations right over the Russian Federation, often hundreds of kilometers away from Moscow even, and effectively. And going back to what we were talking to just a second or two ago, going on the counteroffensive themselves in several different places. These are not major counterattacks, I should emphasize. But for instance, just to the west of the town of Pakrovsk, which the Russians have been targeting and trying to take for months and months now without succeeding, Ukraine has started a counterattack. To the east of Pakrovsk too, around the area of Toretsk, the Ukrainians are counterattacking. We saw they counterattacked north of Kharkiv not that long ago, and in Kursk. So it's not just a one-sided picture of the Russians grinding inexorably forward. It's not like that at all.
All right, many thanks, Robert Parsons. Relations have hit a new low between France and its former colony, Algeria. The Prime Minister, François Bayrou, convening a special meeting of cabinet ministers where he says there could be a total review of the 1968 accords that normalized ties with Algeria. Exacerbating those relations are, for instance, Paris recently recognizing Morocco's claim to Western Sahara, Algiers refusing to take back nationals who are deported, one of whom went on a stabbing spree last Saturday in the eastern city of Mulhouse, one person killed, and the jailing of Franco-Algerian writer Boualem Sansal. For more, let's cross to the Prime Minister's office in the 7th arrondissement of Paris. France 24's Claire Pacalin is there. Claire, this review of the normalization of ties, what does that mean?
Well, certainly, François Bayrou, France's Prime Minister, was meeting this afternoon with the Interior Minister, Bruno Retailleau, his Foreign Minister as well, Jean-Noël Barrot, Elisabeth Borne from the Education Ministry, various different ministers coming to Matignon, the Prime Minister's office, to discuss immigration, and of course in the context of this deteriorating relationship between France and Algeria. The big announcement that we got was that François Bayrou said it will be asking Algeria to re-examine the 1968 accords that were signed by both countries in the years after Algeria gained independence. And François Bayrou saying today that those accords give advantages to Algerians wishing to come to France to work, to study, to join their families here, and that it was asking Algeria to re-examine those accords, and also an urgent list of Algerian nationals that France wants to deport, which they want to expel on the grounds that they pose a risk to public order. It wants Algeria to allow those nationals back to their country of origin. Now, François Bayrou, the French Prime Minister, saying this all comes because Algeria is not respecting its side of the bargain. By that he means in these 1968 accords, Algeria is supposed to readmit Algerian nationals who are in France and who France wishes to expel. And of course this all comes just a few days after an attack in eastern France, in Mulhouse, where an Algerian national took a knife and killed one person, injured several others. He was known to the security services, he was known to the police, he was seen as radicalized. And François Bayrou saying in the press conference earlier this afternoon, saying that France had tried to deport him, they wanted to expel him and deport him back to Algeria, but that on 14 occasions Algeria had refused him entry. And so France saying that it cannot accept this situation, and that's why it's giving a period of 4 to 6 weeks for these 1968 accords to be re-examined.
And there's been talk of targeted sanctions against those that are the closest to the top in the regime, most notably with a less liberal approach to diplomatic visas.
Certainly. This we heard actually yesterday evening from Jean-Noël Barrot, France's foreign minister, saying that certain number of Algerian dignitaries were going to see their access and their circulation in French territory restricted. Now, when it comes to dignitaries, what do we mean? We mean high-ranking officials, high-ranking members of the elite of Algerian society, politicians, possibly business leaders too. We don't have their names, but François Bayrou did say in the press conference a little earlier this afternoon that there were a few hundred people on that list. Now, Algeria has responded saying that it was surprised. It believes that there are far-right forces working in the French government trying to get these measures into place. François Bayrou, though, saying that it's France which is surprised because Algeria, he says, is not cooperating when it comes to frequently refusing the re-entry of its nationals into their country of origin, the nationals that, Algerian nationals that France is trying to expel on the grounds that they pose a threat to public order.
Well, for more, let's cross now. Stay with us, Claire, in the rain outside of the Hotel Matignon, the Prime Minister's offices. And let's cross to Anthony Dworkin in London, Senior Policy Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations think tank. Thank you for being with us here on France 24.
It's my pleasure.
How do you explain the fact that these relations have soured so?
Well, I think you have to look at this in a slightly longer perspective. And, you know, obviously there are complicated historical relations between France and Algeria. But when President Macron took office, he did launch a sort of initiative to try and improve those ties. But the initiative has faltered. And then in the last, I would say, 9 months, we've seen a, progressive deterioration of ties between France and Algeria. One big factor influencing that was a decision that the government took to tilt strongly towards Morocco over the question of Western Sahara. Last summer, President Macron issued a statement effectively saying that the Moroccan approach to Western Sahara, an autonomy plan for the region under Moroccan sovereignty, was the only viable basis for a solution. And that, is going against long-standing Algerian support for the Polisario independence movement that supports the indigenous population of Western Sahara. So that, I think, since then, we've seen a series of further incidents, some relating to the prosecution or arrest of French-Algerian writer in Algeria. We've also seen some steps in France to prosecute Algerians for what France describes as incitement to violence and hatred on social media. And then this persistent question of the visas. This has been really a long-standing irritant in relations between France and Algeria going back a number of years.
Anthony Dworkin, at the heart of that, there was most recently this visit by the culture minister, Rachida Dati, to Western Sahara. That's a first for a French cabinet member. Why is Emmanuel Macron going so far?
Well, it's a good question, and this is really a striking change in French policy. I would say up to last summer, France was more or less trying to balance its ties with Algeria and its ties with Morocco. But I think the result of that attempted balance was that it was sort of meeting roadblocks in both relations. And relations with Morocco were quite strained. There was a lot of pressure from Morocco for France to take further steps on Western Sahara. And the sort of attempt to warm ties with Algeria, I think, was not really progressing very far. And so I think there was this decision taken that it was best to double down on relations with Morocco and to sort of accept a step back in relations with Algeria. And Morocco is a dynamic country. It has a lot to offer in trade, in renewable energy. And I think there was this sense that this was the best move for France diplomatically. And since then, since this change of position last summer, we've seen the president visiting Morocco and, as you say, a French minister for the first time going to Western Sahara. So, this really looks like France doubling down on a bet of warming ties with Morocco, and that, has led to progressive deterioration of ties with Algeria.
Claire Pacalin, let me ask you, because you mentioned earlier last Saturday's stabbing in Mulhouse, the stabbing spree by that radicalized Algerian national. That comes on top of and you mentioned those 14 times that Algeria refused to take him back. Algeria also refusing to take back social media influencers whom French authorities feel have been spewing hate.
This has been hitting headlines in France in recent weeks. Online influencers, Algerian nationals living in France, which the police believe are inciting hatred, provoking even violence towards critics of the Algerian regime. These influencers, these online influencers, are largely pro the Algerian regime, and one of them in particular, who was actually named by François Bayrou in his press conference earlier today, Doualem, that's the name he goes by online. France tried to deport him to Algeria, but again Algeria refused him entry, and he was back on a plane and returned to France, and that caused France's Interior Minister Bruno Retailleau, who was at the meeting, of course, here today at Matignon, that caused Bruno Retailleau to say that Algeria was trying to humiliate France. So strong words when it comes to the situation of these Algerian influences in France, and France has arrested several and is investigating several at the moment when it comes to their thoughts and the way that they are behaving online, the police believing that they are inciting hatred.
And Claire, there's the case as well of the Franco-Algerian writer Boualem Sansal. The Pen Club, the prestigious organization of writers, has picked up his cause. He is in a jail in Algeria. The French have accused Algiers of hostage diplomacy. Was his name mentioned in that press conference?
It was. François Bayrou did mention Boualem Sansal. He was arrested in Algeria in November. He's still behind bars. One of the journalists in the room asked whether François Bayrou or the government had any information as to his health. He's an elderly man, he's in his 70s, and François Bayrou said that no, they did not have any information as to his well-being at the moment. He is a writer, Franco-Algerian writer, known for his criticism of authoritarian regimes. He's also known for strongly defending freedom of speech. And we did hear from Emmanuel Macron at the beginning of the year saying, and this is, I'm quoting Emmanuel Macron saying, Algeria, which we love, is dishonoring itself by keeping Boylan Sansel behind bars, an elderly man who is being deprived of medical treatment.
Claire Pacalin reporting live from outside the Prime Minister's offices. I want to thank Anthony Dworkin for being with us from London here on France 24. Stay with us. There's more to come, more news plus today's business. Well, we'll hear about British Petroleum doing an about-face when it comes to investing in renewables. Didn't help share prices, though. That story plus today's sports. You're watching France 24.
WESN.
Time for the toss, and let me introduce everybody who's alongside. First of all, Hardik Pandya is captain of the Mumbai Indians. KL Rahul, captain of the Lucknow Super Giants. Mr. Pankaj Dhamani, who is the match referee. And we have royalty here, I say. His Excellency, the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley. Thank you for being here. He's our toss representative, and he'll hand the coin over.
Heads, please.
Heads is the call. Heads called. Oh.
Tails it is.
It's tails. You win. What are you going to do, Hardik?
We're going to bowl first.
Why?
Just always in one canoe, chasing is better. It comes nicer in the evening, so we continue that.
All right, welcome one and all, and there you have it. It's all happening. This is the face of sports, and we're coming to you from India. No, we're not. But in fact, we will, because a few moments ago, we would have seen what transpired at just about 9:30 a.m. Trinidad and Tobago time this morning when the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, was part of the toss team. Remember, the Trinidad and Tobago government have entered into a relationship with Mumbai Indians in terms of a facility that was previously going to be allocated to Pan Trinbago. It's now going to be used by the Mumbai Indian cricket team. So now that's why he's there at the Mumbai game, and they'll have a lot of discussion. I understand a lot of other persons are there as well from Trinidad and Tobago. That's just giving you a little insight, but we really want to talk about the World Cup. So let me welcome the two men next to me. One is Arthur Hutton. Arthur, welcome. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Andrew, and welcome. A very important evening, in my view.
Lester Casimir also next to me. Lester, welcome as well.
Oh, thank you.
Lester, we're looking at it and realizing how close the cricket is to the Caribbean, the CARICOM in particular, and we see Prime Minister Dr. Rowley there, obviously, as the lead man in terms of CARICOM and cricket. What are your thoughts?
Well, Andrew, I'm surprised you sprung that on me, because I didn't.
It happened about 9:30 today.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy to see that we are doing something, and it's going to be of an international standing and status. Mumbai Indian, that whole franchise thing, Andre, they are unbelievable. Eh? I mean, the Australians, I listened to Langer talk today, and the quality, and everybody talks about the quality and the quality. They probably will do something to, India loves cricket. Indians are about cricket. And I am about cricket. And all the prime ministers before who were heavy into cricket, which was Pandey. I love Pandey. I love Chambers. And now it's Rowley. I like them because they like cricket. They respect the game that I really, really love. And all those who did it on a cursory basis, I never had time with them. Or there are others who didn't even bother with cricket. Once you were about cricket, I formed an allegiance with you, I liked you, and I let you know that. So I am very, very happy to see that we have about to join, or we have joined relationship. I don't know how that would work, But whatever it is, I'm sure it will be positive.
More details in time, obviously, as time goes on.
Yeah, it'll be positive. It will be positive. It must be positive.
And of course, we all know Mumbai Indians former team of Kieran Pollard, in particular, Lendl Simmons too at one time. So there were at least 2 Trinidad and Tobago players playing with Mumbai Indians at one time. Arthur Hutton, your thoughts?
Yes, Andrew, it's a good move indeed. To get this piece of land up in Trinity, to have another stadium. No, not stadium, sorry, academy.
Yes.
And we already have one in Barana, which is underutilized. In my view, I thought we'd have done something, to enhance that. Also to the National Cricket Center. That is, in deplorable conditions as well. But I see this, I don't know if it might get a little politics in it, because Trinidad is already owned by KKR. So I don't know if there will be a little conflict of interest there or some sort of, I don't know. But a little politics may play, I don't know. But certainly, Mr. The owner of Mumbai is a very serious man about cricket, as you all would know. And no doubt, I'm sure Puran would come on board, people like Bravo would come on board, Pollard would be there. They would be part of the unit as well to get this academy going. Also, that was a bit, well, we'll talk about that later, I suppose, but I was a little disappointed, not including Pollard or Bravo to assist the World Cup team in their preparations and that kind of thing. But we'll talk more about that.
We can talk about that in a short while. Yeah. All right, so that's the latest information. All right, so let's talk the Cricket World Cup. We have some rules, because I know a lot of people don't know the rules. So let's put up some of the rules. These are some of the rules, for those of you who may not know it. And these are people who may not know about T20 cricket, and I'm just going to quickly go over it. The tournament is played in a T20 format, so both teams will face 20 overs unless they are bowled up beforehand or the team batting second reaches their target before then. Each innings will start with a 6-over power play, and there are different fielding restrictions in that phase. Matches should last 3 hours and 10 minutes, with each innings allocated 1 hour and 25 minutes and separated by a 20-minute interval. The tournament will be the first, listen to this people, first, with the stop clock, meaning the bowling side must be ready to bowl each over within 60 seconds of the previous one finishing. Now this is important, this is the first time it's ever going to happen. The tournament will be the first with the stop clock, meaning the bowling side must be ready to bowl each over within 60 seconds of the previous one finishing. Each side will be allowed 2 unsuccessful reviews per innings. So that's part 1. Let's go to part 2 of the rules. Should the number of runs scored by each team be level, after 20 overs, the match will go to a super over. Each team will face 6 balls. The highest score wins. If that finishes a tie, then the super overs will continue to be played until a winner is found. In the 2 group phases, a minimum of 5 overs per side must be played to constitute a result. But that results rises to 10 overs in the semi-final. So in other words, if there is rain, and it can't be 5 overs if it reaches the semi-final. It has to be 10 overs for it to be a result to be determined. If a match is halted after that point due to weather conditions, then DLS, Duckworth-Lewis, Stern method will be used to decide the winner. Listen to this one as well. This is new again. The first semi-final and final have a reserve day. But the second semi-final will have an additional 250 minutes of time allowed only. So here you have it. Only the first semi-final and the final have a reserve day. The second semi-final will have an additional 250 minutes of time allowed. If India reach the final, the semi-final, it has already been decided that they will play in the second game. So that explains why there is not a reserve day. India have already been allocated, and that's because of the time difference. They're making it very clear. So you're seeing the power of India. India have already been allocated the second semi-final, and the second semi-final, because of timing, there's no reserve day. You have to live with it. We have to live with how powerful India are. Gentlemen, you understand how powerful India are already. Yeah. The tournament hasn't started, but you already see India poised already and in a position. Let me start with you. You surprised to see that?
No, I'm not
surprised. And they've come out so openly, though. That they've come out so openly and said it.
No, I'm not surprised. These people have no shame, you know. They trump, you know. They trump at work. They have no shame. You can do what you want. We're making all the money. And we are in control. They have no shame, no shame, no shame.
Surprised or not surprised?
I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised. But I won't comment much. I'll probably, try and research some more details on that. Two little things, Andre. One is the no reviews. I don't know if it have the 2 reviews. Yes. Not 3, as is customary. 2. And that too, does that include no balls and wides? Because they have reviews for that now.
No, but the team. This is the team calling it. The umpire and them. The umpires who do the no balls. I'm talking about the
caller for review on the field of play.
The batsman
is separate.
That is separate. So they only have 2 reviews in terms of the actual. Each team only has 2 reviews.
Right. Team reviews.
Yeah, okay, so that's a little bit different. All right. So let's have a look now. Next, we're going to look at the schedule of matches that the West Indies will be playing. The West Indies are in a particular group. Let's have a look, and then we're going to have there it is, right. So the West Indies play their first game on the 2nd of June, and they play Papua New Guinea. All right, leave it on the screen there for a while, gentlemen. Let me start with Arthur. What do you know about Papua New Guinea?
Very little, Andre. Very little. And so, in my view, it's supposed to be a convincing win for West Indies there. I don't see no problem at all. The West Indies overhauling.
Lester, what do you know about Papua New Guinea?
Well, so what I see in National Geographic, they seem to be very primitive people.
Yeah, that's what I see.
But I'm sorry, the camera is not on me. My fingers and toes crossed still with the West Indies.
All right. Then the West Indies play on the 8th of June against Uganda. Lester Casimir, Uganda.
Well, that's where Idi Amin used to eat people like nothing. So, very violent people, but they're doing very well now in the Olympics. I think that's the level of their international sporting. So I don't expect them to give West Indies a fight. But again, my fingers and toes are crossed.
Arthur, Uganda?
Yeah, another easy victory for West Indies in my view. Straightforward.
All right. Next game, and we'll talk more about that shortly, but the next game is the 12th of June, New Zealand, and then we finish on the 17th of June against Afghanistan. Now, there are 5 teams in the group: West Indies, Papua New Guinea, Uganda, New Zealand, and Afghanistan, but only 2 teams progress. Remember that, people. 4 groups of 5, only 2 teams progress. And the 3 teams many expect to battle for those 2 places are West Indies, New Zealand, and Afghanistan. So let's start first. Let's have a look now at the West Indies team. I'm going to put up on the screen the West Indies team. All right, so let's start. Ruffman Powell is the captain. Alzari Joseph is the vice captain. Johnson Charles, Ruston Chase, Shimon Hetmeyer, Jason Holder, Shai Hope, Akil Hossain, Shamal Joseph, Brandon King, Gudakesh Moti, Nicholas Puran, Andre Russell, Shofrain Rutherford, and Romario Shepard. I start with you first, Arthur Hutton. Leave it on the screen. What are your thoughts on the team?
Well, I'm not pleased at all with the team, and for many reasons. I don't think Hetmeyer should be there. I prefer to see Kyle Myers. And Kyle Myers, in my view, is a trump player in the sense that he could bat well. He's a left-hander. And we have no other left-hand openers to have that left-right combination. Also, to with Myers, he's the only bowler, in my view, that swings the ball the most. He really swings that ball, a long way, both on either way, left side, right side. He swings the ball both ways. You have no Walsh Jr. Other teams have wrist spinners, like this boy from New Zealand, right? Was it Sudi? India have 3 spinners, 3 top spinners in Chahal. They left. What's his name again?
We'll come and talk.
But I'm not here. But okay, I'm not pleased at all with the West Indies team. I didn't expect this boy to be there. Jason Holder and Alzari Joseph to some degree. They are not really showing form. They are burnt. They are probably the 2 only men on West Indies team that play all formats of the game. So they are tired. They're hitting them. They played 1 or 2 games up in IPL, and that was it. They have them on the bench. It just goes to show you, what I mean? They're not informed. They're not playing well. Also, I like to see Odin Smith, who's not there. As I said before, I like to see Walsh because people don't understand still, right? They don't understand still the effectiveness of a wrist spin on a team. And this is why they have 3 spinners. Carlos Braffett, another man I would like to see, right? But some politics or some nonsense going on, I think, at board level, at managerial level, and Carlos Braffett. Also to Evan Lewis. Fantastic left-hand opener. Again, some sort of political business going on edge up. So we're not seeing those balls at all. Fabian Allen, not missing him much, but a good player. They should have seriously consider. Also to Small Bravo. Small Bravo is not there, right? We have no young players. They boasted about Atanes and Casey Carty and others, they're not there at all. So it just goes to show the selection, in my view, is not good at all. It's poor. It's still poor. In the symposium, Clive Lord and others spoke about Desmond instead of being the batting coach. Desmond is still the chief selector up to now. And it just goes to show you, Andrew, just add more. It just goes to show you, years ago, we just had raw talent. And everybody knows that talent alone cannot do it again. We have no brain in the cricket. And they've seen it clearly now from Desmond and others. No brain at all in selecting a team. No variation, no left-hand seam on the team. Right? Just straight right-hand bowlers. You must have variation. They have Trent Bolt. They have Stark from Australia and others. You know, we're not thinking at all. It's a thinking game, and we're not thinking. We just go in and who score runs and who do this and that. Cricket is not about that. Cricket is a brain game. I keep so much times I would say that. It's a brain game. It's about 70% brain, and the rest is talent. It just goes to show you, the years ago, it was just talent and he was winning. But how long that would last? The other team, the other selection on the team, they're pretty good. You have Chase. I didn't like Admirer, I told you. Powell, the captain, right? Shamar Joseph, a good tryout, but once he gets that ball to swing, he would cause damage. But I saw him in the IPL, and he was bowling hard and straight, and he was getting some good work. Akil is a good pick as well, and I like really and truly young Walsh to match him up. Shepherd, a good pick. Rutherford, decent, although he didn't play much IPL. Russell, match winner for sure. And Puran, Hope, not showing much form, but I think he'll get there. King is not too bad, and Charles, right? We tend to, kill a lot of players who still have cricket in them, down to Lendell Simmons, who should still be playing cricket. Pollard, Bravo, all of them should be still playing cricket.
All right.
But this, I don't know, the politics have to stop.
All right, so let me hear your take on this team.
I sit here and I'm amazed actually how good the selectors have done. They've done extremely well to pick this 15. Am I correct? It's 15 guys. Yes. This is a really, really good West Indian representative team. I couldn't see them doing anything different. I am not a Roston Chase person, but Roston Chase just came from the West Indies A team and did very well. So he picked himself. And I've always spoken here and elsewhere where you invite me or whoever invite me, you have to admire or you have to give people the opportunity to pick themselves. And when they do, you have to pick them. And so I'm not going to pick no dead horse. And I'm not going to no diatribe with nobody. The reality is, this is a very, very good representative team for the West Indies based on what we've had. This is it. We can't get better than this. All right? If India didn't pick Rutherford in the IPL or didn't pick whomever they didn't pick, that's not their fault. Today, Romario Shepherd played. Vice Romario Shepherd played a game earlier this year, Andre, and I'm sitting in my living room, and I'm telling you, tears came out my eyes. He was so good. Tears. The first time I saw that, except that this morning, Puran made tears came out of my eye as well. To see how good these guys are performing internationally. I have a question mark about Romario Shepherd in terms of his bowling, but his bowling has improved. Brandon King, he picks himself. Joseph, Shamar Joseph, he did not have a very good first game in the IPL, but he's pure pace, you have to pick him, or you have to keep him around. This is Alzari Joseph, he has lost some touch, but we all go through those machinations. Here was my concern. It's strange. Rovell Powell is definitely one of the best T20 players in the world. But when I see him walking around the field or doing it, I don't get the impression that he is cerebral. I don't get that.
Why?
He doesn't look smart. He doesn't look bright. He doesn't look as though he's aware. But he's the captain of the West Indies team. And so I don't have to read it right. But it's possible he has his head on and everything should be fine. I am saying to you again, Andre, to make your listeners and your viewers understand, as a former serious player, this is a serious team. This is a serious squad. And the West Indies, I'm glad that Desmond Haynes was there as his last hurrah. call it hooray, hoorah. He has his last hurrah, and now he should demit office after this immediately, because he has been a dismal failure. He has been. But this is the best West Indies team we have based on performance within the last year or so.
All right. So there's the West Indies squad. So let's have a look now. No, you'll come back. We'll come back because I have time against me. So as much as
the reserves now.
No, I'm not interested in the reserves. All right. So let's go. So now we go in and let's have a look at the New Zealand team. We're going to put up the New Zealand team. Because of time. All right. So here's the New Zealand team. This is the team that the West Indies will be playing in their first game. There's the New Zealand team. Let me start with you first, Lester, on this occasion. Looking at the New Zealand team, are you seeing New Zealand as a major competitor for the West Indies? That game is being played here at the Brian Lara Stadium.
This New Zealand team is a real tough team. They've always been. They're not fantastic, but they are always very competitive. They always will be there with you. A lot of bits and pieces players, but Jesus, they're very, very good players as well inside of their interwoven. Ravindra did not do so well in the last in this IPL that's going on here, but the last World Cup he was amazing. So I don't. And you're talking about Kane Williamson. He is always thereabout. Always when he ain't doing nothing fantastic, you know, but he has a 80 or 70, and he will be there to man his day. There are a lot of good bowlers there. Good. There's a very, very, very good team. And if West Indies were to beat this team, West Indies would have done extremely, extremely well.
Ata?
Andrew is a good team. It's a solid team. It's possible they and West Indies may go through. I don't know. But it's a tough team. And you have the experience, Tim Southey. Not seen this guy, what's his, Trent Bolt?
He's right there. He's right there. Come on the top.
Okay.
First line, second line.
Yeah. Right. Trent Bolt, two good exponents of fast bowling. Santner, good spinner. So too is Ravindra and Southey, good spinners. Right. Again, 3 spinners on that team. Glenn Phillip, solid left-hander.
They have more than that. Glenn Phillip is also off spinner.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm talking about solid spinners. Jimmy Neesham, good batsman. So is Mitchell, Lockie Ferguson. It's placed like that. Devon Conway, good bat. This boy, Kane Williamson, good captain, good leader. Tend to let his bat do the talking as well. So they have a solid team, Andre. Well balanced.
All right, so let's have a look at the other team, Afghanistan, who many consider to be another dangerous team. Yes, another dangerous team. West Indies played them in their last game. So should the West Indies lose to New Zealand, they'll have to win that game. Must-win game.
Unless, of course, they lost before.
No, should the West Indies lose to New Zealand, they will have to win against Afghanistan.
Unless West Indies lose before.
Before the New Zealand game?
The 2 games before.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm like Arthur, Papua New Guinea and Uganda. No way. All right. So Rashid Khan is the captain, and Arthur, let me start with you. Look at this team.
Yeah, another good team. Is what they call. These are teams that could upset you, right? Dul Balden, Naib, good opening bat, a good young player. You have a lot of talented players here, Andre. I don't know them much. I can't remember them offhand. Navin Ulak as well. Rashid Khan.
Nabi.
Is that?
Mohammed Nabi.
Mohammed Nabi. Yes. Yeah. And Rashid Khan, the captain.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, he's good with the bat as well, but a great, fantastic bowler. I think he was #1 spinner in the world.
At one time,
At one time, yeah. So they have a solid team. So it could go either way. Either New Zealand, Afghanistan, or West Indies. 2 out of the 3 going forward. I can't say which 2.
Lester?
I think Afghanistan have made one mistake, and I hope I'm right. The captain. There's too much responsibility for him because he's a Bajan. He is a serious bad man, both with the bat and the ball, especially the ball. So we have to play him out. So that's 24 balls. There you need to get 24 runs at 18 runs minimum, and go after the others. This is not an inexperienced team. This is a very, very good squad, and West Indies, they must be very careful. Andrew, I have this theory about life, and we have not experienced this in the Caribbean, except that when we were coming through, Clive Lloyd and his group, they were fighting against the racism and slavery and the Richards and so on, and they were fighting for a cause. They're not fighting for any cause anymore. They're fighting for money, West Indies. This Afghanistan team, now 2 years ago, 3 years, they just came out of a war.
Right.
So they know about hardship. They don't know about the easy
But don't
life.
you feel like they become older now and they're not
Older?
they're not performing as they used to when nobody knew about them. Now they know about them.
They're more seasoned. They're older, they're more seasoned. And who now been infiltrated into the team,
sure.
They are going to be hardened. And they just came out, as I said, they just came out of a war where they weren't sure to be alive all now. You tend to get these guys, you look at basketball and where these guys come out of from in America, it's from the slums, it's from the ghetto. They know about hard life and hard living. And so in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a real nice life in Trinidad. Except that I'm saying that when I look at Puran, my God, that is Abajan. So I'm sorry for that.
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, I want to come back to after you wanted to talk about the reserves before we go to the break.
Yeah, that's on the 23rd, I believe, 23rd of this month, and West Indies will be naming their reserves. That's already.
That way.
Yeah.
I thought you had an idea who you would like at the reserve. Because who would you want at the reserve?
I would like to,
that's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
I would like to see Walsh, for sure. I'd like to see Carlos Braffett. I'd like to see
favorite players, you know.
I'd like to see Kyle Myers.
Well, Kyle Myers, I want to say I agree with you with Kyle Myers and Ube McCoy.
Yeah.
And so the other two, I don't agree with you, obviously.
No problem.
I don't even know if I should come in because
suppose one day you understand.
Carlos Braffett basically has retired.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we're really doing here. What are we really doing here? But so better we go and pick Pandey, Ambassador Pandey. He is already retired, basically. And we killed him, by the way. As soon as he finished hitting the sixes, the very next game he was the captain of the West Indies team. We killed him. And
you don't like
the worst bowler we have had representing the West Indies for the last 60 years was Hayden Walsh. The worst bowler we've had for the last 60 years. Hayden Walsh. And of course they eventually came to terms. And I've been saying so now, Andre.
I know.
For years.
He likes Hayden Walsh.
But he don't understand the cricket.
Hayden Walsh is bowl left hand. Doesn't he bowl left hand?
You just like, boy, a lot of West Indians play cricket and don't understand the game.
Isn't that he bowls left hand? Because obviously he bowls left hand. Because he ain't good at all.
He was a good fieldsman.
Oh, he's an excellent fieldsman.
And
he can let go some good bat too.
Who bowls sometimes? Who bowls left hand?
He bats left hand. He bats left hand.
No, but follow what I'm saying.
I know, I understand what you're trying to say.
I try my best to say he can't bowl at all.
I know that. I understand what you're saying.
You understand this game, boy.
But clearly, after the selectors agree with Leicester.
The selectors didn't know what they're doing.
But not only that, Andre.
They must agree with us. They didn't know what they're doing.
Andre, not only that, if he plays for Barbados, he doesn't get to play. If he plays for any country, he doesn't get to play.
So say what you want. You don't understand this game.
No, obviously we don't understand.
So the selectors don't understand either?
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we agree on that much. On that note about the selectors who are coming to the end of their term, we take a short break. We'll be back.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Nimi Maknesh. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. O'Mara Road renamed in honor of Lisa Morris Julian. UNC completes screening for general election candidates. New Grant man charged with 4 counts of murder And internationally, Hollywood icon Gene Hackman and wife found dead in Santa Fe home. Now for the details. The Ministry of Works and Transport officially renamed O'Meara Road to Lisa Morris Julian Boulevard in a touching ceremony on February 26th. The event was attended by Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, government officials, and the Morris Julian family. Minister Rohan Sinanan reflected on Morris Julian's contributions and the impact of the upgraded roadway, which now includes improved traffic features such as jug handle, roundabout, and expanded lanes. Dr. Rowley described the renaming as a lasting tribute to the late Davide O'Meara MP, who tragically passed away in a house fire with 2 of her children last December. As a plaque was unveiled in her memory, emotions ran high with her daughter overcome with grief. The United National Congress has completed its candidate screening process for the upcoming general elections, with over 200 party members participating. In a statement, the party expressed gratitude to its supporters, emphasizing unity and commitment to change. So far, 8 candidates have been announced, with more to be revealed in the coming weeks. The UNC reaffirmed its mission to save Trinidad and Tobago from what it described as a decade of mismanagement under the current administration. The party assured that all members, regardless of selection, would have a role in its campaign. A new grand man has been charged with the 2020 murders of 4 men, including 3 foreign nationals. Clint Charles, 43, appeared virtually before Master Kamitria Gray in the South Criminal Court on February 25th. He was not called upon to plead and was remanded in custody until his next court appearance on April 29th, alongside his co-accused. The charges follow the discovery of the victims' bodies in a bushy area off Daly Road, Tableland on May 25th, 2020. Charles was arrested after a years-long investigation that led to his capture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He was formally charged by ASP Passad of the Homicide Bureau after legal advice from Deputy DPP Sabrina Dugdeen Jaglal. The investigation was led by ASP Passad and supervised by Senior Superintendent Dil Paul and Superintendent Passad. Internationally, Oscar-winning actor Gene Hackman, 95, and his wife Betsy Arakawa, 63, were found dead in their Santa Fe home on Wednesday afternoon. Authorities say no foul play is suspected at this time, but the cause of death remains undetermined as investigations continue. Santa Fe County deputies responded to the couple's old Sunset Trail residence around 1:45 p.m., where they also discovered their deceased dog. Hackman, a 2-time Academy Award winner, was celebrated for his roles in The French Connection and Unforgiven. He had a decades-long career portraying heroes, villains, and anti-heroes before retiring in the early 2000s. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back. All right, so gentlemen, let's have a look at some of the other teams, because I think we should just look at the other teams. We're not going to go into so much detail. They're not in the West Indies group. All right, so I think we have Australia. Right, so let's go Australia. Let's have a look at the Australian team. The defending champions, the Australians. Mitchell Marsh, Ashton Gaga, Pat Cummins, Tim David, Nathan Ellis, Cameron Green, Josh Hazelwood, Travis Head, Josh Inglis, Glenn Maxwell, Mitchell Stark, Marcus Stoinis, Matthew Wade, David, I told you he was going to get away from his name, David Warner, Adam Samper, no Steve Smith. Surprised, no Steve Smith?
Yeah, a bit surprised. I thought that he was an experienced guy, but it's a hard team to pick, similar to India team. Very difficult to pick.
Surprised no Steve Smith?
No, Fraser is good. Fraser, what's his name?
Oh, all right, so here are some photos. As you mentioned Desmond Haynes, I had the chance to see Desmond Haynes at the conference. I tried to have a conversation with him. It was an interesting conversation. As you would see, we have some clips from that discussion. It wasn't the best discussion. He was trying to say that how I attacked him so much and a set of other things that the case may. But it was a pleasant conversation, I would say. So we'll see how things go in the future.
Who's the guy with you there?
That's Imran Jan.
You're lying.
Imran, that's Imran, that's Imran.
Nah.
You must know Imran.
Nah.
That's Imran. Former trying to be a captain as well, now a coach at UTT.
No.
We had to see, you see, I was trying to make some points to him, right? Trying to let him understand, but you know, it took some while. But I must say he was receptive. Took a while. He remembered some of the promos that we had with him, so it was interesting. I would say the discussion every day. But there it was. I did meet with him, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I grew up with Desmond, you know.
Yeah.
I grew up with Desmond. He, Marshall and myself, we would be, you know, having good discussions and so on. And if I see him, I would stay far away from him because if you don't invite me to your space, if you don't remember, I wouldn't go there.
Sure.
But I have defended Desmond staunchly, except for the last time. I had enough. Yeah. I had enough of Desmond, and I think that Desmond really overplayed his hand with something significant that he did quite recently. I don't remember what it was. I just know that that was the end for me, and I'm hoping that honestly.
I don't think he'll be retained, honestly.
No, but even if he's not retained, I mean, he must not. He cannot be retained. But I wish to give him a bonus as a former West Indian player who had done so well for us and tell him thanks very much. Bye-bye. Yeah. He was poor.
All right, so there's the Australian team. So are you seeing Australia as the main threat to win this tournament?
Listen, the worst thing to happen to Australia is that they come in as the main threat. But the Australians, they are a special group of people. They're a special group of people. Even when you know that they cannot win, Andre, they end up winning. They're a special group of people. A man in the last World Cup scored a double on half a leg, not even one leg. Yeah. I mean, they do all kind of nonsense that it turns out to be fantastic. But inside of there, Andre, there are some real stars, real stars. I am surprised that Mitchell Marsh is the captain. Because there's so many other captains that they could have chosen from there. Yeah. So, but he has been in pink hot form. He's in real hot form. They have a really good team. Really good team. Their bowlers are excellent. They could take licks and come back ticking. David Warner, I'm surprised that he got picked because he's on his way. He
retired from every other cricket except this cricket.
Yes, but he if you look at the IPL, he's not been performing. Yes, no. But then is Fraser McGood?
The young boy, the youngster.
My God. Any other team in the world, he'd have been playing. Yeah. You understand? Yeah. But again, Australia has decided, I'm going with my tried and tested. Your turn will come next 4 years.
Atta, the Australian team.
So the team, Andre, very talented, very experienced, very knowledgeable, very everything, Andre. They take their thing very serious, similar to India. They're very serious. Andre, this is why I keep saying, you know, if you could, I always say that, if you could get a batting coach from Australia and a bowling coach from India or Pakistan, them fellas that swing the ball, or guys don't swing the ball much. This is 2024 we're in, and we still, plenty of us still bowling hard and straight and all over the place. If you know, Andre, I hate to see a bowler just drop in and getting pulled for 6 and 4, you know. I've seen too much of that. But this Australian team, powerfully, yes, they could be in the top 2. They could win it as well. Could go either way. India or they.
All right, no, we'll come back and look at the India. So let's have a look at the next team.
Good balanced team as well.
England. All right, England. England, Josh Butler, captain. Moeen Ali, Jofra Archer, Johnny Bairstow, Harry Brook, Sam Curran, Ben Duckett, Tom Hartley, Will Jacks. Will Jacks is now in the IPL doing well. Chris Jordan, always there and thereabouts. Liam Livingston, Adil Rashid, who continues to justify his age and his bowling. Phil Salt, Reece Topley, and Mark Wood. Let me hear your thoughts on this team, because some of them, Phil Salt and them, are in good form too as well in the IPL. Arthur, start with you.
Yeah, Andre, another good team, another competitive team. Another team to take into the top 4. Josh Butler, the captain. You have Moeen Ali coming in the middle. You have Bairstow, dangerous man. You have Harry Brook, another dangerous one with the bat. Get on Phil Salt. Gosh, boy, they'll put salt in people's wounds, for sure. Andre, the only man I ain't too sure about it too much, that guy, Reece Topley, for a left-hand seamer, he tends to get too much wood all over the place, as we say. You know, he have to improve with that bowling. Yes, he's a good left-hand bowler that would reverse swing the ball, swing it away from the left-handers, but he needs to get up a better line and length. And this is Liam Livingstone, good all-rounder. I say Chris Jordan tend to bowl too much a half volley. I hope he improve with that. Will Jacks, another top player, is a solid team, Andre. This is a good team as well.
Lester?
Each squad consists of 15 players. I don't know where they're going with Chris Jordan, really. I mean, he gets a lot of licks. Reece Topley, he gets injured when he breeze blow a little hard. But overall, this is, and so that takes you down to 13. So they still have a very good 11. Moin Khan surprised me. Jofra Archer surprised me that he got picked, having come out of injury. He's now playing on the second 11 for one of those county teams to make sure that he gets fit. But I don't know, he's been injured too long for me.
Because it's in the Caribbean that they put it there, they push him in.
Yeah. So, but apart from that, so they pay him a lot of money on retainer fees.
Of course.
Right? So overall, this is a very, very good team. It's a competitive team. You know who I'm surprised is not there? The captain of the test team.
He pulled out with injury, Ben Stokes.
Right. I thought he would have been
He pulled out
there.
with injury.
I was reading about him
He
yesterday.
would have been there. He would have been there for sure.
Yeah, I was reading about him yesterday. So
he opted out. He wants to play the test series instead.
Okay, fine.
He opted out.
But if he were on this team, man, this would have been a formidable team. And so they can still win with this. Australia, England. Fantastic.
All right, let's see what other team we have to look at. Let's see. We'll have a look at the other teams. South Africa, all right. You're always there, never, always the bridesmaid, always reaching semi-finals, never able to deliver. This time around, they've got Aiden Markram. Lester, start with you first.
Unfortunately, the guy who opens with Faf du Plessis.
Quinton de Kock. Oh, no.
No, Quinton de Kock is there. He's there. I saw him
yeah, one year, he's there.
Flap du Plessis.
Nah, he retired.
No, I'm saying, he's making a lot of runs in the IPL.
Yeah, but he wanted to stay and play. He don't want no more South Africa cricket.
Yeah, but I feel that somewhere along the line you're supposed to beg a man to come back, even though, so he's not retired per se. He is actually at the head of world cricket. Because I look at
IPL,
of
international cricket.
Yeah, but I'm saying when I look at IPL and I see men performing, because that's the head of cricket. So they're missing Faf du Plessis. And of course, this is a very good team. It's a very good team. Men bowling real hard. Kagiso, and it's a good team. Marco Janssen, it's a very good team. The big six-setter. He's there. Carson. Maraj is a good left-arm orthodox. David Miller, he hits the ball too hard. There must be a law against that. Nutia, he's a very good bowler. So this is it's a very good team, and they're also a very good fielding team. The captain is also a very good catcher. He bats really, really well. So, and he could bowl a little off spin as well. Can't really count him as an all-rounder, but he's near there, thereabout. This is a very, very good team. Very good team.
Atta?
Andre, another solid team again. Markram, the captain. Could say good fast bowler, but tends to bowl. I mean, the team needs to get a ball to swing a little more fine. Too many half volleys as well too. Quinton de Kock, solid opening left-hander. I mean, I love him a lot. He could real bad. Johnson, another good all-rounder. Larson, you see that man? Very dangerous. He and Miller. Larson is a man, if you look at him good, you feel like he just drink, what do you call this thing again, boy? Milk, just milk alone. Milk from them sheep and thing, and he'd eat mutton. Fella strong. No alcohol. That fella strong. I thought he laughed when I see him. He could bat. He's solid. No shade. They are good pace bowler. Rabadat, again, too many have volleys I find sometimes, boy. Shamsi, good spinner, good wrist spinner. There's a good team. You have this guy, Stubbs. Oh my goodness, good young boy. But is he on the reserve?
Yeah, he's on the reserves.
You know, so it's a solid team. You have some good teams, Andrew. This World Cup, boy, it will be a hell of a one.
Giddy. Oh no, Stubbs is playing, but Giddy,
Giddy,
Longi, and Burger. Three.
Yeah. All right. So let's look. We're going next. Sri Lanka. On reached one finals when the West Indies beat them in the first finals in Sri Lanka that West Indies won. And it's the Sri Lanka team. Hasaranganga, who has been there and thereabouts. He's a bowling. He's an all-rounder as well, but he bowls better than he bats most of the time. Let me start with you here, Arthur.
And another good team again. Hasaranga, probably number 1 or number 2 spinner in the world. The real bowler ball. Similar to Walsh, turning it both ways. And this is, I keep saying, people don't understand that kind of bowling at all, but Hasaranga, very dangerous. The other guys, you have met the experience, Mendes, both Mendes, Matthews, Angelo Matthews.
Matthews like he don't get old. How long he there, eh?
You know,
and he used to be a captain before, eh?
And then the swinger Malinga, that's Tikshana.
Tikshana, they have Shamira too as well.
That is him, eh?
Yes.
That's the one who
similar.
shot the ball, yeah. It's a good team, Andrew. It's a very good team as well. They could be a dark horse, you know, one of the dark horses in this tournament.
Your thoughts?
Again, I go back to Hasaranga. I don't know why they would put him as the captain. I think there's a discipline problem with him.
I think a lot of these other countries, and no disrespect, you try to use their best player as the captain.
You know, he's a very good player.
Yeah,
he's
so they automatically give their best player as the captain.
Yeah. We didn't do that in the West Indies with
we
Clyde Lloyd.
We don't do that.
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah.
You have to be able to maintain your place on the team.
Yeah.
You know, except for when we wanted to put Ganga as the captain of the West Indies team, which made absolutely no sense. But this again is a good team. I don't know where they're going with Angelo Matthews. He's about 470 years old.
Still old.
But he will be there probably to give good support to the other guys. Again, it's 15. Him being on the squad, you know, give him a little run in on against one of the weaker teams. But Angelo Matthews was one of the guys who I really, really admired as a player. He's a real Bajan. He's a bowler and so on. But he has been out of cricket for a while, which suggests to me that he will come back as a bowler because he's not tired or probably has no injuries. So this is a very good, I shouldn't say very good, this is a good Sri Lankan team. Could fight up with you on a given day and beat you.
All right, before we go to the break, the last thing we'll look at is India. India with all the favors. All right. Rohit Sharma captain. Jaisal, Kohli, Yadav. Pant makes his return after the accident. Samson, Hardik Pandey, Dubey, Jadeja, Patel, Yadav, Chahal, Singh, Bumrah, and Siraj. Those are of course, Gill, Singh, and Ahmed and Khan reserves. Lester, surprised about the Sharma being captain still after he's really not done as well as in the captaincy role for India?
Well, give me Sharma and bread and I go there. I love my Sharma. And I could imagine how hurt Sharma must be when Pandya just on Hardik and replaced me as the captain. I had been the most successful captain it's unfortunate. So a human being is a human being, and it probably is affecting him. And I hope he leave Mumbai Indians by the end of this last game here today, and don't go back because that was disrespectful. But Sharma is really, really, really a top class player. My biggest surprise is Shubman Gill, because I don't know who could bat better than Shubman Gill on this team.
Well, Jaiswal has come into the team and taken his place.
Yeah, he's good. He's extremely good, extremely good. But you can't tell me that you cannot find a space for Shubman Gill, unless, of course, you tell me that Samson is going to be the wicketkeeper and you have Pant.
Yeah, because
so you can't tell me
Shubman Gill, in terms of the middle order and the upper order, they must feel that they have in Pant, Kohli, and Jaisal, and Sharma,
Ravindra,
yeah. They have enough, and Pandey, they have enough batting.
Listen, that is fine. But nowhere in the world anybody would leave out. Shubman Gill was walking with a razor, you know. He's a Bajan, you know. He's a real Bajan player. I mean, there's no way you could tell me in a 15.
Who would you?
I just call his name for you. Samson.
Samson.
Yeah. Samson. I have to find a space for Shubman Gill is about probably one of about 5 of the best batsmen in the world, you know. And you tell me he can't make an India team? Now, it's difficult to make an India team. It's really difficult to make an Indian team because they have really, really, really good players. So here was the problem. They had to sacrifice Rohit Sharma, who is not in form, to leave out Shubman Gill. But Rohit Sharma at this time is not as good as Shubman Gill. No, not as good as. But Rohit Sharma is a Bajan as well. So he's going to come out from the stress that he's been enjoying and experiencing with Mumbai Indians, with Hardik Pandey superseding him. I don't understand what they did to him, but that messed him up. Kohli picked himself. Yadav, he picked himself. Jaiswal, he picked himself. Pandey, he picked himself. Dubé, he picked himself. Most of all these guys pick themselves. They really pick themselves. Except that I'm not understanding why Shubman Gill is. But I'm glad that he's coming because he will be playing. Trust me that he will be playing.
Yeah, another good team again. Probably one of the, I don't know which one is the best now, but a very, very good team. And if you have to talk about in your team, you'll talk that for the next week because everybody is good. The ones on the bench are all just as good. But a bit surprised I've not seen this guy, Tilak, a little left-hander, Tilak Varma, also to Bhuvneshwar Kumar. That is the man that swing the ball the most out of all them Indian bowlers. Yeah, he played with he's playing in the IPL right now, right? KL Rahul and all is not there. So,
think about KL Rahul missing.
Yeah, imagine that.
Rahul missing.
Yeah, think about him missing.
That got bad.
Yeah,
and could keep.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, riches. You know, they have a factory up in India just producing good players, all type of players. They have a factory there. So whoever got picked there, I'm happy for them. The ones who get picked, hard luck. It's difficult. Look, this guy too.
I would have picked KL Rahul ahead of Gill. I find KL is a good captain too as well, and a good wicketkeeper.
But Gill is also a very good captain.
But they're going back with Pant because they believe in Pant.
No, I believe in Pant. Yeah. Pant, listen, once Pant is on your side, once you're under pressure, Pant will get you out of pressure.
Yeah. So but you're right. Samson maybe is the one question mark, but they decided on Samson. He's also a good captain. He's been captain.
No, he has done extremely well in the IPL. But you see, I go back against some of the things that I say because when you pick yourself, how come could you be left out? But then Shubman Gill picked himself too. And the wicketkeeper guy we just spoke about. Rahul. He picked himself too. Yes, these guys have been performing. Yeah. So what do? It's a curse. But again too, Andre, is again too.
They have a factory of labor.
New Zealand, the West Indies, they have less than a city, of people in India. With 5 million people, 4 million people in New Zealand. We have less than a city. And then India has 1.4 billion and the main sport is cricket. So they have 10 or 15 players doing the same thing. Shubman Gill, oh my God. Listen, those who have not seen Shubman Gill, I look at Shubman Gill and anybody who has time, look at Shubman Gill when he's batting. He's like a caged lion. He just keeps walking. When he hits the ball and he's finished, he just keeps walking near to the square leg umpires coming back. And he's just waiting on you. He is unbelievably good. Unbelievably good.
Next day, the man who is young Yadav. So Kumar Yadav, batsman. Boy, deadly. Yeah, man. They have a...
And with all of that, India will not win the World Cup.
Anything
traditionally, they struggle because when it comes down to that final...
I can't say that.
Is it mental, is it?
It is mental. It is mental. Totally mental. Yeah. Totally mental. Because Australia has no right to be winning.
Australia mind strong, eh?
Strong.
That is mental.
And Australia is the best sporting small country in the world.
Any sport, you realize
every sport.
Even in football, Australia play football hard against Argentina in the World Cup.
In the World Cup.
Hard.
Yes, that's what they know. It's that culture. Because where they came from, England, and they banished them. And because they were such a unruly set of people, bad people. And having said that, out of the Australian team was Shane Warne. Out of the Australian team was, who was the captain for Shane Warne?
Steve Waugh?
No, the captain was Puntin.
Right.
These guys were banned, They consistently have done a whole sort of naughtiness. And Australia say, you know what? That naughtiness is what we want. And they corral them and they send them down to the beach. They had them out from everybody. And they kept them there. And when they turned up, Shane Warne turned out to be one of the best leg spinners, if not the best leg spinner ever. Puntin was one of the best batsmen in the world at one time. So they understand and they recognize what they have. And they harness it. And they let it out to the world. But these guys are unbelievably good. Really good.
He died some time ago. Sort of Negro guy. He said what is writing on his below his lip.
Simons.
Yeah. Ruthless with the bad boy. Hard-hitting batsman.
Australia. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll continue when we come back talking about the Cricket World Cup. We'll be back.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventists, and we are committed to making good private healthcare affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private healthcare is affordable.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Thank you very much. We're back. This is WESN Content Capital, Face of Sport. I've got two tense men with me. Right next to me, Arthur Hutton. He's tense, he's nervous. He wants the West Indies to win. And the next man next to him, who loves the West Indies as well, Lester Casimir. They both want the West Indies to win. I just want the best team to win, which we hope is the West Indies. Anyway, all right, so here it is. There have been 6 winners of the 8 men's T20 World Cup so far. In 2007, India. Not surprising. 2009, Pakistan. 2010, England. 2012, the West Indies. 2014, Sri Lanka. 2016, the West Indies. 2021, Australia. 2022, England. So England are the only team that have won it twice, as well as the West Indies. Right? Those are the only team that have won it twice. Can the West Indies win it a 3rd time? So let's start by talking about that. And I'll start with Arthur first. Arthur, how do you see things progressing? Looking at all the different groups, which are the teams you expect to be into the quarterfinals, into the semifinals? Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, Andre, I didn't really study the lineups proper, but I believe we should make it to the second round. As I said before, is ourselves, Afghanistan or New Zealand. And if we should go in there and make it to the second rounds, I think we should bounce up teams like India and Pakistan. I didn't really follow the ending up, but the final 4, in my view, could be India, Australia, New Zealand, and I think England. I think that was the 4. That was the 4 I looked at.
You don't see the West Indies reaching far?
I don't feel so. I don't feel
Why?
so.
Why?
Why? Because, Andre, we're not serious. We don't take this cricket serious. I will tell you why. We had a big symposium here recently on West Indies cricket, and I listened to over 12 speakers talk. I didn't listen to everybody, because more or less was the same thing again, talking about future West Indies cricket down the next 20 years and next 15 years, what could happen. And so, I want to see results now. There's what sponsors, they spoke about sponsorship too. I want to see sponsors on board. And as Clive Lloyd and somebody else alluded to the fact that sponsors won't come on board unless they see accountability and seriousness going on at the top. We're not seeing that. I said before, earlier on that they wanted this guy, Desmond Haynes, to be the batting coach, and up to now he's not no batting coach. And that was the best possible person, in my view, to help the batters. We have batters struggling, and nobody there to help them. And next thing, they make runs, they just stop picking up. The technique might be good, but somehow, it's cricket. It's one ball it takes to out you. So we had to get serious, Andre. I thought that I heard some talk coming out from these people, the leaders who met and the past players, about something we have planned, specifically for this World Cup. Nothing at all came out. I heard nothing from Mobile Hines trying to get your best on board. There's money like he and our president, he don't want to talk to Narayan, and not that you're begging him, but show some humility. Narayan, we really need it, boy. Let us be a last or something. Nothing like that at all. They need somebody like Narayan. But I remember some time ago in our World Cup no, sorry, it was a tour. And Russell said he wasn't going because of the COVID. I remember that. And, you know, Hetmeyer called him afterwards and said, Russell, boy, things different up here. Come up, it's safe, thing. You know, Russell got on the phone and he called Harper. Harper said, boy, I picked my side already. You know, and it just goes to show you the disrespect these players that get. And this is why I'm so thankful and glad for this franchise cricket. Let them go away and play the cricket and forget West Indies. And I hate to say that, but it has to be so because we're not serious. Our pool, let's always talk about the India pool, big. Our pool is the opposite, very small, but yet still they're chasing, man. We're small, bravo. I remember time too, I don't want to call him, I don't want to embarrass him. In Couva, I asked about Lendell Simmons. Boy, you might come to practice to play for Trinidad, and he come late. I had to show him who's the boss. I tell him he ain't playing. What nonsense is that? And that's the kind of attitude we have, the former players, like some of them, like they envy and jealous these younger players who have more money than them. All they were better cricketers. That is nonsense, Andre. Cricket is a team game. Everybody getting on selfish. We had to stop that nonsense, Andre. Right? Nothing meaningful, as I said, came out at, and people hinting already, is another talk shop. And it would appear so and should. The best speaker was the president from Guyana, made a very intelligent presentation. And mind you, he came with a chart, and he showed you everything and explained everything on board, and everybody looking. I see a lot of men come as usual, the hand swinging. At the old talk, preparation, you can't have everything. If you look, and you're not a cricketer. So that means you take notes and commit something and talk it now to improve the cricket. Nothing at all specific about helping West Indies cricket. It was very, very hurtful, and I made sure I listened to most of everybody who spoke. Right? It was.
So you didn't like how Darren Sammy spoke?
Sammy, no, neither. Sammy is a motivator. If you can't play cricket, Sammy can help you. If you have bad technique, Sammy cannot help you. Sammy will motivate you. Boy, you could score 100 and he will motivate you. But if you have your technique bad and you have little ability, Sammy cannot help you. And this is what we want. We want people helping people. You know, you can motivate yourself if you're a big player. Just tell yourself, look, I'm a batsman, my bat will do the talking, and you prepare for that. You heard a good contribution from, I think, was it Andy Roberts? I have it written down here. To go through it, it will take some time. But he spoke about these young players now should find out what the old players used to do, which is a good point. Find out what the old players used to be so successful, right? The PM from Barbados, Motley, she spoke very well as well, you know, but one of the things, you know, she said that she's looking forward to see West Indies playing the final in Barbados, you know, and making a joke. Yeah, we want that, but at the same time, how do we get there? What do we do to reach that final? We don't have our best players out there. So you don't think it would happen? I don't know, Andrew.
All right,
I feel they would want something to happen to show that, yes, this time we meet and we came up with something.
All right.
You had the Patterson report, you had this report, you had that report. Yeah. Nothing came out of it.
All right, let me go. Let me hear your take. And we just looked at the West Indies among it's only two teams that have won this tournament twice, England and the West Indies. Your take.
And every time we won it, we deserve to have won it. It's not like a fluke. And there were other times that we probably could have won it as well. I don't feel we have the material at this time to win the World Cup. But I've seen other stranger things have happened. Yes. I've seen stranger things happen. If we were to win it, that's fine. But there are other teams on paper, and cricket is not played on paper. But I want to say something to you, you, Andre. I remember Pollard was struggling against a left-arm seam, left-arm swing bowling. He was struggling. And I will let this out for the third time, but for the first time I'm going to actually expound on it. I remember my friend Graham Bell, telling me, because Pollard is no longer playing, so I could talk it now, that he employed Bernard Julian. Now, Bernard Julian was one of the best swing bowlers we have ever produced in the Caribbean, left-arm swing. He employed Bernard, and they had weeks, months in the Queen's Park Oval in the nets. Bernard real swung, and so he got accustomed. That year or the year after, Pollard held on to the Jamaican Chinese name person, left arm.
I'm seeing it, but I know you're talking about, yes.
He nearly murdered him in Barbados. He nearly murdered him.
Santoki?
Santoki.
You got it right.
He held on to Santoki and nearly murdered Santoki. Now, what's the point I am making? The point I'm making is this. All of these guys are professional players. Every man's supposed to have somebody dealing with health to talk to them. And I'll go a step further and then come back. I live in City, and my friend, he owns a meat depot, and he's very close with...
That's why you put on the weight.
Yeah, upon weight?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
You wouldn't do it. You don't look in the mirror no more. And I tell you, if I need put on weight...
I didn't really watch it.
No, man.
But I tell you, really shouldn't comment.
But if it's a woman,
But you really shouldn't comment. I shouldn't have asked you to put on weight.
Puran.
Because you have put on a lot.
Puran engaged the West Indies physio. Myers is his name? He's from the army.
Yeah, not Myers, but a name simple. But I know